along. Honorable Mukwena has ably been standing in, not standing in, but the alternative to Honorable Ndlozi. So we are a full component. Honorable Nkwankwa, is there something you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you, Chair. An apology for Prof. Kubisa, who's looking after his ill mother. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Professor Kumalo, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry. Notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or a committee may not be used against you in any court or placed outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Sir, I have been reliably informed that you've chosen to take the oath. So if you could repeat after me, I swear by Almighty God, that the evidence I shall give, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Please say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It is now, Honorable Vanara, just after 20 past. Can we allow you to carry on until 9:30? Thank you, sir. Not 9:30, 10:30.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to Prof.
Morning, sir.
You have prepared a statement.
Yes, sir.
A 9-page statement dated the 12th of December 2016. Is that correct, Prof?
Yes, sir.
That statement has got 9 pages.
Yes, sir.
And with your permission, that statement has been circulated to the members of the committee. Are you fine with it?
I'm fine, sir, except to say that I realize that there are some additions I will have to make to the statement, and then I will send this through your good office in the course of tomorrow, in addition to this.
Thank you, Prof. Can you just explain to the committee, when did you got involved as a non-executive director with the SABC board, and how long did it last before you left?
Sir, I am grateful for the opportunity to serve as a board member on the SABC. I started in October 2013, and I came all the way until the first week of January 2015. So I've served for a little over a year, and then left. I left the board about two years ago.
At the time, Ms. Ellen Zandile Shabalala would have been the chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was under the leadership of Ms. Shabalala.
The group CEO at the time would have been Ms. Mahobo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At the bottom of the first page of your statement,
yes, sir,
to the top of page 2,
yes,
you're sharing with the committee your experience and background in governance-related matters.
Yes, sir.
Can you take the committee through that process?
Yes. Through the chair, I state that I am a very well experienced business person, and that I have over many years served on a number of boards in large corporations, including public enterprises, and I underlined public enterprises. I've also worked as an executive in certain large South African public enterprises portfolios. I was also at one stage a chairman of Transnet. I also state, Mr. Chairman, that I ventured into the private sector where I was a managing director of a property company. I also was part of the formation of the past national lottery operator, Kitani, that I operated and led. I led and operated as chairman and chief executive. Then later on, I relinquished the position of of chairman for good governance. I was responsible for putting together the board. I led the putting together of the board of directors of that company, as well as setting the committees of the board to support the board, all the required committees of the board. And then later on, I was the head of the executive. The reason, sir, Honorable Advocate Venara, I put this in my statement is because it's very important that one brings into focus the differentiation of functions or the protocol of governance in companies. And in this particular case, I'll look at public enterprises because there are points that I make about the different role players in the governance of state-owned enterprises. The board has a responsibility to supervise management, to supervise the executive. It forms the link between the shareholder or the shareholder representative and the executive. It is the one that goes into a compact with the shareholder through the shareholder representative. It is the one that receives presentations of strategy, strategic analysis, strategy, proposed strategy to approved, as well as the budget or the financial plan of the organization. And then the responsibility of the executive is to manage. I am pointing out, sir, the importance of having come up the ranks of corporates, having experienced being an operative, being a manager, being an executive director, being a non-executive director, and of course, in other parts of my life, I act as a shareholder. In this particular case, we ordinarily refer to as to shareholder representatives or shareholders. That hierarchy is very important because there you find the importance of differentiation of functions.
Thanks, Prof.
Thank you.
Informed by this wealth of experience that you possess, in page 3 of the statement, you point out to certain concerns that you had observed at the SABC. Can you take the committee through those concerns, sir?
I'll go through them one by one. They start with failure to observe the differentiation of functions and therefore poor management of boundaries between the board and executives. And I state that the board should oversee and supervise the organization, and the executive should implement the board's mandates to manage the organization and operationalize the strategies. I state that management and the board, in the case of the organization in question.
I'm so sorry, Prof.
Yes, sir.
I've just received a message asking you just to move the mic slightly, or you speaking into the mic is distorting some.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You could,
Okay.
I don't know how
Slightly
to do it.
to the side. Am I too
I'm
loud?
not sure. They were saying you were too close to the mic. Yes.
Let me move it a bit.
Thank
away.
you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I state that in this particular case, there existed an anomaly of a hostility or a tension in terms of the relationship between the board and the executive. And as we go down, we will look at the dynamics that brought that about. And we cite lack of discipline among certain members of the board and management, and the inability to manage the executive as a result of certain factors. And I point out the need to realize that the chairman of the board is the leader of the board, the leader of governance, and the chief executive is the leader of management. And I point out the importance of these two parties working together for good order in an organization, which was not always the case at the SABC.
Prof.
Did I stop too early, sir?
Sorry?
Did I stop too early? Maybe yes.
No, you were perfectly well within your boundaries to stop, Prof. The board support to its CEO and his or her management team is critical. Can you share with the committee your own experience and observations during your tenure of how the board, in your view, did the board support the group's CEO at the time, as well as her management team?
When we started with great enthusiasm, and we were full of energy. It was very clear that there was assembled a board with a good combination of skills, with a lot of experience, and with knowledge. And above all, there was commitment to make it work, to stabilize the organization and to achieve the needed turnaround. But it did not last for a long time before we saw some cracks emerging. And that was as a result of the fact that there had been a succession of failing boards which had collapsed. And there
11 o'clock, and there's a clock, fortunately, in this room, honorable members and everybody concerned, so you can double-check yourself when you're talking. It's a 5-minute rule for everybody beyond professor and advocate. It's just, as I indicate, just past quarter past, advocate, you have got until 11 o'clock, and we will take it from there, and we're going to start with you, Honorable Killian. You'll be the first one thereafter. Over to you, Advocate.
Thank you, Chairperson. Prof, we were at the stage where you were discussing the relationship between the board as well as the group CEO and her management team.
It is fair to say, it is important to state that the chief executive of the SABC, Ms. Mkhobo, at the time was not well supported at all. In fact, she went around as a persona non grata in the organization that she led as the head executive. People look up to her to get direction, but if she is browbeaten and her back is not straight because she does not enjoy the support from where she should get it, things don't go well at all. Unfortunately, that reality dawned to us very early on, that there was a very poor relationship between the chairman and the chief executive of the SABC. And Ms. Mkhobo frightened me all the time, because all the time you looked at her, even though she's a very strong professional woman, she looked like she could drop dead anytime, because she was a bundle of nerves. She was not happy at all.
Prof, in your own experience, because you would have interacted with the executive directors within the board, because they are part and parcel of the board. What was the relationship between the group CEO, Ms. Mkhobo, and the group COO, Mr. Hlaudi Motsoeneng at the time?
Look at it this way. Ms. Mkhobo, it became very clear to us that she had had her power, her prerogative, and her scope usurped by the acting COO. And there was a relationship that all the time showed contempt towards the chief executive. And we were faced with a very strange situation where the chief executive was undermined, and she did not matter, even at times when major issues were being discussed, even at times when we're looking at strategy. She was not the one talking about strategy. It was another arrangement altogether. But the question you've asked is the relationship between the CEO and the COO. It was lopsided. It was a lopsided relationship where clearly the power was with the COO.
It was the responsibility of the board, given the circumstances you've just outlined, to restore order. And you were part and parcel of that board. What is it that the board did to salvage that situation?
The board works in a particular manner. The board does not approach the executive from any and every direction. The board works through its leader, the chairperson of the organization, the chairperson of the board. And of course, some of us approach the chairperson of the board, and talked with her about the condition which we saw, and we made our effort to try and first achieve an improved relationship between the two ladies, so that that improved relationship could take us into an improved relationship between the chief executive and her staff. But I think a lot of things had happened already. You know, quite frankly, it had reached a point where Ms. Mkhobo no longer believed she wanted to remain in the organization. She felt she had been so let down that she did not want to stay any longer in the organization.
Let's go back to the Public Protector's report. That's one of the documents that the board, your board, had to implement its remedial actions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The report did not necessarily deal with the issues that emanated within the duration of your board, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But there was a legal obligation on the board that you were part of to implement those remedial actions, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The evidence before the committee points a picture where the chairpersons of subcommittees had to look at the report, delineate issues that affected their portfolios, and report back to the board. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You were within the HR committee, amongst others, is that correct?
I was the chairman of the HR and RAMCO.
How did the HR committee deal with the Public Protector's report?
Sir, I convened a meeting through the company secretary of the Human Resources and Remuneration Committee to look at the specific issues which had been raised by the public protector regarding, in particular, the then acting COO. And we had very vigorous discussions around the issue, and the intention of the HR committee, the majority of us, was to implement the remedial recommendations or the remedial directives of the public protector. One very clearly was that a disciplinary investigation had to take place around the appointment of the then COO. We debated that for a long time, but I have to say that the meetings that this matter was, at which this matter was discussed, ended up in serious acrimony because we could not all agree, even though the majority of us agreed that we had to take that action. We had to implement the recommendations from the report.
Now, we know that as late as yesterday, the Western Cape High Court has redirected the disciplinary proceedings of Mr. Mtsone.
Yes, sir.
Why and how did we get there? Why did it have to take a court for the second time to have the board implement the public protector's remedial actions?
So I have to once again remind this honorable committee that I resigned and left the board of the SABC in early January 2015. I have been out of that board for about 2 years now. But what happened during my time was that when we tried to reach a point where we would address this issue, we could not reach this point because not all of us agreed that such action needed to be taken, even when this matter was discussed at the board. Unfortunately, sir, I did not have the benefit of access to minutes and documents, which I would have liked to bring here to show the record of our discussions, the debate around that issue. There wasn't an open way for us to go to this. I remember that Mr. Vusi Mavuso, Mr. Lubisi, Mr. Ronnie Lubisi, who were also on that committee, were in agreement, but not all of us. The chairperson of the board was also on the committee. We did not have an agreement to take this matter to where it should go. When we took the matter for discussion at the board, again, it split the board. It was one of the most vexing matters for us to deal with. But to tell you, sir, where I stand as chairman of HR and REMCO, we wanted this matter to be dealt with as it had been recommended by the public protector.
Let's move to a meeting where a special meeting where you were called to discuss and recommend the appointment of the COO. Can you tell the committee the circumstances surrounding the convening of that meeting? How did you get to know about the meeting?
It was a meeting, sir, that was rather impromptu. We were called for a special meeting and it took place in the evening. It was preceded by a meeting in Magaliesburg where we were looking at the human resources management strategies, where we met with the new minister then, the Honorable Faith Mthambi, for the first time. We then were convened by the chairperson of the board. When we got to the meeting, we were read a letter, which it came from either the representatives of Mr. Mtsweneng or Mr. Mtsweneng himself, the then acting COO. It was motivating, making a case or raising a question, why has he not been appointed on a full-time basis as a COO of the organization?
Before we get to the agenda of the meeting, I just want to understand, this was not one of your standard board meetings.
It was not, sir.
Yes, it is a special meeting.
It was a special board meeting. There were many special board meetings, by the way, very, very hastily arranged for a number of reasons.
Did anyone explain the urgency of this meeting?
The person who addressed us, sir, was the chairman of the board, Ms. Shabalala, Ms. Ellen Shabalala. She read the letter, and it was necessary that we look at this issue of the appointment of Mr. Mtsweneng, and I think some reference was made to the fact that there was a concern on the part of the minister, which was also expressed during our Magaliesburg meeting, that he had been acting for a long time. And that seemed to be the urgency that we were faced with.
But why did it not wait for the next scheduled board meeting?
That is what baffled us. That is what caused us to ask questions. That is what caused us to say, what can we look at now? Because when you are to consider, when you are to deal with a matter such as that, because the proposal at the time was that we should do the appointment. Of course, when you have to do a thing like this, a number of documents, a number of things had to be before you. A serious motivation now, not a complaint that this appointment had not been made, That does, what you need is documentation which state the case why does the person qualify, why should such an appointment be made, and above all, why should it be made now?
Did the remedial actions contained in the Public Protector's report, particularly in view of the lack of appetite displayed by the board in dealing with the specific issues that pertained to Mr. Mutswane, did that report play any role in the decision to employ him?
Yes, sir, it did indeed. And I have to correct any perception, sir, that the board as such did not have appetite to deal with the matters. At that time, the board was dichotomized. There were people who did not seem to have such an appetite, who were pushing back against looking at those directives or remedial actions. And there were people who were looking at the imperatives of good corporate governance. So it cannot be true that the board did not want to deal with the matter. The board was split over the matter. And that was the case that night again, because the issue of those remedial actions came up other than the fact that there was a view that due process had not been followed. Some of the members of the board raised the issue of the unfinished business from the report of the Public Protector.
I understand in any meeting situation of a board, there will be discussions, there will be arguments for or against a particular matter that is subject of a discussion. You will try to find each other, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, the board takes a decision,
Yes, sir.
either by consensus or by a vote. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And whether you were against the issues that were discussed in that decision, once a board takes that decision, it becomes the board decision. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes.
Yes. So I do concede to what you're saying, that at the board there were divergent views
Yes.
on how to handle
Yes.
the remedial actions. But the net effect we need to concede is that the board did not accede to the view that says let's deal with let's implement the Public Protector's remedial actions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And therefore that was the decision of the board not to deal with the remedial actions of the Public Protector, correct?
Strictly speaking, sir, that was the decision of the board.
Yes.
It doesn't matter any longer. I know that there's been a lot of discussion about who voted for or who voted against, but the majority of the board members, in fact, that evening, took a particular decision, and that became the decision of the board, and that's how it works.
In this exercise, because we're piercing the corporate
Yeah.
veil, how did you vote when it came to the voting on whether or not to employ Mr. Mutswane as the permanent CEO?
I voted against it, but also to give background to that, I had a duty to disallow that matter to be discussed at all. The main thrust of my argument or my participation that evening was that this matter should not serve on the board at all that evening, because as chairman of HR and RAMCO, I should have been bringing a recommendation from HR and RAMCO following due process. Due process had not been followed leading to that meeting that evening. Therefore, that meeting was out of order. In fact, it was not correct to discuss that matter, the manner it was brought onto the table. And a good part of the evening, in fact, was on that particular issue, when I said, please, no discussion of this matter must get off the table. If there must be an appointment of a permanent COO, due process must be followed. And a number of issues, if the gentleman concerned aspired for the position, he had to look at his circumstances, he had to apply, he had to qualify or not qualify, but that had not taken place. And I voted against it. I know that this matter, was well publicized thereafter.
The cabinet policy around migration from analog to digital had related to the set of boxes.
Yes, sir.
Who was the minister at the time, and what were his views around, or his directions, policy directions? I'm asking this question in line with the contract that was later signed with MultiChoice.
Mr. Chairman, at that time, if the memory serves me well, the agreement had already been signed with MultiChoice. But there was a serious debate around digital migration and policy, and what our view was as a board. We had to submit our view regarding whether there had to be encryption or not. At that time, the minister was the Honorable Yunus Karim, who visited the board at least twice to come and explain what the policy, where the policy status, what the policy status was. And those meetings, in fact, made us realize, those of us who were new, that there were many, many things that were happening, that the conveyor belt of issues was overloaded. One of the heftiest issues was the issue of the set-top boxes. And there was strife in those meetings, very, very serious contentions during the meetings. In fact, very, very embarrassing altercations between certain board members and the minister, to a point where there were accusations and counter-accusations. You'll recall, sir, that Ms. Mkhobo at a certain stage stated that she was accused of having her children working at ETV. There were other board members who were accused of the same. And again, MultiChoice was being discussed. Its name was being thrown around as well in the accusations and counter-accusations. At a certain point, in fact, he did this twice, if not thrice, the minister felt that we were suspicious of him. We were treating him with suspicion as a shareholder representative, and that we did not seem to want to understand that he had no interest in that issue whatsoever, and that he wanted movement forward. Thrice, he offered to take a lie detector test so that we could prove that there was nothing corrupt about what he was doing, that he was just doing his job, and that he was wanting for movement forward in that case. In each of those instances, at least twice, I think, I prevailed on the minister and told him that, Minister, please don't embarrass us. We are not suspicious of you. We do not want you to take a lie detector, so please refrain from offering us that. And the minister said, look, I want for this matter to move forward, and there are insinuations and innuendos that seem to come from certain board members, and those of us who were new did not have the institutional memory to relate to some of those issues. It was hugely embarrassing for us. Unfortunately, the minister left before that issue was resolved. But it is important that this was one of the issues, in fact, that have been very, very difficult during the time of that board.
Just one thing that I almost forgot relating to the employment of the COO. There's evidence before this committee, and I think you also briefly touched on a meeting in Magaliesberg,
Yes.
where the minister told the board in that bilateral that you had to appoint Mr. Mtsweni. In light of that statement and the subsequent employment of Mr. Mtsweni as the permanent COO against all odds, would you attribute the statement by the minister as an undue pressure on the board?
Such a call, obviously, raises eyebrows if it's isolated like it was. If the minister was saying that there are so many acting positions in the organization, one of the things that I expect is that these issues must be addressed and we must have permanent staff. You know, that would have been fine. And in fact, you know, I must say for the minister that she did point that out. But what stood up at that meeting was the focus on Mr. Mtsweni. But then I go back to the board. You know, why some of the board members stood firm on that evening? When a shareholder representative of any company raises an issue, the board must always remember that while it is answerable to a shareholder or a shareholder representative, underline answerable or accountable to, its ultimate responsibility rests with this legal entity, this legal person called the company. In this particular case, the SABC. There are certain things that we have to do in terms of the law as well as policies of the organization. It behoved, is it correct English? The members of the board to then say, policy is this. This is how we appoint people. If a position comes up, it must be advertised, shortlisting must happen, interviews must occur, eventually the responsible committee brings it to the board, and then the board recommends to the minister. That process was not followed. So I would like to say, whatever the role of the minister, it was incumbent on the board to make sure that they play their role. Boards are accountable to and are answerable to shareholders and shareholders' representatives, but their ultimate responsibility, the best interest to which they work is the organization, and the organization has policies.
You resigned.
Yes, sir.
Immediately before that, you had received a letter from the Minister of Communications, Ms. Mutambi, asking for reasons why you shouldn't be suspended. Can you share the circumstances surrounding that with the committee?
The letter that I received did not talk about suspension. The letter that I received said I had to state reasons why it should not be recommended, she should not recommend to the president that I be removed from the board. It was the strangest thing ever to occur to me. In all my corporate life, I had never been faced with a situation such as that. What even made it more strange is that at the Magaliesberg meeting, at the time that we met with the minister for the first time, at the session that I led as chairman of HR on RAMCO, because it was a straight session of HR, the minister and I had a discussion, and she affirmed my background. She affirmed my experience. She affirmed my knowledge and commitment. And she asked me, please, Prof, I would like you to please help play a role. We must make it work with SABC this time around. And I pledged that. And other members, I'm sure, pledged that if they were so asked by the minister. After that, not long from that time, the minister, in fact, shortly before that letter was received, the minister gave me a call. I was in Pretoria for business unrelated to SABC. And she called me to her office quickly. And I went to her office. And she said, I would like to just discuss issues at the SABC. And let's just talk about what is happening there and what are the problems, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In the course of our discussion, as I was saying, that it is really getting very serious. She wants to know, she wants to remedy challenges where there are challenges. I said, Minister, give me your word. I'll talk with you as openly as I can if you seek to resolve issues. And let's discuss issues at the SABC. We discussed with the minister. We're open with each other. It was a very good meeting. And she made me feel and know about what she felt and what she thought about different things and about different people. I mean, about everybody, including some of the names we've mentioned here. But of course, it was a confidential meeting. And she said to me, Prof, before we reached that, she said, I said to her, Minister, I want you to know that I would like to resign from the board of the SABC. I've been wanting to resign from the board of the SABC. She was shocked. She said, why? I said, no, things are not going well. We are making an effort, and we discussed all those issues and so on. But she prevailed on me. She said, please don't go. Stay. If you leave, you are one of those people that if you leave, things will fall apart. Prof, I am counting on you to help me turn around and stabilize the SABC. We discussed at length. I took her very, very seriously. She gave me her cell number. She said, here's my number. Let's keep contact. Let's talk with each other. And I even assured her during that meeting, because there were words such as, some of the people are wanting to be chairman, et cetera, et cetera. I said, Minister, I'm okay with being a board member, I'm not looking for anything. Once upon a time, a colleague of mine taught me a very interesting word, sapiential authority. He said, you don't have to hold a higher position than the one you hold to be influential. You use your sapiential authority. I valued that. I thought, leadership can take place anywhere you are, given your experience and whatever you bring in. We discussed that with the minister. We left that meeting, again with a request, please, Prof, don't go, promise me. And I said something that I had said also at Magaliesberg. I said, Minister, I'm going to say something that may sound odd. I'm very respectful. I respect authority. You are the shareholder representative, and I sit on your board. But you are young enough to be my daughter, and I'm old enough to be your father. I will do everything to make sure that your term becomes a success, as long as we are truthful with each other and we work with honor. I will make sure that I play my part. I've served on a number of boards. I want to focus on my businesses now, but I will see my term through, my term as a board member through. We left the meeting, it was great, and so on. We went on, we kept the confidentiality and so on. Not long thereafter, then we received these letters. When I received my letter, it was one of those best of times during December in northern KZN. You know, I'm a vegetarian, but at that time, if you know KZN, they have slaughtered a sheep on the 24th of December. It's going to be Christmas tomorrow. Everybody is happy, family is together. I receive an email. Here is a letter from the Minister of Communications with the content that we discussed earlier. I was shocked cold. I sat for a while. I withdrew from the company of the family. I read the letter again. I was shocked. I kept it away from the family. I didn't discuss it with family. The following day, on Christmas Day, I tried to raise the minister. I called her. And on the number that she had given me, she did not answer. I tried, she did not answer. I thought, well, she's busy probably with family things. I tried her also on Family Day, 26th of December. She did not answer. I called Mr. Dan Mancha, the advisor of the minister, and of this. And he said, no, I don't believe that, Prof. No, I don't believe that. That letter was not meant for you, you know? You know, such a letter, no, it was not meant for you. See, the minister wants to fix things. There are people that she is wanting to get sorted out in that board. But, you know, it's not, we are not one of them. I said, no. The letter comes to me, it's addressed to me, and I have never found myself in a situation such as that before. Then I came back, and I was communicating with the fellow. He kept giving me assurance. I gave him a message to send to the minister, to tell the minister that I'm very concerned I've received this letter, and she has not picked up my call. And I never got an answer. When January started, in the first week, I called him again. We discussed this. He assured me, I've spoken to the minister. No, it's not meant for you. Don't resign. She was shocked to hear that you are thinking of resigning as a result. I said, look, I'm going to resign. You know, if she does not come back to me, I'm going to resign. If the letter is not meant for me, it must be withdrawn. You know, at least she must afford me the courtesy of a reply, of a response to my call. That did not happen. You know, I then resigned from the board. I stated in my letter that when a shareholder displays diminished commitment or confidence in a director, then it is incumbent on that director to review his circumstances. I sent the letter in. I got media inquiries. I had not spoken to one journalist. It's not my style. And when the media inquired, I did not want to talk to the media. But I heard that the minister has denied that she got my resignation over a few days until it was confirmed that I had resigned. And the media wanted to talk to me. I said, now I've resigned from that board, I will not discuss matters of that board. So that is how it happened. You know, I resigned of my volition, but it was precipitated by this strangest of behaviors. Up to today, I've not received a call or a response to my letter.
No further questions, Chair.
I thank you very much, Advocate. Honourable Killian, your 5 minutes starts.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Prof, could you perhaps tell us, how soon afterwards did you get confirmation from the appointing authority, the President's office, that your resignation is accepted? Honourable
Member, I don't recall receiving such confirmation. actually may have myself misdirected my resignation letter because I sent it to the minister. I may have needed to send it to the appointing authority. I actually sent it to the minister.
Thank you. Secondly, I would like to ask you, Prof, you paint a picture, and particularly on page 7, you paint a picture of a person with immense personal power, stating that he is the SABC. You're also saying that he's disdainful of organizational protocol to the point of being callous. You're saying he could not be questioned and he could not be called to order, etc., etc. So he reigned freely. He made announcements on behalf of the board that the board was not aware of. Where do you think he derived that power from? Was there a change in his behavior when the new Minister of Communication was appointed after the elections? Was he behaving differently before that time? Because you came in at the end of 2013?
Yes.
If I'm corrected.
Yes. At the best of times, using management speak or behavioral speak, you would call this gentleman a type A personality. And you may actually call him a type A personality gone wrong. You know, here you are talking about a very energetic person and a person who is not a fool, who is smart, a go-getter, a mover and shaker. The only problem that you have is that this individual is no respecter of corporate governance. In fact, he has no tolerance of governance. He wants to work in a manner that I tried to describe earlier. He wants to have unfettered power and prerogative. I think he derives his power, his assurance, his confidence from himself. You know, first, he believes that he can manipulate, if you like, anybody to be agreeable with him. And he finds certain people agreeable, supportive of him. This is not a person who does not take notice when you put your foot down. You know, I've seen the person we're talking about respond when you put your foot down. And he thinks twice. And he requests a meeting. He wants to talk with you. He wants to negotiate a new interactive contract with you because he's shocked by this thing that is not being used to being called to order. You know, with good leadership, with a firm hand, I don't think that, you know, he would not listen. But in the circumstances where he's being allowed leeway, he's being supported, he behaves in this manner. I'm sorry, Honorable Killian, if I'm not...
I would just like to know, the mere fact that the minister came in and in fact put pressure on the board to appoint this person because he was acting for so long. If we look at the other executives who have been acting for 12 and 16 and 18 and 24 months, why was he so exceptional and why was there such pressure on the board?
I will not speculate on the minister's reasons, but they are interesting. An individual such as this will believe that he is supported. And as it's been said a number of times, you know, you're talking here about a person who appears very manipulative. It doesn't take long for the unsuspecting to fall under his spell. You know, I don't know what happened to the minister. You know, I don't know what happened to all the other board members who supported him. But clearly, you know, in his attempt to be ungovernable, there were board members who insisted that he shall be subject to effective corporate governance like every other manager or employee within the organization.
If I could just follow up on that one.
No, no. We went through this route yesterday. Honorable Chauke?
Thank you very much, Chair. Prof, can you maybe explain to us, Prof, how he managed to divide this board? A board that has professors, doctors, lawyers, I mean, of your caliber, by the way. How did this person manage to divide you? And if possible, can you, because it seems now we're now dealing with groups that support and groups that did not support. Can you in fact share with us, because all of you were elected in the public process, can you tell us who are those who were supportive and who are those who were not supportive? That has happened before in the committee, just to confirm that part.
There is a point I make in page 4, and I say that if you don't mind, I will just read two paragraphs. Well, let me read one of the paragraphs. The other one I've alluded to about unfettered powers. One of the major challenges that that board was faced with was inexperience. Not everybody was experienced. Inadequate training on the part of board members. You know, we had an induction, but not everyone had been brought to speed as a board members. Indiscipline, familiarity, misdirected or bad corporate politics, internal power contests, poor and diminished business ethics, and possibly criminal motives. I once read a book by F.G. Bailey in sociology. It was titled Stratagems and Spoils, a very, very interesting book about behavior in organizations. Those are amongst the things that cause the board to be weak. Vusi Mavuso, Ronnie Lubisi, Krish Naidu, the late Hope Zinde, Rachel Kalidas. I will not talk about Ms. Nolutando Kosa, who left early, who I would have listed with this. Tembinkosi Bonagele, I would also not talk about him, he had left early. And of course, these are the people that I believed stood firmly for sound and proper corporate governance. You know, and I want to say, it's been mentioned in the course of the week, where I stood in relation to this. I will not talk about the rest. You know, it's not a matter of whether you are learned or not, or whether you're smart or not. There's a number of issues that maybe you will not be able to put your finger on in this process. This process may help you reach certain conclusions, you know, but maybe you will have new hypotheses that you may pass to another process which may follow and will be able to uncover some of the reasons why people were behaving the way people were behaving. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Prof. Your engagement with the minister, which you term to be a confidential meeting, now that things have come to this level, and I'll take it that part of your engagement with the minister, you are dealing with weaknesses that we'll have identified. Are you able now to take part of that confidential discussion and share with us of the issues that you have identified as most critical areas that require intervention? But at the same time, this surprise that at the end you become a target, that you receive this letter on the 24th. What is your reading of that? What is your understanding and the reading of now that you have shared this confidential engagement with the minister, you have looked at challenges, and you pledge yourself to say, I'm prepared to go and assist. and then in return you then get what's your reading of that?
Well, sir, it's been well established that there has been a kind of malevolent power in the organization, That's the power, and I was surprised that that letter was not withdrawn. And that's why I went on to resign, even against the advice of the people that I mentioned. They tried to talk to me not to resign. I said, guys, you're much younger. I've been in the corporate world a long time. Reputation is one of your strongest assets. You've got to try as much as possible to protect it. I was prepared. I went into this board, with great confidence and commitment, but I was hugely disappointed that I was not going to be able to be part of the team that will turn SABC around. And what we discussed with the minister, if I just give you a glimpse, ended up with us seeing things roughly the same way. You will be surprised even about personalities. But she needed help to be able to deal with the personalities, if you get my drift.
Thank you, Prof. Honorable, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Chair. Prof. Kumalo, you mentioned that Mr. Motsoneng was very, and I'm quoting, was very influential and had personal power he flaunted with impunity. Now, how did he flaunt his personal power? Did he just say, I'm very powerful, you can't touch me? Or how did he express his personal power? Did he say, as previous people have said, I will go to Pretoria if you do not give me what I want? How did he flaunt his personal power?
He would get into a board meeting, for instance. I'll just make you one example, where we would be in a board meeting and a board member participates in a way that he doesn't like. Then it feels like so-and-so has an agenda. You see, if we have an agenda here, we can see through this agenda, etc., etc., etc. And the board member will talk very strongly and remind him his place and so on. And he'll say, look, I must tell you, I'm not afraid of you. I can stand on my own, I'm not afraid, and things like that, which is bizarre in corporate environments. We don't see this in board meetings often, So these are things, where we had to intervene and say, hey, that's not how things are done here. You don't discuss things like that here. I remember once I had to intervene from the side when he was combating one board member. You see, that impunity, that's the kind of impunity that you saw. And this is why I say that, look very carefully at the kind of psychology that you find in organizations. This is a very interesting phenomenon.
Did he ever flaunt political power, not his own personal power? Or political backers?
No, he didn't.
In your statement, you also mention a lack of discipline amongst members of the board. Please explain what you mean by that, and which members of the board were ill-disciplined, and how do they express that ill-discipline?
Yeah, I'm not going to mention names, ma'am, if you allow me, but I'm going to say to you kindly that members of the board must be careful that their point of entry is through the chief executive. And they should not allow themselves to be accessed by different executives or staff in such a manner that they become manipulated in the process. And I want to say this also, ma'am, about shareholder representatives, and mark my statement because I have wanted to raise this point, because one of the greatest weaknesses in many organizations, especially public enterprises, is the incomplete line of, is the incomplete protocol. as much as we focus on boards and directors and executives, we also should not take for granted that once a person has been deployed as a shareholder representative or into a position where they become a shareholder representative, that suddenly they know about organizations, they know about companies, they know about governance, and so on and so on. We all need training. We all need orientation. You know, there must be training not only of boards and directors, but also of shareholder representatives, so that they are aware of the dynamics that they are going to be dealing with, and behaviors such as this behavior we see it now, in terms of how it can come at you and even impugn your standing.
I'm afraid, Prof, I'm going to insist.
Yeah.
Members of the SABC board are appointed in an open and public process. They are appointed by Parliament. They remain accountable to Parliament. If there are board members appointed to a public organization who display ill discipline, the authority that oversees their appointment should be let known of this. So I'm going to insist. Which board members displayed ill discipline?
Ma'am, I will answer your question, but I want to also want to make a point that I omitted to make in the beginning. You know, the headline issue here is whether the SABC board is fit to hold office. And my statement, my opening statement, is that we're dealing here with a question that has already been answered. That, in fact, you have one non-executive board member, that's Professor Magube. You know, I with great respect, you know, I wanted to ask, you know, what do you want to know? Because the board, for all intents and purposes, has ceased to exist. But I'm saying to you, ma'am, that the members of the board that I mentioned stood by sound and proper corporate governance, and that I wish the chairperson of the board had played her role effectively as a unifier. I hope this answers your question.
Can we, I can see that you're not very...
Please probe me.
No. I can see that you're not 100% happy with the question. Can we reserve it? We'll find a way of discussing it as members in terms of one or two of these questions, because you're not the first one, Prof, that felt uncomfortable. But we'll have to find a way, all of us, of dealing with it. But let me remind the meeting once again, and I think it's an appropriate time to do that. You're correct, Prof. Our mandate is whether the board is fit and proper. That's our mandate, whether the board is fit and proper. Now, it's inescapable that we'll talk about actors in the past and what do they do in terms of where we are now. But we shouldn't lose, at the end of the day, honorable members, we must answer the question whether the professor should be where he is, whether the CEO, the COO, and the CFO should be where they are, because that's the board as it stands now. That's really the question. And I've allowed us to talk about other individuals because they are intricately linked to it. But really, we should focus on these four individuals. I'm asking members that we just focus on those four. Otherwise, we're going to get sidetracked and get into some other business. But I'm not going to suppress debate and discussion, but can we just stay on course as far as is humanly possible? Honorable Oliwe.
Thanks, Chair. Prof, a witness who came to see us before you indicated that Mr. Motswaneng was always making sure that the bargaining unit is happy. Was that done within the policies of the SABC, or was there something which you can term compensation for a favor?
Mr. Mtsweneng did not seem to follow due process. In fact, it was not in the purview of Mr. Mtsweneng to deal with bargaining units. The HR head who was here is the one with the outfit that deals with organized labor and those processes. He should not have been there. He's out of bounds.
What role did the chairperson of the board play when you were subjected to an executive who was interfering in you as non-executives as you were to take your decisions? Like, for instance, you are indicating that in board meetings, Mr. Mtsweneng would come, and then if the decision is not as he wishes, he'll rant and rave. What role did the chairperson play to deal with that?
He enjoyed tolerance. Mr. Mtsweneng enjoyed tolerance, if not support, from the chairman of the board. He was not called to order as we think he should be called to order. Certain board members had to prevail on him and call him to order. And I think that our chairperson should have played her role in firmness, pointing a direction, and also unifying us as a board. And I don't think that she did sufficiently. And if you like, that's one of the things that emboldened Mr. Mtsweneng, amongst others.
This character of an ill-disciplined person, as you are portraying in your statement of when you talk about Mr. Mtsweneng, at what stage did he display it? Before or after he was made permanent?
Oh, even before. Even before, I did not detail the discussions, for instance, during the time that Minister Karim came to visit us. You know, when he asserts himself, he does not care who he's talking with, whether you are a minister or you are a board member. You know, he would assert himself in that manner. He will drive his point. In fact, he will tell you he is not scared of you. You know, if I'm not mistaken, the minister himself was told that. So that is behavior that is consistent. You know, he showed a bit more comfort, of course, after the minister, the current minister came in. You know, that's the longer time that we observed him. But during the time of the other minister as well, he behaved in the same manner. You know, here you are talking about Mr. Mtsweneng. That's the character you're talking about. And yes, of course, certain circumstances help a person act more the way they act. But that's him. And I don't think you'll see a lot of change in him unless, of course, you put him in a different environment and is managed differently, is led differently. But where?
You said in the beginning of your statement you have participated in many boards. But now when you were in SABC, you were subjected to a situation where executives were voting when board decisions are to be taken. Remember, the executives are reporting to the board. Didn't you find that an anomaly?
Oh, we did. As long as a person is not a director, does not have fiduciaries responsibilities, they should not take part in board processes. If they are a board member and there's no basis for them to recuse themselves, yes, they can take part. But yes, we raise our eyebrows, we question it when a person participates in a board and they are not a board member.
The last one from me, Prof, is to say, whilst you were a chairperson of HR and RAMCO, what role did you play to boost the morale of staff? Because the picture you are drawing is a picture of staff that was demoralized because of the conditions under which they were serving.
Yeah. You see, board members don't manage, they supervise. You know, one of the greatest things about leadership is getting out and staying out of your way. Never yield to a temptation to start doing work, the work of your managers or the work of your staff. We work through Unfortunately, we had a totally disabled, weakened chief executive who ended up going. We had an HR head who made a presentation here yesterday who was also disempowered. We prevailed on the chair to talk about these situations, to say, let's address these situations, because if suddenly we would be found walking the floors and sitting down with people and so on, you create a chaotic situation. The way we act is to put in place management that would deal with situations that need to be addressed. And that's the way that as boards we work. We do not get in and intervene and do the work ourselves.
Thank you very much, Prof. Honorable Koza.
Thank you very much, Chair. Prof, thank you very much for being with us here.
Thank you.
And admittedly, you are an accomplished scholar in your academic field, and I must say that I respect that. And I also respect the fact that you've held many positions and served in a number of boards. Now, Prof, would you concede that the board, the SABC board, failed to discharge its duties in terms of the Broadcasting Act of 1999?
I would say yes. The board had its power diminished over a period of time. And definitely the board, what you call the board today, is not fit to hold office. But this is a process that occurred. The board, over a period of time, of months, lost its force as a board. The enthusiasm I talked about dissipated. That's why some of us resigned, because we were not feeling that we're able to do the work we're supposed to do.
That's fine, Prof. Thank you very much. I understand that. And you've cited a number of reasons.
Yes.
As to why that happened.
Yes.
But I want to say, Prof, there is a bit of circumvention of absolute truth in your responses.
Mm-hmm.
You've alluded to criminal motives, but you didn't substantiate that. And I want to put it to you, Prof, that probably one of the primary reasons for this are those primary motives. And I want to ask you to unpack those primary motives, those criminal motives you spoke about. Thank you, Prof.
Yes. Honorable Koza, you will recall that I said that in the process of what you are doing now, you will be able to reach certain conclusions because of the facts that are before you. But you will avoid speculating and concluding on speculating. But you will follow through and check what could have been motives in this direction. When things happen the way that they happen, I would speculate and say what I've said, but I do not have the evidence. I am saying to you, you have instruments. You can access documentation. You can ask questions. You could even recommend a formation of another process that will be empowered to come out with answers such as this. And I think that's fair.
Okay, Prof. No, I understand you, Prof. I actually accept what you are saying. It's helping us to move forward. But maybe you might wish to tell us what was the role of the multi-choice deal, the TNA deal, the New Age, whatever deals that they were there, and the digital migration. What role did all these factors play in the failure of governance at SABC? Because it's well and good to say, to attribute all the failures to Saudi or the chair, the weaknesses of the chair. But there must be underlying motives behind the elevation of those individuals to this absolute totalitarian position. I fear a failed state. And that is why I want you to be honest with me, Prof.
I share the fear with you, ma'am. I share the fear with you, and I say that the questions you're asking are very important to ask. You know, you are involved in an inquisitorial process, which is supposed to take you in directions where you'd find such answers. And I think, and I'm not being facetious, ma'am, I cannot come here and be facetious. I'm saying, ma'am, you are on the right direction. You know, those issues from where I sit as a board member, those issues seem to have a very adverse effect in the dynamic in the organization. You know, the issues that you have pointed at seem to have rocked the organization. I refer to you to a very embarrassing situation of a minister, you know, feeling that he's been so pushed and so rejected and so confronted that he says, look, what is wrong here? You know, if you guys don't trust me, you know, and if you think I have a motive other than my motive as your shareholder representative, can I take a lie detector? That's a very big thing to happen. So I'm saying, ma'am, that you have the power as Parliament. Parliament has the power to follow this through, and I would advise that this must be followed. Chair, I think I can only go, I cannot speculate.
No, Khoza. No, your time is up. Mr. Swart.
Thank you. And I just want to endorse my colleagues that have commended you with your background. Thank you, Professor. I remember when you were still on Transnet and the good work that you've done.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe just as a brief comment,
Yes, sir.
if you can assist us with recommendations going forward, with your, in writing, not now, but in
Yes.
writing, you've made some very good comments here.
Yeah.
But dealing with this, I like the comment that you say some of these issues could be endemic to all SOEs.
Yes.
But now we're dealing with this particular SOE. And I would firstly like to ask you, have you been threatened or intimidated in any way
No,
before
sir.
you came out? No, not at all.
No, sir.
Okay, because we did hear of evidence last night of that, so I'm grateful for that.
No.
Secondly, then, I wanted to ask you to comment because you received a letter from the minister on Christmas Eve to give reasons out of the blue. Then when you responded, if I heard you correctly, she seemed to say no, but she didn't mean it to come to you. Can you just clarify that?
Through her advisor. Her advisor actually told me that no, it was not meant for you, Prof. I said, but I've called the minister, she's not responded. Please tell the minister I've been trying to call her. I need clarification because I want to resign if I don't get an answer. Yeah, and he came back to me on the phone and said, Prof, you know, the minister is shocked. She doesn't want you to resign. She's asking you to stay. I said, no.
Thank you, Prof.
I cannot get that from you.
But then there's another agenda at work here. How can it be that the minister is shocked and at this when she doesn't seem to know? It shows to me a dysfunctional ministry. Secondly, on the January, Mr. Krishnaidu testified the same thing here, that he received a similar letter, and that when he was driving, he says in January 2015, he received a letter. Whilst driving home, the minister called to apologize and said, I was an asset to the board and should not even contemplate resigning. He then goes further to say, this is a classic example of a dysfunctional ministry which compounded the problems of a dysfunctional SABC board. Now, surely, Professor Kumala, you'd agree with that there is not only what was going on at the board level and with the COO, Mr. Motswaneng, but also at a ministry level. There is something totally dysfunctional when a member of your asset, the minister doesn't seem to have known about those letters that were going.
Sir, I would take you back to my statement, and please, I'm going to ask you to take this statement very seriously. Shareholders or shareholder representatives should not be looked at outside the protocol that influences governance. They need training, they need orientation. I think for far too long in the public enterprises, this point has been ignored. The fact that a person yesterday becomes a minister, It does not mean that today they will know everything they need to know about business, about the Companies Act, and even other laws that govern the companies that they have been given responsibility for. They need to sit somewhere in government, whether it's the Department of Public Enterprises, the presidency, or whatever, a training program, an intervention that helps those people who are entrusted with these resources, with these assets, to exercise the role that shareholder representative exercise. Because some of the governance, in fact, is thwarted by by the impact of shareholder representatives. That's a very far-reaching statement, and I underline it, and I think it must be done.
You see, our role is to hold the minister accountable as well. And so we appreciate those comments. But we sit in with a dysfunctional SABC and what would appear a dysfunctional ministry. And so we appreciate those comments, but our role is exercising that oversight, and we need to look into that as a useful recommendation for going forward. So thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Swartz. Honorable Mhlanga.
Sawubona Mtungu.
Sawubona Baba. Mtunga.
Chair, the first question, just for clarity, who is the minister who wanted to take a lie detector?
Minister Yunus Karim.
Okay. The next matter, Chair, is, Prof, are you aware of the outcry by the worker community, especially the journalists at SABC? Point 1.2 of them, 1.2, sorry, of the staff workers, of staff members there, who are complaining about how Parliament, the board, and the minister have failed them.
Yes, I'm aware.
And where do we locate their complaint? Within the structure of SABC.
Can you clarify? They are the SABC.
Yes. You were responsible for REMCO as
HR and
chair.
Ramco. Okay.
Now I'm saying, for us to trace the unit, the board committee that is responsible to have dealt with these problems that we have, where would we locate it within the structure of
the situation of the SABC has much less to do with structures, with policies, etc. It has a lot to do with policies, with attitudes and behavior. You know, it's things that are being done or not done. You're dealing with a situation here. It was said yesterday that there has been an exodus of staff, including middle and some senior management. When you do not have sufficient people managing the organization, that situation you're referring to is going to get worse. It's not going to be cured by a board structure. It's going to be cured by making sure that there are people in place. I would say the people in HR and REMCO who are there now must address the skills report, the skills audit report that was discussed not long ago in Parliament. They must look at what needs to be done to strengthen the organization in terms of human resources.
There was a person who sat in the board, very junior official. Did it happen during your tenure? A person who was neither a CEO, a COO, nor...
Not in my time.
So, okay, during your tenure, Mr. Mtswening never sat in the board.
He was acting COO at the time.
At the time?
Yes.
Well, the information we have is that actually he sat there whilst he was a junior official, and he was actually dictating to board members. I assume it wasn't during your tenure.
It may have been during the interim board. You see, it's one of the things that if I missed it, I would be surprised, because we question things like that, you know. Even at the times that we have questioned the behavior of Mr. Mtswening, it was during board meetings. If, you know, if that happened and it was still junior to what he was during my term, it was maybe during the interim board time or in earlier board, in earlier board sessions.
The increments, do you know anything about the increments that happened outside the normal procedure?
That was before my time.
Oh, it was before your time. Okay. You are aware that SABC is a national key point and you have staff there that were never vetted.
I know that it is a national key point.
The staff issue and the vetting?
The vetting of staff is something that happens as a matter of course at different degrees and levels. There are functionaries and structures within the organization that address that.
I mean, I'm talking about your very senior people that are not vetted, your very people that are appointed by yourselves at the board.
And there's nobody who I am aware of who we appointed and who was not vetted. You know, the only person who was ever appointed during our time was Mr. Mtsweneng and also Mr. Matlala, who became the chief executive, I think, shortly before I left.
Chair, thank you.
Honorable Mukwena.
Thanks, Chair. Bob Kumar,
Yes, sir.
just help me understand the character of the minister that we're talking about here. You received a letter in December that said that you need to explain your non-dismissal. And then when you questioned later on, you were then told that the minister didn't seem to know anything about it. Mr. Naidu alluded to the same sort of process. And it seemed that there were many other board members who is this a minister who made the decision, or the decision seemed to come from somewhere else in your considered view?
You are tempted to wonder if this decision wasn't influenced somewhere else, actually. If she says that she doesn't know about it, you'll recall, sir, that the public statement that was issued by the ministry was that she had not received my resignation yet. The advisor knew about the resignation, and he actually pleaded with me to withdraw it. And even before I put it in, he pleaded me not to resign. So I think that, you see, if you want to speculate, you will see a number of possible a number of scenarios arising in terms. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I don't want to speculate too much. But there seems to be a trend of someone who didn't make the decision. It came to her from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Again, the appointment of Mr. Hlaudi as the permanent COO, a letter was presented to the board by the COO's representatives.
Well, by the chairperson of the board.
Okay, but it's a letter that came from the COO.
I think it was written by the COO's representative.
That's correct.
Yes.
It then occurs that at the meeting, a decision is made. Shortly after that, which is around 11 o'clock, the minister arrives and makes a speech to thank all of you for having made. In your considered view, again, is this a recommendation that came from the minister, from the board, or is it one that came from the COO himself?
We found it strange that the minister was actually on the premises and that she came in, and it did seem to be a manipulated process because it was strange in every respect.
Yeah, I'm painting a picture here, and the canvas seems to be telling me that the minister was not in control of what happened at the SABC. In fact, the minister got instructions from the COO. Am I on the right track from your considered view?
Mine is to give you the information that I've given you.
That's fine.
And you have powers that are greater than me.
No, that's
and
fine.
your scope is different.
The decision to investigate members of the board and other people within the SABC, and then the utilization of the Secret Service to investigate employees of the SABC. Was this matter discussed by the board, and what was the attitude of the board and
Not my board, not the board that not during my time, and not by HR and Ramco that I chaired. Because if it was discussed during my time, I definitely would have raised issue.
last question, sir. Okay, then everybody seems to be blaming the delegation of authority framework for the power that seemed to have lied with the COO. But in your tenure, the MOI had not been amended yet. But you speak of a CEO who was undermined by the COO. What then was the impediment of the board to correct such a situation and to, in fact, put the COO in line?
The board had become divided amongst the people who seemed not to allow for the COO to be called to order was the chair of the board.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Conker, thank you very much, Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Weighing in on what Honorable Fana Mokoena has just said now, is it not given, you said, for instance, Prof, that you had a conversation, a meeting with the minister, and later on you received a letter. And when you tried to do a follow-up, no one knew about the contents of the letter, about the fact that you'd receive a letter that said you could resign, or you should advise them of the reasons why you should not be removed as a member of the board, right? Is it therefore not, when you are speaking to the advisor of the minister, that is it therefore not plausible to argue that even the letter itself could have come from somewhere else other than the minister?
Except the letter bore what purported to be the minister's signature.
Thank you. I think you've answered my question. Prof, there is on page, I think it's page 3 of the document that you've submitted to the committee, the very first bullet point there, you say the chairperson did not serve as a unifier of the board and the chief executive officer was not empowered and the executives were uncooperative, right?
Yes, sir.
And then on page 7, you talk about the acting CEO stated that he was the SABC himself.
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question. Who were those executives who were uncooperative, firstly? Are you able to give us names?
Primarily, you know, it would be the COO.
The COO.
You know, I may have spoken in plural, but the real tussle for power with the chief executive was with the COO. You know, and people who challenged the CEO were not visible. The organization saw the theater of a COO, an acting COO who had usurped power from the chief executive.
Yes, I'm asking that question. I'll tell you why I'm asking that question. I think the uncooperative nature of the executive was demonstrated here a couple of weeks ago. So I wanted to find out who would be the ringleader in your view of that bad behavior or misbehavior, which is the uncooperativeness. But I think you've answered that question.
Yes.
I want to find out from you then, Prof, you talk about, I think it's on page 5, where you're talking about in this document that you've presented to us, which we thank you very much for doing that. You're talking about shareholder representatives needing orientation and training. What would, in your view, be the contribution of the shareholders or the shareholder representatives in the chipping away at the foundation of corporate governance principles at SABC? I know that you've cited inexperience as a contributing factor, but I think this point can be linked directly to what Honorable Koza said earlier, that out of this might also arise profit motives, the carelessness, the failure to do proper political oversight over the entity itself. I think you need to give us more details as to what would you say was the contributing factor. You know, what role did they play in the chipping away of the foundation of corporate governance principles?
A conscious role player in the chain of governance will be very conscious of the parameters and will not stray into areas outside their bounds, and will not allow people to come into the area to access them when they should not access them. Especially also be mindful of people who would be coming in to manipulate them or to cause them to behave in a manner that should not behave, they should not behave. For instance, I keep saying, as board members, we don't do, and I'm trying to underline the parameters of power and prerogative. And I'm saying here that, many people have approached me and they've spoken with me, and my port of call is the chairman. If I don't get the chairperson, I also talk to other board members, but I avoid a situation where I go out of bounds. So I think it's very important for shareholder representatives to be mindful of the fact that they should not be accessed by staff, that they should be accessed through the board, through the chairperson of the board, and that some of the things that we see make you wonder. Some of the things that you see make you wonder. This is why I'm making this recommendation, that this may be naivety, this may be inexperience, this may be unsuspecting response, but in order to sharpen the senses of a shareholder representative, train them, give them induction, give them orientation, and make them understand. Maybe Professor King must look more into that now. Maybe other people who are dealing with issues of governance must look at this more, because I don't think that it has been looked at enough. Can I just make a point?
Yes, follow up. Yes, you'll make that
No,
point.
Mr. Kwanka, your time is up, but you can make your point.
Yeah. I just want to stress that what we are dealing with here, you may be looking at now as parliamentarians as something that happens out there. But board members are interviewed, are assessed, and are recommended by a structure of parliament. And then they are forwarded to the appointing authority for appointment. I think it's very, very, very important that we look at the stringency of the appointment of board members. And we also should look at what happens to get board members to a level to perform their functions the way that they should perform. I don't think that Parliament should take shelter in the fact that this thing is happening there at SABC and the board and the minister. I think that Parliament must wonder, when we are all taking responsibility and we are all remorseful, I would like to call upon the relevant structures of Parliament to also take responsibility and be remorseful and look for ways in which they correct. How did it happen that certain people went through your net and you recommended them to the parliamentary, to the appointing authority, and they get appointed and these things happen?
Thank you, Prof. One question from my side, Prof. And it's just advice, maybe. I've been grappling with this thing since we started. The Companies Act, directors' liability is very, very sincere, is very, very severe.
Yes.
For the Companies Act.
Yes.
So my question that I'm grappling with, does resignation absolve you from liability? In other words, many of these things happened during your time, maybe, or during somebody else's time. Can we sit here and say, well, because Prof resigned, he's not liable according to the Companies Act? I just need to understand that, because it can't be that such rot happens under my watch. I leave the organization and I don't pay the price for it because I'm no longer theirs. I haven't understood it. With your experience, does resignation absolve you from your responsibility per the Company Act?
I think that I would take legal advice if I were you. Because if things happen at the time you are not there any longer, you cannot be responsible for those things. Yes, you could be looking for an answer if some of the things happened 2 years ago when a person is there. You know, that's a different question. You know, if a person resigns to run away, you're dealing with a different situation to a situation where people resign and then things happen after they have left. Those are two different scenarios. It cannot be that you have such a long tail that because you, once upon a time, you were in a board, whenever it turns this corner and that corner, you also go and take responsibility. I would think that a number of things must happen to you, including being paid board fees, including being insured. Then a board insurance must cover former directors as well, if that's the case, I would think. But I think this is a matter for lawyers. I don't have the competence to be more succinct in responding to that question, sir.
Siyabonga, Bab. Prof, as we have been saying, anybody from the SABC that is present here that would wish to pose a question? No? Prof, as we've been saying to everybody else during the course of these proceedings, this session with you might have come to an end, but ours runs until at least the 28th of February.
Thank you.
And I do know that members have asked you for some written advice in terms of recommendations and so on. So between today and the 28th, if there's anything that you'd like to bring to our attention or empower the committee with, please feel free to do so.
Thank you.
And if we don't see you between now and Christmas, may you have a very Merry Christmas and be blessed and have a prosperous New Year, sir. Thank you for attending.
Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thank you.
Very much. Honorable members, the next witness is here. We're running a few minutes late. We should have been halfway through that session, so I'm only going to allow a 2 minutes leg stretch and then we can start because we are running half an hour late. Thank you.
Mr. Shushu, can you, for the record, state your full
My name is Madoda Shushu. Former GD head of procurement for the SABC.
from which period? When did you
I effectively joined the SABC in April 2013 after I've gone through a vigorous interview by the board members, including the GCO. And my last formal day was, I think, end of October 2016, after I've gone through a suspension of 10 months. Advocate.
On the first page of your statement, in the second paragraph, you say that you have raised grave concerns regarding transactions which has had an indication of potential elements of maladministration, irregular and wasteful expenditure, fraud and corruption, improper conduct, and abuse of power.
Definitely, I did.
Can you take the committee through some of these transactions by identifying what the transaction was? Who were the participants in those transactions, and what gave rise to your observations? Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. Thank you, Chair. I must highlight that prior to my departure at the SABC, actually prior being suspended at the SABC, I have indeed raised grave concerns as the executive custodian of Procurement Division pertaining to transactions that were executed, number one, without procurement involvement. Some of them, they were executed, but then the obligation were not satisfied by the service providers. When I raised those concerns, I escalated to my GCO, who was at that point, it's Mr. Franz Matlala, and further escalated to the chief audit officer or chief audit, internal audit officer. The reason being that, when you acquire the goods and services, as I highlighted earlier on, there should be a multidisciplinary, teams that look into those acquisitions. And although that came, most of them they came as deviations, citing the agency of the requirement within the organization. I had mechanisms within my division whereby even if it's a deviation, we will run a desktop exercise just to ascertain the requirements by the business unit. In this case, some of them, they didn't reach my desk. The one that reached my desk, I realized that there was no fulfillment of contractual obligations, but the payments were effected, which was a serious concern for me that as an organization, and specifically having directors, executive directors, who have the fiduciary duties, to ensure that the organizations run efficiently and effectively. They have bypassed or avoided following the due process. So that was one of my major factors. And another thing that I've picked up is that I'll highlight one of the examples whereby I was summoned by the board subcommittee, I think it was government governance and ethics, pertaining to a process that unfolded for the acquisition of the HR service provider. The issue that was raised, which I didn't take it kindly because I knew for the fact that there was indeed a formal process that was followed, and there was a formal request that came through the GE HR, Mr. Jabulani Mabaso, for us to institute this process, only to find out that we got a directive to cancel. And I found it to be irregular because the reasons for cancellation, they were not in line with our regulation. But then the issue that was raised was that the cancellation was based on the fact that we have interfered with the board's issues. But what I did, I put my strong points to the board members of the subcommittee, which were represented by the chairman of the board, if I recall it, and the deputy was there, who is currently the chairman of the board, that I've discharged my duties effectively as the executive or head of procurement of the SABC. But what we did with the GE, we sat down and determined how can this be resolved without putting the organization's reputation at stake, because really, if you were to cancel an official commitment, it's upon the service providers, prerogative to take it up, legally. Be that as may, we initiated a process whereby we have to first test waters, and because the company, we had a very long-term relationship with them. We have a supplier relationship management, a strategy with them. We just tested waters, the company acceded to the cancellation. Yes.
This particular contract, had it gone through the entire governance structures?
Indeed.
And had those governance structures approved it?
Indeed.
Now, why did it have to go to the Governance and Ethics Committee? Did they have to approve this?
The reason that it went to them is basically the fact that the service provider that was going to be appointed was going to assist the board to acquire the services of employing the GCEO and the CFO. So, which is why they've raised the issue of interference by myself and the GEHR. Although that really unfolded, we closed the process as it was instructed, and because we have reached a consensus prior the official consultation with the service provider. But what concerned me there was that another process was followed subsequent to the cancellation, and the vendor was brought in to run the whole process. As a leader, you know, I had my general managers who are senior managers reporting to me. I've brought in a culture whereby I say, from time to time, we need to sample transactions, you know, just randomly, and identify any gaps if there are, in the process. Fortunately, this was one of the transactions that was sampled, and we picked up that there was also an irregular payment that was done on this particular service provider. As you know, when you go through the employment process, if it does happen that the organization fails to get the candidate, the service provider get an instruction to do a headhunting process. So this company built the SABC for headhunting, taking into account that the people that were appointed were internally.
I just want to get clarity. Mm-hmm. When the group executive HR sent you the instruction to initiate the procurement process for the service provider for the recruitment of both the CEO as well as the CFO, did he, at that stage, did he have the authority of the board to go source for a service provider?
Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure really, but what I know was that this was within the service that was sourced was within his powers of authority.
But at the time, was there a decision by the board to say we are now gonna embark on a process or recruitment drive to recruit a group CEO and the CFO?
Yes, indeed.
You then say that process that you and the GEHR had undertaken was stopped and cancelled.
Yeah.
Did I hear you correctly then that you say there was another process that was initiated? Now, who initiated that process?
My understanding was that there was no specific group executive that was involved. That is myself as the custodian of the process and the GEHR. Presumably, the board themselves handled that process without the key custodians.
Do you have any idea how the sourcing of that service provider went about?
Unfortunately not.
But ordinarily, in terms of the governance structures of the organization, the relevant portfolios would have been HR and procurement. Well, that's correct?
Indeed, it's basically HR and procurement. As I alluded earlier on, we ensured that we also bring the assurance providers, in our cross-functional team or bid evaluation committees.
You're referring to transactions in your statement. Surely that could not be the only one. Can you also tell the committee about other transactions?
Thank you, Chair. There are also instances whereby there was a service provider that was brought on board, as I highlighted earlier on, whom was expected to deliver This was basically a service provider to assist the organization to collect revenue streams from the exceptional clients, I'll put in inverted commas, who are pirate viewers. And on that contract, on the initial proposal to the EXCO, it was alluded to the fact that the focus will be mainly there. I then realized later that the same service provider was benefiting on the other streams, which they were capacitated to draw revenue as an organization. And I found that very odd that how can a presentation come to EXCO and later there was a contract that was put in place which is basically contrary to what was presented to EXCO.
So before we get confused, who is this company that HR and procurement had identified, which was later cancelled? What is the name of that company?
I'm trying to think of the name. I'll inform you. I forgot the name, but I'll tell you before we finish with the proceeding.
What is the name of the service provider that was appointed to the exclusion of HR as well as procurement? I'm asking that because you are saying on the transaction around the collection of revenue streams, the same company appeared there. So I need to know who is the same. And for me to know the same, I need to know who.
The company that was appointed for the pirate viewing collection was, I stand corrected, I think it was Lorna Vision. Lorna Vision. I'm still trying to put my head together around the, oh yes, for the HR services, it was Talent Africa.
Talent Africa.
Yes.
Now, is Talent Africa the one that HR and procurement identified?
It's the one that was awarded the business subsequent to the cancellation of the initial RFQ process that unfolded.
What were then the circumstances surrounding the procurement of services for Lorna Vision?
As I alluded earlier on, this came as a deviation request and also came as a pilot project which have certain milestones in order for the organization to execute payment.
Earlier on, you spoke about the requirements for a deviation. Can you, for the record, state those requirements?
In order to have a deviation to be approved by any organization, even the SABC, the request for deviation should be proven beyond reasonable doubt that it is either a sole source situation, it is impractical to source the goods, services, or works, or it is an emergency situation. Although when the requests come through the procurement, we have also put mechanisms to test the impracticality or emergency or that sole source situation. My concern is that if these are not satisfied, the transaction is null and void.
Let's then go back to Lorna Vision. You say it was a deviation. Did that transaction qualify, in your view, as a deviation?
I must say, these are one of those transactions that get slipped through EXCO. But it was pitched as a special vehicle that will assist the organization to increase revenue. And also it will assist us to tap into those pirate viewers that are not honoring their obligation to the organization. Taking into account that it was revenue linked, when applying our minds as a special vehicle, we thought that it would be appropriate to look into it. And we couldn't even have any other business case that I know of within the organization. So the fact that it was going to bring revenue, I was comfortable with that. But when I realized that there's some hidden agendas, I'll put it this way, in this contract, you know, which I was not really comfortable with, because I don't think there's any company director that would want to pay a service provider without satisfying the requirements or meeting the contractual obligation, which is why I've escalated this to the GCO and the internal audit. Moreover, I took it up. We basically took this to the step of reporting it to the statutory bodies. It went to the AG and National Treasury.
What happened then at the AG and the National Treasury? Was there ever an investigation around this particular transaction?
My understanding that yes, there was indeed, but I was already on suspension, so I couldn't follow it up. So it happened during the phase when I was on suspension. We took it up with those statutory bodies.
What other transactions were of concern, and what were the cause for concern?
One of the famous, I think everyone knows about it, it was in the public domain, was the acquisition of the studio. The studio also didn't follow procurement due process. It was irregularly awarded to the service to the supplier / vendor without my knowledge as the head of procurement. We're talking about a transaction of plus minus 43 million here, which was done outside procurement. And this happened after the DEF delegation of authority was amended, giving powers to the directors. And when I realized, actually when this was brought to my attention, I took it upon myself to question the GM in charge, including the GE, about this process. And I also highlighted the irregularities about this particular transaction and informed them that when it comes to my desk, I won't attach my signature on this one. You remember that there was also an announcement that went to the media through the television by our COO, Mr. Tlhaodi Motsoeneng, saying that, I'm not quoting him, I'm just saying that utilizing the procurement services is a waste of time in a way. So if you want to get something, we do it ourselves without procurement in a way. Maybe you can refer to that public statement where he spoke about this. And it was a very strange kind of announcement, taking into account that for the position, for this senior position of the organization, I wouldn't expect anyone announcing that kind of information in the public domain. Another one which I was not really comfortable with was the Sekela Xabiso. The Sekela Xabiso acquisition came through procurement through a division process again. And the CFOs citing the urgency of dealing with the irregular expenditure. Due to the pressures at that point in time, we couldn't even utilize our procurement toolbox, toolkit to test the market. Although they were appointed, my concern was that he gave assurance to the ExCo that this will resolve the irregular expenditure within the organization. It must also be noted that that was prior my initiative within procurement, whereby we've gone through a very extensive exercise in trying to get the documents which are relating to this irregular expenditure. And it must be noted by the House that those documents were historic documents. You will get to a point whereby you find a contract, but you don't get the whole end-to-end process, documentation. Or sometimes you will find a submission to ExCo or any other approval body that was signed, but you can't find contracts. And in that case, those transactions will be deemed to be irregular by any auditor that comes and audits the process.
My time is running up. I just want to touch on this important point. As Group Executive Procurement, you served at ExCo, is that correct?
I serve as the ExCo invitee, full-time invitee. But immediately after the departure of the GCO, Ms. Lulama Mokhobo, the powers reigned in the organization. And the COO, who claimed the transactions were pertaining to the audit services. As I alluded, they were assisting the organization to clear the audit matters. Over and above that, they were brought in for forensic audit services. It must be noted by the House that the same company has been submitting proposals to the organization, and the business was never awarded due to the fact that they couldn't meet the threshold. But when it came through deviation, the bill, I don't know, we even paid, I think we've paid around...
Oh, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Let me understand this. You're saying Sekela Xabiso provided audit services?
Yes, Chairman.
Are you sure?
Audit, yes. Assisting in clearing the audit matters, yes, Chair, including the forensic audit.
I'm raising that, honorable members. You'll recall that this was one of the documents that SABC said they can't give to us because of it may have a negative impact on the commercial interest, sent by a lawyer. Will not provide on the basis of privilege and because their disclosure may negatively impact on the SABC's commercial interest. You saying to this committee under oath that the major part of this Sekela Xabiso was audit services?
Yes, Chairman.
And therefore you're saying to this committee that there is no basis for a law firm speaking on behalf of the SABC to say to Parliament that disclosure or to provide this document to Parliament will negatively impact. Before you answer, I want you to be very careful what you're saying. A law firm sent a letter to Parliament on behalf of the SABC indicating that they will not release that document to Parliament because it will have, the their disclosure may negatively impact on the SABC's commercial services. That is what the lawyers of SABC said to this committee, denied Parliament access to that report. You are saying to me, sir, that the major part of that contract was audited.
Chairperson, to my knowledge, yes, indeed.
Sir. You've got 5 minutes, Boti.
All right, just the first question, Klegas. You're saying on the point about the change of reporting lines without any formal board resolution being availed to the HOP, the COO and the CFO announced the board decision to effectively change the procurement reporting lines.
Indeed.
Now, the question I want to ask is that in the previous presenter did make mention of the fact that the executives were uncooperative. What was by the CFO, you're referring to the current GCO, right?
Definitely.
Can you give us an indication of the relationship between the two before he became the CFO of the institution? How well did they work together?
If I hear correctly, you're referring to the relationship between the CEO and the COO.
Correct, the COO and the current CEO.
Yes.
Who used to be the Chief Financial Officer.
My understanding is that the current GCO was brought in by the COO to assist his office pertaining to governance matters. He was later appointed as the acting CFO, and then he went through the process of interview, then appointed as the CFO, and currently is the GCO. In a nutshell, he worked in the office of the COO prior being promoted to the other roles.
I'm asking you that question, sir, because you're saying prior to your suspension by the CFO, you realized that there was a flood of transactions in the estimated total of 100 millions of rands. In essence, I think it goes back to the point we made or was trying to make earlier, to say you have a COO and a CFO or CEO currently, and the COO work together to try and loot the state institution, that is the SABC. You don't have to answer to that, obviously. It's a very strong, serious allegation. And that is where then the seed and the problem that has to do with this uncooperative nature of the senior management, whether you deal with it here in Parliament or on other issues in general, including the issue that has been cited by the chairperson of the board. So what are the transactions? Then the question. The size you've estimated 100 millions of rands. Are there other transactions which are of substantial amounts that you know of that you could cite as an example where there were clear flouting of corporate governance principles and issues that have to deal with the PFMA?
One of other unauthorized transaction was the one that the CFO then, which is the current GCO, engaged on a contract without being authorized to do so. Immediately after the DEF was amended, it was a year after the DEF was amended, the division request came through for approval. We also discovered that when we did our sampling testing. But also what worried me there was the fact that there was, over and above that, there was an increase of contract value by 17%. The contract was for 82 million, but the request for payment was around 10 million.
That's all from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mokwana.
Thanks, Chair. I'm interested in two contracts. The first one, the acquisition of the studio. You said it was to the value of 43 million, and it was outside procurement processes.
Indeed.
Who was it awarded to?
The company that got the business irregularly,
Yeah.
I must just emphasize on that,
Yeah.
was Vision View.
Vision View. And who awarded the contract? Who signed it off?
If my mind serves well, It was the GE TV, Ms. Verona Duwaka, that signed the award. No, I stand corrected. It was the GE, I'm not sure what role she is now. She's
Actually,
the
not- that's
project manager in the office of the GCO currently. I forgot. Oh, she's the acting CEO right now. Sorry.
Actually, no, let me ask you this question. Who gave the instruction for, if you know, for this contract, for this transaction to happen?
I'm not quite sure, but what I know is the fact that it was discussed in one of the meetings, and they've decided to put through the division request, which was signed outside procurement, a division.
Okay.
Yes,
And then,
and I also like to emphasize on the fact that when you award a tender, prior awarding the tender, we also do some checks and balances as procurement, and we go to the extent of checking the director status. But on this one, we've never got the opportunity to do that.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thanks. And then, Sekela Xabiso, what was the value of the contract?
I'm not quite sure of the values total, but I remember the first one I think was around, I stand corrected, 5 million. And to my knowledge, they've got extensions, 3 extensions to try and resolve the audit issues. And apparently currently they are still working there to still try and resolve those audit issues.
So they failed and then they failed.
Extension, yes.
Who signed off on this?
The sign-off was the CFO then, Mr. James Aguma, who is the current GCO.
Yeah.
And again, I will also like to highlight that there are elements of conflict of interest on both the PwC and the company, the one that took it now. Sorry? Sekela Xabiso, yes, yes.
No, it's fine. And according to company law, these are legally chargeable cases.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Mahlanga.
Chair, thank you. Just for clarity, you were saying who were you reporting to, and you ended up reporting to who?
Initially, on my appointment letter, I was appointed to report to the GCO, which was Ms. Lulama Mokhobo then.
Yeah.
And later, when the announcement came, my reporting lines were changed to the CFO, who was Mr. James Aguma then.
Okay. On page 5 of your statement, you refer to, on bullet number 3, to potential leadership abuse of power in committing the organizations to millions of rands. Who are you referring to here?
The leadership I'm referring to is the COO and the CEO and the current CEO, who was the CFO then.
And same page down here, towards the end of the of the paragraph, you say the defiance of directors on a regular basis, or on regulatory and legal aspects. Who are you referring to here?
I'm still referring to the COO and the CFO then, Mr. James Aguma.
Also, you've just changed the what it called. Okay,
Okay.
fine. And then on the page, on page 6, what are you saying here? At the top of the page, the board of directors failing to exercise their fiduciary duties. What, in actual fact, are you talking about?
What I'm implying here is basically the fact that when the studio was acquired, it was quite clear that it was acquired irregularly. And from the directors, non-executive directors' perspective, I would have expected them to act promptly to either stop the process or deal with it, decisively. but I've never had any non-executive director, talking about the acquisition of the studio. So that was also one of our major concerns, that they failed to basically, execute their duties as the board of directors.
As a practitioner, if you pick up problems, how do you communicate your concerns in the system?
On this particular transaction that I've referred to, they were escalated to the GCO, Mr. Franz Matlala, who was fairly new. This was after Mr. Matlala received an inquiry from the National Treasury pertaining to the allegations around the acquisition of the studio. It must be noted, when you say studio, we talk about the set, not the studio. Set, the look and feel of what was procured. And when I investigated about this acquisition, the technical team highlighted the fact that it's not a studio, it is the set. And this came after we have gone through a formal sourcing process, I stand correct again, for Studio 1 and 2, who, when I checked with my fellow colleagues, mentioned that it was intended for the use of those studios. And I said, I stand corrected. But I've checked with them, they said to me, indeed, those studios were acquired for that purpose. But then that process was also canned by the COO.
Do you know of the relationship that has occurred between SABC and AN7? Procurement of, you don't?
No, I was not involved at that level, but I know that there was an acquisition of, there was a deal that was between SABC and MultiChoice about the archives, something like that, yes.
So your section is not involved in that?
No, not really. I was not involved on those kind of transactions. Some of the executives were kept out on those kind of sensitive transactions.
No, I think the question is, your section, is it not supposed to be involved in that kind of a transaction?
As an executive, I presume that I should be part of that process, but I was kept out of the process.
After the, okay. Chair, I think those are the questions I would want to, or you're saying the 43 million issue was signed off by Aguma, you say?
Not really. I'm not sure other approvals that came, but I remember that the submission, it was signed by the current acting COO. I think Miss Bessie. I don't know the surname.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very
Chukwana,
much.
yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart.
It appears obvious that your division became a hindrance to certain people that wanted to enter contracts of their own that resulted in amendments to procedures and sidelining your total division, which would, in my view, be a total breach of the Public Finance Management Act. Would you comment on that, and do you believe that there have been serious breaches of the Public Finance Management Act?
Indeed. The PFMA regulation was breached accordingly.
Would you refer in your statement to, on page 9, you say, I realized there was a flood of transactions in the estimated total of, is it 100 million rand in that region, or hundreds of million? I would presume it's 100 million rand.
I picked up the 100 million rand, and I'm sure by now the figure has increased significantly.
Can you provide this inquiry with a full list of transactions, as far as your memory serves you, with documents you might have? Because we need to get, you speak about some of the transactions, pirate TV licenses, audit services, studio acquisition, and you don't have to give it today, but in writing, so that we can get closer to the nub of the exact figures. Because we also see that irregular and wasteful expenditure, according to the Auditor General, has increased. And yes, that doesn't mean it was all illegal transactions, but one of the indications of the Auditor General's report is a lack of adhering to procurement processes, which seems to substantiate what you've been saying today.
Will do.
Then, could you also give me, I didn't quite follow the contract relating to the headhunter, the executive position or whatever, billing the SABC, and then appointing a person internally was appointed. I find that absolutely shocking.
Did.
Can you give us more information about who the person was appointed? That's the first issue. Then secondly, you indicated a person that was appointed for a 6-week period on 170,000 K or something, and now it's a year later, 4 million. Who was that person? Who was that person?
The lady's name, I'm just trying to think of her surname, was Ayanda Mkize. That's the lady's proposal that came to ESCO that was declined. And then the second point, you said the appointments that were done, it was for the GCO and the CFO.
And there was a bill from a headhunter's company.
Indeed.
But whilst there was an internal person appointed, so they did no work.
Indeed, that's irregular appointment, yes, indeed.
And then the last issue, that 17% increase of that contract fee. Just explain that. You, obviously, a process went through for a contract, it comes to your desk for payment, and suddenly you see an escalation of 17%. What would, I mean, that sounds to me outrageous. Have you ever experienced something like that before?
Basically, what transpired here, as I highlighted here, this was an unauthorized transaction that was done by the CFO then, Mr. Aguma. Subsequent to that, after a year, a request for division came through for approval for an amount of 8.2 million. At the stage of invoicing, it came as 10 million instead of 8.2 million, based on the works orders that we've looked at when we did our due diligence as procurement leadership.
Thank you, Chair. So, is my time up? 30 seconds. So you would agree that what you have experienced, and please provide us with that additional information,
Will do.
is very serious in view of corporate governance and adherence to the Public Finance Management Act.
Will do.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Koza.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Shushu, I first of all want to acknowledge that you were holding such a difficult position, especially when confronted with that kind of governance failure. Having said that, I just want you to confirm something with me, because there's something that I'm reading from the Auditor General statements and what happened during your tenure. You came at SABC in 2013, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time when you came at SABC, the irregular expenditure was put at over 3.4 billion, at close to 3.4 billion by OIG, ne?
Did, ma'am.
The following year, it went down drastically to about 400 million.
My understanding, I think I must highlight that, is that we had a very extensive exercise that we initiated as leadership in trying to gather the necessary information pertaining to irregular expenditure.
Okay.
And that process did not necessarily then yield any positive results. So I'm not quite sure where does this figure is linked to, because when I left, I was not part of the whole process of the audit. I'm not quite sure, and I'm not sure what was the Sekela Xabiso intervention in terms of assisting the organization.
Okay.
Yes.
No, don't worry, sir. What I wanted to say to you, I wanted to say some of the statements that you are making in your statement is collaborated by the Auditor General. Is that correct? Because I see that there were payments of contracts without due processes, and there are all sorts of issues like that. Is that correct?
Indeed.
Now, the issue around the human resources that you were suspended on, was that part of the purge as far as we are concerned against you?
I must say, I'm one of the leaders that took a stand when dealing with matters of supply chain management. And any irregularities, irrespective whether I'm in a meeting or they come to the desk, I dealt with them decisively. So I presume, yes, indeed, it was purging. And what is worse is the fact that subsequent to my suspension, my 2 GMs were also suspended.
Who replaced you? And possibly their credentials.
If I might just finish this particular particular component
no
first.
problem.
Subsequent to the suspension, my GMs were also suspended. And both of my GMs took the matters to the CCMA. And it happened that one of my GMs got a verdict. In a nutshell, he won the case against the SABC. And SABC was instructed to pay him an amount of 170,000, you know, for his suspension. Your question again, can you repeat the one that you asked me now? I just want to, the last one.
No, I wanted to know who replaced you.
Oh,
because
yes.
that's very important to me, and I also want to know the credentials of that person.
From information that I've gathered.
In fact, what I want, let me make it clear for you. When people are being purged, usually there is a motive, an ulterior motive behind it, and they will tend to be replaced by other people. I don't want to be giving you, to be putting words into your mouth.
In my area, basically, from what I've gathered, the 2 acting positions that came after my suspension, the first one was within the division of the COO, and the second one was still within his division, but it's the gentleman that worked for him as a GM in the SO office. He's currently the one that's responsible for the SABC procurement division. So they were his reporting lines in a way.
Chair, my final question to you, sir. On page 13, you are saying there were contracts that were awarded unfairly to the same service providers. Could you kindly give us the names of those service providers? Thank you.
The first one, as I've highlighted, which I strongly believe that there's irregularities, it's Sagara Claviso. The second one, it's Lona Vision. There's one that I'm forgetting here. I'm trying to think. I think the list that I'll provide, it will show you all the details of the service providers.
Thank you. Honorable Oliwe.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Shushu, you were suspended for 10 months. After all that, you decided to resign. What triggered your decision to resign?
After my GM operation went through the CCMA, when he got a verdict, as I highlighted earlier on, there were new charges that they dropped the ones that, you know, he wanted a CCMA, and they brought in new charges. And I felt that, you know what, now it's final. And in actual fact, I was advised by I got counsel from my lawyer that this is going to drag for a long time, taking into account that there's new charges now that are coming through. So indeed, they didn't want me back in the office.
In the last paragraph of page 12, you are talking about a sideline award to specific companies. Which companies are those, and what were they awarded for?
Here, I'm trying to highlight the fact that, you know, there is indeed governance failure within the SABC. The awards here happened when there was an open tender process. You see, when there's an open tender process, you cannot do a second process. You know, you need to allow this one to be concluded and then come up with a second process. In this particular case, the companies that tendered in the RFP, it was called an RFP document for content. They were eliminated in the evaluation process. So the same companies went through, I'm not sure whether they've approached the COO, and then they were given a special platform to present their content in the presence of the COO, CFO, GE TV, I'm not sure of other members, and they got an instruction to give business to these particular companies. The only company name that I remember now, I can provide you the other number, the company name is Sofila. That's what I remember. Sofila was the company that got the business, which was initially eliminated in a formal RFP document, RFP process.
Your statement is dominated by the terms maladministration, wasteful expenditure, poor governance, abuse of power. Was this drawn to the attention of your superiors as well as the board, and who were the culprits that were perpetrating all this?
Both both the non-executive directors and the executive directors, but the board mainly on the element of HR services, but the rest of the transactions was mainly the COO and the CFO.
Thanks, Chair.
I thank you, Honorable Van Der.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Shushu, I'd like to focus on the happenings around the Vision View studio, because that's what precipitated your suspension, your staff suspension, and also the former CEO, Mr. Franz Matlala. Excuse me. Now, Hlaudi Motsoeneng famously said, I have a problem with tenders. If people want to do business with the SABC, they must come talk to me and we'll do business with them. Now, the delegation of authority framework was amended around the time of the Vision View studio and other deals. Would you say that I would be correct in assuming that the DAF was amended to specifically, amongst other things, allow Mr. Motsoeneng to procure the studio or the set, as you said, and those other deals?
I'm not quite sure really whether was that was for that purpose, but what I know is the fact that the flood of transactions with irregularities came immediately after DEF was approved.
All right. I'd also request that you give us that list of those tenders. I think that's going to be very, very important.
Will do.
Now, after Vision View, there's a Treasury investigation that started, and Mr. Matlala decides to cooperate with National Treasury. And I'm assuming you might have cooperated with National Treasury too. What is the response of Mr. Motsoeneng to this Treasury investigation and your cooperation, as well as Mr. Matlala's cooperation?
And unfortunately, I didn't get the opportunity to speak to him or the current GCO with regards to the Vision View. What I know is the fact that the GCEO, Mr. Matlala, then assigned the chief internal audit to investigate internally, who was also later suspended. And she left the organization. So in a nutshell, I didn't hear anything from both the current directors, two current directors.
No, specifically Mr. Motsoeneng, to this Treasury investigation that was started, did he express any anger or?
He never engaged me in this regard.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Now, as we have it in the information that's in the public domain, the day before Mr. Matlala was due to be interviewed by Treasury on this investigation, he was suspended. And then this investigation kind of stalled because National Treasury couldn't find people to give information about the studio deal. Do you know whether that investigation did go ahead?
If my mind serves well, I was also served with the letter of intention to suspend 3 days after Mr. Matlala was suspended, and a week later, I was also suspended. As I alluded earlier on, the matter was further escalated to Treasury with other, transactions that I spoke about earlier on, and if I stand corrected again. If my mind serves well, I think Treasury did ask SABC to provide the documentation, and then I think Mr. Matthews was the one who acting as the CEO.
My last question. So you reported to Mr. Aguma. What was the relationship between, the nature of the relationship between Mr. Aguma and Mr. Motsoneng? Were they buddy-buddy? Did they back each other and protect each other? What was their relationship?
I'm not quite sure how to put this, but what I know is the fact that Mr. Aguma reported to the COO prior him being the CFO, and I presume that surely they had a very good relationship.
All right, thank you very much.
Pleasure,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chair. What we are dealing with, we're dealing with the corruption, maladministration, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, looting of SABC resources, which is public money. Now that you are in possession of that information, as you promised the committee that will help, what did you do after you resigned with such information at your disposal, or knowledge, or knowing that there's so much corruption that is happening there? What did you do?
As alluded earlier on, the matters were escalated to the statutory bodies, which is AG and National Treasury.
Then what is the response if these matters? Can you be specific, therefore, on that note? At what level of AG and National Treasury have you escalated these issues?
It went to the senior management.
Do you know specifically, can you share with us the people that you gave for us to be able to make a follow-up at some point, if need be?
It was a long time ago. I can provide you with the names of the individuals that we had a meeting and presented the cases to them.
Okay. Now with the, in fact, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Kilian.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would just like to take the matter of the very serious, ostensibly very serious matters of non-compliance, which borders onto looting at the SABC, one step further. You have resigned after you realized that there's no future for you there, they don't want you there. But in the meantime, it has become evident that those who wanted to have compliance are gradually being sidelined. Have you perhaps considered to lay a charge in terms of the Prevention of Corrupt Practices Act? And secondly, the Auditor General told us, with a view to future investigations, and the Auditor General told us that they couldn't lay their hands on very important documentation. Do you know that there was a deliberate attempt by those who had access to those documents to not submit it to the Auditor General?
Honorable, I must just clarify the issue of resignation. In actual fact, there was a mutual separation between myself and the SABC. So it was not just a resignation. It was an agreement that we reached between the two parties. The charges being reported, I've never contemplated doing that, taking into account that these were escalated to the Section 9 institution, which is the AG and the National Treasury. Documentation, unfortunately, I won't have the details of the documentation, but I can provide you with the report which I'm high-level documentation that shows that these were the issues that I had with this specific vendor, and requested the statutory body to further investigate and take appropriate action.
You see, Mr. Sushu, why I'm concerned about it is if you look at the annual report of the SABC, your photograph is still here as head of procurement. And clearly, you don't want to be associated. You don't want that on your record. So I think it would be appropriate that you cooperate with the authorities so that they can drill down to the bottom of what is going on at the SABC and the irregular awarding of contracts. Can you tell us of a special meeting or a round-robin resolution that was suddenly called to approve the Vision View procurement of services? It was on the 31st of July 2015.
Honorable, I must say, when the approval was executed, it was during the period when I was no more participated at the EXCO meetings. So I wouldn't know the details of the meeting that was held.
But can you just confirm that that was actually ex post facto? The arrangement already was concluded, the contract was signed with Vision View, etc. It was actually done after the event?
Yes, indeed. It was an ex post facto.
Chairperson, I'm through.
Thank you very much. You're not going to get away so lightly, sir. The current acting GCEO, do you know what profession he holds now? Is he a chartered accountant?
Yes, indeed, Chairperson.
Thank you. And you indicated just now to us that the National Treasury investigation, somehow internal audit were involved in looking at it. I'm assuming internal audit would report to the audit committee and the audit committee would take it to the board. Eventually, I would assume it will get to the board via the audit committee, subcommittee of the board. How does that matter get escalated to the board?
Unfortunately, I have no idea in terms of what transpired.
No, I'm asking the natural process. It will go to the audit committee or the internal audit committee and then to the board. Is that how it will get to the board?
Yes, that's how it should flow. I agree with you.
Thank you. Honorable members and maybe to you, sir. There's a document that we request from the board. They say that document is unavailable because it will provide competition to the opposition or is sensitive. You've said under oath that that document or that company in the main did audit work and continues to do audit work now, and you say that there is a potential of conflict of interest. You'll respond or correct me in that case. That document hasn't come to Parliament. We ask for the audit report. That document doesn't come to Parliament. All that information is shared by an audit or a law firm, Lucky Tsekiso, to Parliament, saying those documents are not available, they can't give them to Parliament, or else, in the one case, they can't give it because they don't have it, and the other case, it's sensitive documents. I want you, before you answer me, sir, because your answer is going to have serious ramifications on the reputation of a law firm and on the reputation of a chartered accountant. Are you saying to me that they reasons in your mind, because they will answer when they come here, but where you're sitting, that there is no reason why we should not have got that document that was done by Sikelo? And are you saying to me that in your mind that the audit committee report should be made available to Parliament? To Parliament. Those two we've requested, and we received in no uncertain terms that those documents aren't coming to us. I just want to get it from you because I think there must be consequences. And that's why I'm asking you, if you're not sure, you rather not answer me, because it's going to have major impacts. Is there anything why we should not have received that Sikelo document, and is there any reason why we should not have received the audit report?
Chairperson, I'm not quite sure what are the reasons that led to the Parliament not receiving the documents, but I'm not aware of the competition document that you're referring to. It may have happened after my departure. But when I left, I know for a fact that the services that were rendered by Sekela Klabiso then was audit services and forensic audit. Other than that, I'm not aware of any other service that they've rendered.
Anybody from SABC that wants to respond or challenge what has been said? No? Mr. Shushu, thank you very much. That is the end of your session.
Thank you, Chair.
As we say to everybody else, it might be the end of yours, but not the end of our session. We carry on until around about the 28th of February if members behave themselves between now and February. So if anything crops up between now and the 28th of February, please feel free to share that information with us, including the documents that members have asked for. If those documents could come to us sooner rather than later, because it will be part of our report. So we'd be looking forward to those documents as soon as possible via the company secretary and not directly to members who requested it. And the committee secretary, yes, via the committee secretary. You interrupted me, man. Geseënde Kersfees en voorspoedige nuwe jaar.
Merry Christmas and prosperous New Year too.
Honorable members, we were supposed to meet at 2. The boss next to me says to me she's going to negotiate that we meet at 2:30. So it'll give us about an hour to stretch our legs. I'm sure she will then talk to the next witness is supposed to be the company secretary, Ms. Heldenes. So if we could be in our offices in this room promptly at 2:25. We start at 2:30 with the company secretary, and then thereafter with Professor Maguve. So we'll break until 2:30, till 2:25. Thank you very much. And to our guests up there, we should have greeted you before, but you're more than welcome. This is a committee in session, and we are happy that you are showing interest in the work of Parliament, so you are more than welcome. Oh, by the way, the boss is full of nonsense today. Before you have lunch, all of you, can we go to V8? Members of Parliament, can we meet in V8? V8.
there were issues of process related to the HR policies that had not been complied, HR processes that had not been complied with.
May I respond to that? The appointment of executive directors does not go through the normal HR processes per se. The role of advertising, etc., stand, but the board does the appointments through appointing agencies to do headhunting and searching for the candidates for that, and they then recommend. It doesn't go through our normal HR processes. It is a board procedure.
My question is,
Yes?
in terms of the policies of the SABC, a position has to be advertised.
Correct?
In other words, there has to be a recruitment process.
Correct?
There was no such process in respect
That's
of
correct.
this.
That's correct.
Now, you're not a decision maker at the board, you play an advisory role.
Correct.
When you saw the board going astray in terms of complying with the policies, did you advise them?
I was not given an opportunity to advise. The chairman of the board, as I mentioned, Ms. Shabalala, went straight in and did everything that was done. It was as much as a surprise to me as it was probably to all other members.
I'm saying you at a meeting and your board is busy acting inconsistently with the policies of the organization. You're playing an advisory and governance issues. Did you not deem it appropriate at that meeting to raise this issue?
It would have been appropriate, but you had to be in the meeting to understand the procedures that were taking place. It was not a matter of you being able to stop the chairman to say to her, you're not doing the right thing. She was a very forceful person that would not accept any advice from any other person.
The current position that you occupy, group executive,
Governance and assurance.
how did you get that position?
I wanted to retire because, as is, you know, I'm of retirement age. Although my contract expires on 30th of April 2017, my intention was to go on pension, and I was requested to fill this position in order to pass on skills to get somebody, as part of the succession planning, to upskill people so they could take over that position. The position that of the group executive governance and assurance is a short-term appointment. It is not a 5-year contract, as is the norm.
Let's quickly go through the round-robin decisions.
Yes.
Would you agree with me that in a round-robin setup, members of the board are ordinarily deprived of the benefit of other members inside?
It depends on the particular circumstance. A majority of our round-robin approvals are matters that had served at a board and were statutory matters that had to be approved, for instance, our quarterly report and submissions to the AGM, where the members were all provided with copies of the documents that had to be submitted. The time that we did have to do a round-robin was when the board was not quorate, and the board would sit and they would discuss the particular item, and because there was no quorum, it was agreed that the matter could be approved on a round-robin basis. There was one particular quarterly report where that opportunity could not arise, and the report had to be submitted to avoid an audit issue. At the subsequent meeting where the round-robin was ratified, members had the opportunity to provide input, and we then had to submit a revised quarterly report to the minister.
Ma'am, I didn't ask you about the decisions that were taken through round-robin.
Yes.
I'm asking you, in the case of a round-robin decision,
Yes.
is it accurate to state that individual members of the board are deprived of the benefit of other members' contributions?
That's why I responded the way I did, because it depends on the type of resolution that is taken on a round-robin basis. for instance, a quarterly report, all people's input is important. All the directors' input is important, and where that is not done in a group sitting, there is a deprivation to other members. But with regard to a statutory matter, for instance, matters that are going to the AGM, for instance, which is the appointment of the auditors and the appointment of the audit committee members, those matters are discussed in the audit committee prior to the submission. So they are not as involved as our quarterly reports.
After the Supreme Court of Appeal, in respect of Mr. Mutswaneng's case,
Yes.
there was a resolution, a draft resolution that was circulated for round-robin decisions. Is that correct?
Correct, correct.
That matter had never served before the board members before.
No, it didn't. That's one of the instances where they could not have a discussion.
Now, in those instances, board member X would not have had insight of or the benefit of the wisdom of other board members, either to persuade them or to be persuaded by them. Is that correct?
Correct.
In respect of your governance and how you took decisions, my understanding was that round-robin decisions required the same number of votes. It was just a majority decision.
That's correct. It's a majority decision.
There was no higher threshold.
No, it's the Companies Act allows for the majority of members to be able to approve a matter on a round robin. A round robin, the Companies Act gives you the opportunity, particularly when there's a space between meetings, that you can approve something that comes up.
As the person that was advising on governance issues, forget about what the Companies Act says.
Okay.
In view of the fact that some of the decisions would require round robin and on matters that had never served before the board, didn't you think it appropriate to advise the board to increase the threshold for a decision to be taken through a round robin?
The threshold is included in the Memorandum of Incorporation. It is set by the shareholder. So if I go and ask for a higher threshold, I'm contravening the MOI.
Now, you're not going to go to the shareholder. You are advising the board that for these reasons, in the interest of good corporate governance, this is your advice. Why haven't you done that if you did not do it? If you had done it, when and at which meeting?
You're talking about me advising them on the threshold of the MOI, of the approvals of round robins?
Yes.
I have not advised them on that because we adhere to the requirements of the MOI. That is the statutory document for companies to adhere. The levels of what you do is set out in your Memorandum of Incorporation.
The documents
Yes,
that the committee requested from you,
yes,
I understand you're an employee of the board, and the chairperson of the board says do not submit the documents.
yes.
You have an advisory role. Did you try and establish from the chairperson what were the reasons?
The reasons for the chairperson not releasing the documents was because of the legal advice he received. And based on the advice that was provided, it was felt that certain documents could not be released.
No. The documents, you initially received a letter requesting the documents. And those documents were not furnished.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, why were those documents not furnished?
Because on the advice of legal advice received by the chairman, he recommended that they do not get furnished until such time that the clarity was received in terms of what had to be provided.
Up until the time that you were served with summonses demanding those documents, you have not made any contact with the committee.
It is not in my purview to contact the committee. The protocol and the proper way of doing things is through the chairman, and the chairman through the minister to contact the committee.
But your role is to advise your chairman.
My role is to advise the chairman.
Did you advise the chairman that, Chairman, we had received a letter from Parliament? We've sought advice. There are certain issues that we cannot disclose. Therefore, we need to inform Parliament that we can't disclose this document. Did you do that?
I did that, and that is why a letter was submitted to Parliament to inform them of the issues that were not going to be submitted to Parliament.
The memorandum of incorporation
Yes,
gave away certain powers of the board to the executive directors.
correct.
Was that a good governance practice?
In terms of most companies, that is an operational matter. The appointment of executives within a company is done by the executives of the specific company. In terms of the SABC, there was a lot of kick-in against it, and I cannot say the reasons why that was done. That was done by our shareholder. I received a copy of the final memorandum of incorporation, and my role was to ensure that our governance documents were in line with the statutory documents. Included in the DAF, I specifically included a safeguard which stipulates, sorry if I may just refer you to the DAF, and it's clause G4, G4, G5, G6. And there's a section, the business context sets out that the appointments of all employees is subject to human resources appointment processes, budget approval for the position, the powers to appoint and discipline, and it must be in line with any policy of the HR department.
There's evidence before this committee that subsequent the amendment of the MOI and the subsequent amendment of DEF, there was purging of senior executives.
That does not fall under my watch or anything like that. It's outside of the board matters that I deal with.
I'm raising this because initially these executives had to be appointed by the board, and their disciplines had to be attended to by the board in terms of the old MOI. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, subsequent to the amendment, there is an exodus of senior executives. It no longer concerns the board. I get your point. Did it concern you?
Can I reserve answer on that, please? Because
No, you can't.
I can't.
No, you can't. Answer all questions.
A lot of the people who have left, I heard when they left, after they'd left. I heard about their leaving after people have left. So the circumstances and the conditions in which they have left, I am not aware of, and I did not participate in the purging of any of these staff members.
Some of these employees that left
Yes.
were reported in the media, and the circumstances under which they left were reported in the media.
Does not fall under me either. I am not part of the communication area. That is a specific department that does media releases. It is not part of the company secretary's duties.
The point I'm asking, ma'am, is you might not officially have known that so and so left. You might not have known the circumstances surrounding the departure of that particular individual in your official capacity. Do you understand me?
Correct.
Reading in a newspaper article that ex-so-and-so was an executive, or 8 executives have left the SABC and these are the circumstances. Have you ever read something to that effect in the media?
I saw the leaving of the 8 executives on television. Briefly, when I watched the news, I saw that. How they left and the reasons for them leaving was the statement was that they left because of not being able to publish matters relating to the burning of property and etc. And they were dissatisfied, and that is why all that process was followed and done, whatever was done there. But as I say again, that does not fall into my role as the company secretary at the time and to advise the board of it.
The public protector report,
Yes?
how was it handled by the board?
The board took a decision to split the public protector's report to the various committees. They set up a committee of chairs with the chairpersons of each of the committees that were dealing with the report, which was the HR committee, the social and ethics committee, the audit committee, and the deputy chairperson at the time, Professor Maguve. They formed the committee of chairs, and they then had a terms of reference for that committee, and they went through the report and then reported to the board on what their recommendations were. There was quite a bit of conflict between what was going on there. Certain people wanted something to go one way, and a lot of people wanted it to go a different way. And that was the story of the Public Protector's report. It's one of the biggest rifts of the SABC board.
There's evidence before this committee that Ms. Ellen Chabalala, on receipt of the interim report from the public protector, she did not table it at the board meeting, but she took it upon herself to respond. Were you aware of that?
I was not aware of her responding. I was not aware that there'd been an interim report because it did not come via the company secretary's office at all. In fact, even the main report, I got a copy through one of the board members, Ms. Rachel Kalidas, because it did not come through the company secretary's report. It's the company secretary department.
When I asked you a question a few minutes back,
Yes?
about how you took the issue of the resignation of the senior executives, your answer was you preferred not to comment on that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Until the chairperson intervened.
That's correct.
What is it that you didn't want to tell the committee?
That's not something I don't want to tell, but it's not my place to say anything about how people are leaving the SABC or why they leave in the SABC. There has been justification for their leaving, rightly or wrongly so. I cannot be the judge of that.
No further questions, sir.
You done? Thank you very much. Let's start with Honorable Loliwe, and then we will move to Honorable Van Dam. Honorable Loliwe, you've got 7 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Geldenhuys, do you respect Parliament? And if your answer is yes, why did you decide to miss the deadline of submitting the required documents?
My answer is yes, I do respect Parliament. The deadline of the submission for the documents was because of the legal opinion that was received to hold on to it until the committee was reconstituted.
You are indicating that you've been a company secretary for 26 years.
That's correct.
In your 26 years, have you been a champion of a freedom of speech in your institution? And if your answer is yes, how do you explain the fact that when people voiced their views here in this commission, you are saying they are grandstanding? I'm referring to your paragraph before last, first page of your statement.
There is a thing for freedom of speech, but there's also a way that you have to express yourself without making yourself out to be somebody completely above everything else, while you actually lower someone else's character.
If you go to page 5 of your statement, the last paragraph, I think it's almost the last sentence. These utterances have not deterred me and have continued to provide the necessary guidance.
That's correct.
If you were providing guidance, where were you when the board allowed itself to be subjected to, number 1, incorrect appointment procedures, flouting of procurement policies, ill treatment of staff as displayed by the SABC aide, just to mention a few? What role did you play there?
I did not play any role in terms of the flouting of policies. The governance of the board and the committees under the board fall under me. All processes that needed to be reported to the board and approved by its committees were followed. That is, whatever had to come to the board for approval did come. There are other approval processes that are below the level of the board's authority that went wherever it went to. And in those instances, if policies were flouted, they needed to be addressed in the committee that deals with such policies, which is the bid adjudication committee. It had to be taken there, and if there was no satisfaction there, it should have been taken to the group exco committee. But these matters never reached the board.
Are you implying that even the permanent appointment of Mr. Mutwaneng as a COO, all procedures were followed, proper processes were followed?
No, I'm not implying that at all. I agree that the proper process did not get followed. I agree that there should have been a recruitment process followed. But as I mentioned previously, the matter was brought to the board with no documentation other than that was read out at the meeting, and that process was followed. At that point, I mean, I am only the company secretary. I do not take the decisions of the board.
On the same page 5, you are quick to mention Mr. Naidu, but the other person is referred to as another board member. In the same paragraph I've quoted, who is this one who is having no name? Why are you quick to mention Mr. Naidu and not mention the other one?
The reason for me mentioning Mr. Naidu is because Mr. Naidu came to the committee and he made the utterances in this committee. The other person did not come into this committee, so I'm not protecting that person. I can provide you with a name.
Are you then saying you are targeting Mr. Naidu because he came here, that's why it's easy for you to mention, and then the other one, because he or she never came here, will be referred to as another person? Provide the name.
That is definitely not my intention to target Mr. Naidu, and I can provide you the name. It was Ms. Mshlagaza, who has constantly referred to me in the meeting as the company secretary and that I must not be allowed to speak at all.
Remember, you have alluded to the fact that your role is to advise the board.
Correct.
Are you able to say currently the SABC does or does not have a board? Because our understanding is, even with the meetings you have alluded to, if 9 non-executive members were not there to make it to coordinate, you cannot say it was a constitutional meeting.
That's correct. And currently now we only have 2 official board members, which is 1 executive director and 1 non-executive director. So in the constitution of the board, there is not a board, a valid board. But what can be done is to make that board a valid board is to include additional members to bring it up to a level where you can have a quorum.
Under normal circumstances, in any meeting, a person who can endorse a decision is one who was part of a meeting, say in the following meeting, you can endorse decisions. But somewhere in your statement, but I can't remember the page now, you say when your meetings did not correlate, decisions were taken and then endorsed in next meetings when a meeting correct, which procedure is that? You are guiding the board, remember? That's what you said. Are you the one who gave that guidance?
Yes, I am, and that is a correct procedure. Matters that are dealt with at a board that is not correct can be and are ratified at the following board meeting, which makes them valid.
What name do you give to that sitting that makes the proposal? Because if it is a meeting, it would have been a meeting that corrects, but now you have a collection of individuals who take a decision expecting a proper structure to endorse that. That structure is endorsing decisions of what?
The structure would still remain a board meeting. The fact that there's not a quorum does not take away the fact that it is a board meeting. Because there are not sufficient members to form a quorum, until that decision or resolution is ratified, only then does it become a valid resolution.
Thank you, Honourable Loliwe. Honourable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. Mrs. Geldenhuys? Ms. Geldenhuys, in terms of the SABC Charter, you are the central, that's an important word, central source of guidance and advice to the board on matters of business ethics and governance.
Correct.
That would require you to have full knowledge of all legislation and policies related to the SABC. The Broadcasting Act is the act that governs the SABC. And in terms of that act, quorum is 9 members, right?
Including a chair or deputy chair.
Absolutely. And in terms of the Broadcasting Act, it does not allow the board to appoint additional members from, I don't know where, around the corporation and just, pick someone up from an office and say, come, be a board member.
That was not my intention. I said there can be appointment of board members following the Broadcasting Act in terms of how appointments are made for non-executive directors.
Okay, that appointment is made by Parliament, not
That's
the board.
correct.
Now, in your statement, you say that from the 1st of October, you've been appointed the GE of Governance and Assurance.
That's
Now, it's
correct.
common knowledge that the board ceased to be quorate on the 22nd of September, and this was confirmed by the Western Cape High Court. Therefore, your appointment is unlawful. The board wasn't quorate.
My appointment was made at a board meeting on the 19th of August, where a fully quorate meeting was held. The fact that I got the contract on the 1st of October and my appointment was done was subsequent to the decision taken at the board meeting on the 19th of August 2016.
No. Since the 1st of October 2016, I occupy the position of GE Governance and Assurance. With the approval of the board, the deputy company secretary succeeded me as a company secretary.
That's correct.
Ma'am, remember you're under oath.
I am
When
under oath.
was your position approved? On the 1st of?
My contract was signed on the 1st of October. The position was approved by the board at its meeting on the 19th of August 2016 by a fully quorate board.
Yes, an appointment is ratified with the signature. So that process would have made your appointment as the GE lawful, that signature on the contract.
That's correct, but the board has approved the appointment, and if an approval is made, that resolution stands.
But if there's no contract, then it doesn't stand. There needs to be a signed contract, which means that your appointment was officially approved by the board when it stopped being quorate, and your position is therefore unlawful.
I cannot agree with you. I'm sorry, with due respect. When a resolution is taken, if a board is now no longer quorate or no longer existing, all decisions taken by that board are still valid. Because by the ending of any board that does not mean that resolutions taken prior to the date of their dissolution or the date they are no longer quorate are no longer valid.
Who signed the contract on the board side on the 1st of October?
The board does not sign the GE governance's contract.
Who signed your contract?
The contract was signed by the CEO, the acting GCO, and the HR.
Okay, let's move on from this. I disagree with you. I think your appointment is unlawful. Are you a director of a company along with Mr. Motsoneng called Rugby Broadcasting?
Sorry, Kurva?
Are you a director of a
No,
company?
I'm not a director. I'm the company secretary of Rugby Broadcasting, which is a dormant company of the SABC, and we've been struggling to get this company deregistered for 3 years now, after the approval obtained by the Minister of the Communication and the Minister of the National Treasury, which is the process that has to be followed in terms of the PFMA. So I'm the company secretary. Then Mr. Motsoeneng at the time was the only director of that. It's a dormant company which is supposed to have been closed or deregistered by SABC. In the time of the previous board, the process was already approved and started and submitted to SABC.
All right, the company is listed, you and Mr. Motsoeneng are listed as directors, and it's still active, and it's listed, in fact, as a private company, not...
It is a subsidiary of the SABC. There's the Rugby Broadcasting, there's the Skinia, and there's the Airwaves Travel companies that are subsidiaries that were incorporated in accordance with the PFMA as subsidiaries of the SABC. Because the companies are dormant, they are being deregistered. The submission, the full documentation with the approval has been with SABC. It's been resubmitted 3 times already for them to deregister. It is now they've eventually accepted everything and are in the process of deregistering the companies.
What's the role of Rugby Broadcasting, or was the role of Rugby Broadcasting?
The intention of the role of the Rugby Broadcasting would have been for the broadcasting of sports rights, but this goes back to a long time prior to the full incorporation of the SABC as it is now.
All right. Can I just make the point that in your apology you said, if I offended Parliament? I don't know about the rest of the committee, but I don't consider that an apology. Walking out of a parliamentary sitting is highly disrespectful, and you should have apologized. I note that the delegation that was with you here on the 7th is back. There's 17 people from the SABC. Who are these people? Who is paying for them to be here, and what role are they serving by being in this meeting?
They have attended the meeting to be part of this delegation so they can give any answers that Parliament may need from them.
They have not been summoned by this committee?
No, they have not been, yes.
Yes, so the same delegation now is back again. For what purpose? And who's paying for these trips that this delegation is taking to come to Parliament for meetings that they're not invited to?
The support system that has come, I think they are here as witnesses for Parliament. Not
a show of force?
Not a show of force. No, we have not come here in a force to say anything. That is not the intention of anything like that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chauke.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first find out, how did you compile this document?
My report?
Yes, this paper here.
That I wrote it myself. I wrote it based on what the comments that were being made, as well as in order to let you know exactly what my role is as the company secretary, and to address the allegations against me that were being made out there by various people.
Parliament gave you an opportunity to be present here during the presentation of witnesses. You decided to leave because you have not done your work. Your work obviously entails you having to prepare documentation both for the chair, meaning that the board, and the executive. You have not done your work. Hence, you came here and you remain silent to the fact that you do have a system that helps Prof. Maguve when it comes to Braille. You are in this house here and you left without informing us of that capacity that we have, which is your role. Can you comment on that?
I can comment on that. As Parliament works, as you invite somebody to speak, you did not invite me to talk, and I cannot. If I stand up from my experience and what I've seen in Parliament, I cannot stand up and make statements unless invited to do so.
What is your role? Your role is not to advise the board. And when the chair of the board is called upon or has raised a concern, what you supposed to do?
I sent an email to Ms. Cindy Bali asking her to submit the documents in Word to me, and that is what I've done. The documents had not been submitted at the time. The only thing that was received was the notification of the Professor Magube's attendance and the program. So any letters that he wanted had not yet been received.
Which documents that, and why you did not give certain documents to Parliament? And what is your understanding of the role of Parliament?
My understanding of the role of Parliament is to ensure that governance continues in the country and to uphold the laws of the country.
To hold you accountable.
And to hold me accountable.
Accountable and to appear when you're called upon by Parliament.
I am here, and I've been
So
called
are you
upon to do
part
that.
of the fraction of which board members? Because by now, I think having followed what was happening on TV, have you completed this document now? You now know that that board was divided. What was your role and which part of the group that you belong to in that board?
With due respect, Honorary Chauke, I do not belong to any faction. My role is to remain completely independent of whatever goes on in the board. I do not take sides. I do not favor one above the other. I do my job independently and with integrity.
Are you aware of a mismanagement at the SABC? A fraud, corruption, mismanagement of public money, a looting of state resources at the SABC as recorded because you have been following the processes. And what is your take on that?
I did not follow all the processes.
Why specifically do you choose not to hear about this one?
It's not only that one, because I was busy. I have been working as well, doing what I had to do, and that is what I was doing. And the other part is that I have stopped being the company secretary. I've been trying to assist to provide the documents that are required.
So where you are sitting, do you think that you are adding value to SABC? Where you are sitting now, do you think that you are adding value?
For me being here, I've been called to be here, and I respect the fact that I've been called to be here. That is why I'm attending. And because I do respect Parliament and its wishes, I have come to be here to be questioned on everything that you decide.
Are you adding value into the company, which is the SABC, where you are seated to be very honest, loyal to this country, and are you satisfied that the money that we pay you as a salary every month is valued of the work that you are doing in that board?
I sincerely believe that, because the work that I do has uplifted what this board has done in the past. There were no processes, there were no procedures, there were no policies, there were no record keeping, nothing. So I firmly believe that I definitely have added a lot of value to the SABC.
So have you resigned in the company that both you and Mr. Mutsuning are directors? Have you resigned?
I have resigned as the company secretary of it because, and that company has been, the process of deregistration has been taking place for the past 3 years. And it is not as if Mr. Mutsuneng and I are directors. I am not a director of that company. I'm the company secretary of it.
So when are you retiring?
I have already reached retirement age. I have a contract. When I started with the SABC, I was given a 5-year contract, and that was from the 1st of May 2012, and it expires on the 30th of July 2017. As I mentioned earlier, I wanted to retire now when I changed.
When are you retiring? That's the question I'm asking you.
I have been asked to have a short-term contract to provide skills transfer, to improve governance processes, and to make the governance of the...
Okay, so are you transferring skills to who?
That there are quite a number of people within the organization.
Who? The number? Who's your immediate person that you are transferring the skills to?
There's one person that I've transferred.
Are you teaching her on how to respond to Parliament?
I'm sorry, Mr. Honorary Chauke. I don't know if you can teach someone how to respond to Parliament, but I'm sure with her being here, she will learn how to respond.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, through you, Ms. Geldenhuys, first of all, I have to just make the comment that we find it completely unacceptable as members of parliament to have what we term malicious compliance with our request to supply documents. For us to receive from Saturday onwards until now about approximately 400 documents, not a comprehensive list, not properly ordered, not stating what are the minutes, etc., round-robin resolutions, just forwarding a whole host of documents to us. We regard that as a further extension of contempt of Parliament. How should we apply our minds sifting through those documents? So that is just by way of introduction. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I would like to respond. As I mentioned, I could not release the documents. I'm not the owner of the documents. When I had my interview with Advocate Vanara, I expressed to him that there are hundreds of documents that the committee is asking for. What are they going to be doing with all these documents? Is there something specifically that they want that I can arrange for them to get that? Okay, that was the thing. With me sending the documents, I spent all the time putting them into an order, numbering the documents in batches, sending a covering email to say what is being submitted and what has not been submitted. And I have sent that, there's a list of it over there, saying exactly as per the summons that was issued, what documents are being submitted. There are hundreds of documents that are comprise the 3 years. So all those things, I tried to put it in a number order so that it could make easier reference to the secretary. And
okay,
no
can we
other way you
please
can do it.
proceed? Chairperson, through you, just by way of interest, if you saying that you are giving advice to the board and that you're relying very heavily on the Companies Act, just as a matter of interest,
Yes.
obviously shareholders have an absolute right to access to documentation. So it is not any favor that is being done to supply us with documents. This is a national public broadcaster. We have every right to ask access to documentation. We have not received all of it, and we take a dim view that an attorney appointed, we don't know when, is now stating and telling us what we are entitled to and what not. But we will get to that later on. Chairperson, in terms of the very Companies Act, the duties of the Company Secretary is very clear. 10.2 says, providing the directors of the corporation collectively and individually with guidance as to their duties, responsibilities and powers. 10.2.2, making the directors aware of any law relevant or affecting the corporation. Can you please tell us what you have done when 3 board members, after a report ostensibly compiled by you, we don't know at whose instruction, 3 board members were irregularly removed from the board, not only by non-executive directors, which is completely against the Public Broadcasting Act, but also voted on by executive directors with a direct interest in that. Can you please explain what your advice to the board was on that occasion?
In terms of...
Sorry, ma'am, before you do that, the question that she's asking, she doesn't know by who. We want to know who asked you to do a review on your principles.
First of all, let me correct it. It was not a review. There was also a statement that I did an investigation. There was a parliamentary question that was responded to as well. It was never a review or an investigation. The minister in a meeting, there was a complaint. The members were discussing the behavior of the board at a meeting, and the minister asked me to write a report on what the behavior was. And all that was submitted to the minister was the lack of attendance of members at board meetings, the lack of cooperation between board members, and that was it. There was never an investigation into any board member.
Why did you not supply the relevant board members, upon their request, with a copy of that report that you submitted about them to the minister?
Because it is not my document, it is the minister's document, and I have no right to give out minister's documents.
Hold on. Ms. Hellenes,
Yes,
you are under oath.
I know that.
The Company Act says you are accountable to the board, not to the minister. Now, you're saying to us that the minister asks you to do something. Your principal, to whom you are accountable, you jump the principal, you go to the minister. And you're saying to us that, well, the minister asked you to do that. The Company Act says you are accountable to the board. You are not accountable to the minister. Can you explain to this committee, why is it that you would supersede where you are accountable and go to the minister?
I did not go directly to the minister. The chairman of the board received the report and she submitted it to the minister. I did not go directly to the minister.
Chairperson, thank you. I would like to continue. You were part and parcel of a meeting, which was a continuation meeting. It started in Kuwait and then it proceeded to another on the 12th of March, then on the 19th of March, and then on the 26th, finally the guillotine fell. And by the way, I must just make this point, Chairperson. I hope you will not hold it against me. Ms. Geldnys, in your testimony before us today, it almost appears that you seem to be Pontius Pilate, that you are only the innocent coordinator of the board meetings. You have a very specific duty in terms of the Companies Act and in terms of the SABC being a public broadcaster. Because anybody, and I would like to ask you, where you got the information that the Companies Act trumps the Broadcasting Act?
From the Companies Act itself. If you look at Section 5 of the Companies Act, it stipulates the legislation that must be, that you have to comply with where there's a conflict or a difference between the legislation. Section 5 of the Companies Act does not include the Broadcasting Act. Over and above that, the Parliamentary Committee, Portfolio Committee on Communications, was provided with 2 legal opinions. I have included it in the copy of the documents that was submitted today for Advocate Vanara, that the senior counsel who gave the information actually spells it out very clearly that the 2 acts actually can operate together.
Honourable Killian, you'll have a second bite if there is. Your time is up. Honourable Mafango.
Chairperson, all I wanted to say, we do not agree with that. There was a very clear view in Parliament that was tabled in Parliament that the Broadcasting Act apply and that the Company Act only insofar as the Broadcasting Act is not elaborating on specific provisions such as the role of the Company Secretary. Chairperson, if there's a moment afterwards, I would like to come back. Thank you.
Chair, thank you. The first question, Madam. This statement that you've sent to us, you were responding to things that happened during the sitting of the House, isn't it?
Yes.
In other words, it's not a statement of your role at SABC. It is your response to the matters that were raised before the committee. Who gave you that assignment?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Who gave you the assignment to respond to the matters that were raised here in the city?
This is my own response for myself, and the documents that I've given here are part of the documents that have been submitted to Parliament.
I am saying this one. You crafted this in response
That's correct.
to the evidence presented here.
That is my own personal response for myself. That is the response that I wrote.
Who asked you to give us a response?
I I was interviewed by Advocate Vanara to provide a statement to this committee.
Where is that statement?
Please, may you ask that from Mr. Advocate Vanara?
So there's another statement. Now, why do you like this statement where you respond to ourselves? Are you aware that you were invited to sit here and query these people that were speaking here, and not for you to write to the committee?
I wrote to Advocate Vanara.
No, you write-
asking him- Yes, I wrote to Advocate Vanara asking if I may be allowed to read my statement out here so that I could clarify matters that were raised and against the allegations against me.
No, I am saying you and your team were invited here.
I understand that.
Every time when we conclude a question to witnesses, we ask anyone from SABC to ask a query or speak. You decide and go and write us this thing. I think it's very responsible. Don't answer that question. The next question, are you aware that SABC is accountable to Parliament?
I'm fully aware of that.
What does accountability mean to you?
Accountability means that you come and you report and you do what is required and you make sure that you comply.
How do you account for marching out of a sitting of Parliament? What do you call that?
I mentioned earlier that we did walk out in support of our chairperson who felt that he was not being treated constitutionally.
Are you aware that the chairperson was the last person to leave the house?
I was
And not
walking-
the first?
I was walking behind the chairperson, so I must have gone out after him.
No. Are you aware that the chairperson was not leading the delegation when you left?
No, but I was walking behind the chairperson, so I didn't walk out first.
And everyone else was behind the chairperson?
No, I don't know who else was behind the chairperson, but I know I walked behind him.
You walked behind the chair.
Correct.
But who orchestrated the march out?
Chairman, the march out
It was not the chair. That's all I can say.
was not me either, with due respect.
Who decided to interdict this process?
That was the chairman, as asked, with on the advice of his legal team.
Authority?
The authority was obviously from the chair that he's given it, because he's still a board member. Although the board was not correct at the time, he has the right, and the committee has said to him that he may take legal advice.
No, well, I know what we can say is you've been giving the chair all the wrong advices. Actually, all this mess that we are confronted with here, I think it is something that you should actually bear personally. Who is paying for the cost of this huge delegation?
That is not in my purview to, I've not asked them or anything like that.
But you
so I
spoke
can't-
about them earlier.
I spoke that they're here because I acknowledge the fact that they're here.
How long has this delegation been in Cape Town?
I don't know how long they've been here. I think
Oh.
not very long. I don't know.
What a coincidence. I
think
love
they
it.
can- No, I think they can answer for that. I
No,
cannot-
they've not been invited. You spoke for them.
I said they were here in support, but I did not bring them here.
Do you know them?
I know them. I can see who they are. Yes, I know them. I know the
How
SABC
long
people.
have they been in Cape Town?
I don't know.
How long have you been in Cape Town?
I've been in Cape Town for the past week.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So when you left here, you didn't even go back to Pretoria. You were on holiday in Cape Town.
No, I was not on holiday. I was sitting and preparing documents, getting documents ready so that I could get them ready for submission.
And where was the chair?
The chair went back to Johannesburg, to Pretoria. We went back.
Okay. So you were alone here?
Yes,
You were alone?
I was alone.
Okay. And what were you doing?
I was busy preparing documents, getting all these documents that you've mentioned, the chairman mentioned, the amount of documents. It is a huge task to put together documents.
Which documents have you supplied us? Which document have you not supplied us?
I have only not supplied you with about 4 documents, because those are documents
Which
relating.
documents have you not supplied us
I've
with?
not supplied you with the round robins approving commercial processes.
Yeah, mention
That's
all
the
of them.
only- Pardon?
Mention all of them.
the Uzalo case, the Mavangu, the scheme SARM, and that's all. That I think it's about 4 or 5 of them, and these 2 matters that relate to these security contract that was done, and the WAN of the business, because there's an NKP, we have to be careful with the security matters of the SABC.
Who took the decision that you can now supply us with the rest of the documents which you refused to supply us with?
Please may I correct you, I did not refuse to do anything with documents. That was not me that refused to give you the documents.
That's why I'm asking who.
I said to you before that on the advice of the legal team, the chairman listened to them and then agreed that until the committee was reconstituted, the documents would go.
And you have no role to advise the chair?
I did advise the chair.
What was your advice?
My advice to the chair was that he should come to this meeting. My advice to the chair was that he should comply with these things.
And he refused?
No, he did not. He listened to his legal team, who was the one giving him his advice. This is what he did.
Ms. Heldenes, please give us the name of that legal team. I'll come back to this question and I answer it. You have said 3 times his legal team advised him. Please give me the name of that legal team.
His legal team is Mr. Dekisho Incorporated.
Okay. Your current role, you said, what are you doing?
I am now the Group Executive for the Governance and Assurance Division, which...
Are you responsible for risk? You're not?
The risk part falls under there. It's the risk department, the compliance department, the internal audit department, and the governance department.
Where do you derive your mandate from?
Thank you, sir. You'll have another bite. Honorable Swarts.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Heldenes. The meeting on the 14th of July 2014 that was called by SMS, you referred to that meeting earlier?
It's the 7th of July.
7th of July. Thank you for that correction. When the company secretary calls a meeting, surely you send out, there should be due notice for a meeting. Is that not the normal practice?
That's correct. But you will note that at that meeting, in the minutes of that meeting, when the constitution of in dealing with the constitution of the meeting, there was a request for board members to waive the required notice, which was duly done.
Thank you. That's the normal practice, though. So
Correct.
it seems that were there often meetings called without due notice being given?
There were a number of times where we had...
Why did you not object to that? Because that practice seems to be meetings called by SMSs urgently, and it seems that that is not correct because board members have given evidence that they were not aware what the meeting was about.
The company secretary in that instance was also not aware of what the meeting was about.
But how is that possible, that you as the company secretary are not aware of what the meeting is about?
I asked the chairman, and she informed me that the public protector's report would be tabled and the matter of the COO.
Okay, thank you. Now,
But there were no documents, that was the only meeting that was urgently called by SMS.
Okay, but it had a huge impact because it was the permanent appointment of Mr. Motsweneng.
Correct.
And you know the evidence that has come out in this inquiry about Mr. Motsweneng. You're aware you've been following that evidence?
I've heard about it, yes.
On your statement, did you discuss the contents of your statement with anybody else?
No, I have not.
Did you discuss the preparation of the statement with anyone else?
No, I have not.
The 17 members that are here.
Not one of them have been discussed.
Please give us the names of all the members that are here at your convenience, please, after this meeting. We'd like all the names and their positions. We'd like that. And who's paying for them to be here? Would you be aware of that?
They'll be able to tell you, or tell me,
we'd like
whatever
their
the
names
case
as
may
well.
be. That's fine.
And I'd also like to know if it's the same members who walked out last week in our previous meeting, when we had the previous meeting.
I don't know who else is here today.
As far as you're able to.
Yes, as far as I'm able to. Thank you.
So the meeting that you had, a crucial meeting, where you're not aware of, you're given an agenda, you are the chairperson of the board, then the evidence reads a letter from a legal firm recommending the full appointment of Mr. Motsoneng. Is that correct? You were at the meeting.
That's what proceeded at the meeting, yes.
Who wrote the legal, who authored the letter, that legal letter?
I never had sight of the letter at the meeting.
But surely you
The
must have
chairman-
minuted it as to
This is
who were the
minuted.
author.
In the minutes, I can check up and see what the minutes were, but the chairman read out that letter to
And
the
it was
committee.
Mr. Motsoneng's attorneys
Correct,
that recommended him for the position.
correct.
And that was against existing legislation and against no advertising, nothing. And I'm sure you objected to that process as the company secretary.
Had I been informed of the process that was going to be followed at that meeting, I would have advised Mrs. Shabalala differently. I would have told her not to do this.
But as the
at
meeting, I'm sorry to interrupt you because I've got limited time. I
Okay.
really apologize.
No problem.
But as the meeting unfolds, you see things are going against existing legislation. Surely at that stage, you should exercise and object and say this is against, there's been no advertising of this position. Did you do that?
There were a number of board members that were already doing that.
No, but it's your responsibility.
I know it's my responsibility.
Did you
but
do it?
The only thing I could do is to say that this process is not correct.
Can I just read what Professor Kumala said this morning?
Yes.
Bongani Kumala. He says, the SABC has a good company secretariat. Miss Teresa Geldness's authority, however, was undermined and disabled.
I agree with that completely, and that is what
But that doesn't distract from the fact that you've still got an obligation.
It doesn't. And
So in
that
other
is-
words, you are not doing your job correctly.
it's
Would you
that
not
I-
agree with that?
I will not agree fully with that. It's
But
not
you would agree to a certain degree.
correct.
To what degree?
To the-
50%?
To the degree
Sorry,
where
would you just answer 50%?
in the past, when we had the previous chairperson, I would say 100%. Where there was a
But
lot
now
of-
you'd say,
yes.
what, 20%,
Now-
10%?
Now, it's the board members that prevent me from talking. That is not the chairperson.
And in
that
other words,
does.
you are not able to comply with your
I-
statutory duties.
No, I
But you've
dis-
been promoted to a
I
new
disag-
position.
Can I please respond to you, Mr.
Yes.
Honourable Swart? I disagree that I am not be able to comply with my duties. I have been, and I've mentioned in there that regardless of the fact that I've been told that I must not talk and that I'm only the company secretary, I've continued to provide the advice that is required.
Okay, but I think, and did you ever indicate the fact that you wanted to resign?
I actually did resign. I actually did put in my resignation for that specific reason because I felt that my integrity was being compromised. And
Yes,
I
I hear.
resigned for that.
Professor Bongani said that you were in fact browbeaten. In other words, you were bullied by other
Correct.
members of the board. Is that
Correct.
correct?
That is
Who bullied
absolutely
you?
correct.
Was it the COO?
No, at
Who
no
bullied
stage.
you? Was it not
It
the
was-
COO at all?
It was not the COO
Did he
at
not?
all.
Did he not bully you at all?
I wouldn't say that he ever bullied me.
So, did
It
he
was
never?
the non-executive directors who always did bully.
That's very interesting because that's the one side of the faction that has come out very clearly in the board. Was it the members that were suspended that
No.
bullied you?
No, it was the member that I mentioned previously, Ms. Mshlagaza, that bullied me, that kept saying that I have no right to speak.
Mr. Naidu, did he bully you?
Mr. Naidu too has said
And
to me.
he's happened to be suspended and fired as well.
Mr. Naidu was never suspended or fired. Mr. Naidu resigned on the 5th of October in Parliament.
Well, he left under very, you heard his evidence that he was complaining about the issues of governance.
That's right, but he was not complaining about his role in preventing me from talking, which although he said on several occasions, keep quiet, you're not supposed to talk. And then he comes back and says that I did not give the advice that's required.
Who else would have browbeaten you?
It was those two members,
Sorry, who's the other member?
Ms. Mshlagaza.
And she also resigned.
She resigned, yes.
So the persons that are remained did not browbeat you at all.
She was one of the board members who remained and resigned.
Ms. Shabalala, did she browbeat you
Oh,
at all?
yes.
But why didn't you mention her?
But I said in the previous 100% I was being browbeaten. I
The
just
present,
mentioned it.
Thank
the
you,
present.
thank you very much.
I'm only
You'll-
starting,
yeah, I
Chairperson,
know you
but-
were starting.
But I really, I'm trying to, that's our challenge, is to get to the bottom, and I hope you appreciate our
Let me,
questions. Thank you.
let me warn, no. Let me again advise members, prioritize your questions. I've given you extra 7 minutes because I cannot deviate from 7 minutes. I will stop you on 7 minutes. Honorable Koza.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Galdanese.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, maybe let me start by acknowledging your many outstanding academic accomplishments. And ma'am, I also wanted to particularly recognize the fact that you also hold an international board governance, which you obtained with a cum laude, that's distinction. And ma'am, can you advise us which institution gave you?
University of Johannesburg.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I just want you to be monosyllabic in the following questions that I'm going to ask you. Yes, no, or whatever, but I want you to be monosyllabic. Is there a deficit between your moral conscience and your academic accolades?
No.
Thank you. Are you honest?
I try my best to be, yes.
Okay. Would you classify yourself as a victim or victor?
I will not allow myself to be a victim. I prefer to be a victim.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you have integrity?
Absolutely.
In your moral compass, where do you locate moral principles? Are they in the periphery or at the core of your being?
It's at the core of my being.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, ma'am, as a company secretary, you are a chief administrative officer. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your key role is to advise the board and members of the board. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, would you concede that with all these accolades, under your watch, being at SABC, the institution completely failed in terms of governance, in every respect possible?
No, I will not concede to that, because not in every respect is there
Okay,
failure of
ma'am,
governance.
thank you. In your view, the staff, your top executive, the exodus of skills in SABC, is that a normal occurrence?
It's not a normal process.
Okay, and do you think the AG audit opinion is consistent with good corporate governance?
In terms of corporate governance, there's a difference between the governance of the company and the failures in terms of the operating
Ma'am, you've
procedures.
agreed that your role is to advise the chair and to advise the board.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. I just don't want you to waste most of my time. Under your watch, ma'am, staff members were purged. Some of them lost income to a point where their families are suffering. Are you happy with that record, ma'am? As a fundi and an expert in corporate governance, internationally acclaimed for that matter.
May I please expand on that? Because
Okay.
I am not the person who purges anybody. I am not the authority that can do that. And I'm
Ma'am,
not-
you said you are not a victim. You are a victim.
No, I'm not a victim.
When your executive, the other executive exercised their choice, they decided to leave when they couldn't take it anymore. You decided to leave, but you came back. And that was also a promotion because you became the GE Governance and Assurance.
Now, please, may I correct you? I did not resign this week or last week. I resigned at the time when Ellen Shabalala was the board chairperson. I
And ma'am, you
resigned at that
stayed
time.
on from that time until now.
I stayed on.
Okay,
from
ma'am,
that
let's
time.
not waste any more time. The final question from me. I just want you to go on page 1 of your statement. Let's go to paragraph 4. Let me read what you've written here. I point out that although I am not a lawyer, the study of corporate and commercial law, the Companies Act and Income Tax Act, amongst other legislation, are compulsory requirements of my qualifications. This has provided me with the requisite knowledge to deal with companies and the relevant laws with which they must comply, thus enabling me to provide accurate and reliable guidance to the boards on which I have worked as the company secretary. I have 26 years experience as a company secretary, of which more than 18 years has been in state-owned entities, the public sector. Ma'am, you are under oath. Do you still stand by the statement?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Done? Honorable Mukwena?
Vice Chair. Are you well, ma'am?
Fine, thank you.
Do you still have any business dealings in whatever capacity, secretary or whatever, with Mr. Motsoeneng?
I have no business dealings at all with Mr. Motsoeneng.
Well, you were in a company with him as secretary.
The company is the subsidiary of the SABC. It is
Okay.
not a private company or a personally held company.
That's fine, but you've got nothing else with him.
Exactly.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to check also, just before I get into my picture, who paid for Mr. Motsoeneng to be here in the last meeting that you staged or walked out?
I don't know who paid for him, and that is a fact. Who paid, I have no idea.
Okay, no problem. I'm not satisfied with your explanation that you are the company secretary. You are at the core of compliance at the SABC. Things go wrong. People get dismissed illegally. Some of the dismissals, you see them on TV, as you said, and there's no response from you. You don't write to the minister. You don't write to the chairperson. You don't write to anyone. All of this flies over you, and you're a company secretary, and you do nothing.
What am I supposed to do? And please don't get me wrong. Let me finish my question.
No problem.
What would you prefer that I do? As the company secretary, I can provide guidance to the board. I cannot go and tell executives in whatever process they are following to do what they're doing with the executives,
let me
whether
give you
it's purging
Yeah.
or whether they have a rightful reason to release these individuals. It is not for me to tell them you can't do that.
Okay, let me give you an example, ma'am. Mr. Motsoeneng, at a meeting in which you say that the public protector's report was going to be discussed, and the second issue was going to be Mr. Motsoeneng's appointment.
No, the second issue was just the CEO. The matter of whether it was his appointment or not was not known.
Your role as company secretary is to be at the meeting, in fact, to organize the meeting, to be at the
Correct.
meeting, and also to
Correct.
advise on the meeting. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Mhm.
Were you present at that meeting?
I was present at the meeting, yes.
Okay, now in that meeting, it was discussed that Mr. Motsoeneng must be appointed permanently as the COO. At that time, the SABC was in possession of the public protector's report.
Correct.
Did you not see any legal misgivings in that decision and then advise the board that that decision was illegal?
If you recall, as was rightly pointed out by one of the honorable members, I was railroaded.
Okay,
And that
now
is something that...
I'm willing to accept that, ma'am, and I recall that very well. But let me ask you, do you not have a computer and an email, anything that you can write on and advise the board through an email? Just for your record, you're a legal person. You know, in legal capacity, things have to be in black and white. You have to cover yourself legally. You're a legal appointment. How do we know that you advised on any of these matters?
The record of the minutes will be able to show you where I have advised the board.
Did you advise the board on the public protector report?
I did not advise the board on the public protector report. I did give them information in terms of what the processes that were followed within the SABC for supporting documents for what had to be reviewed at the various
So you did not advise the board that appointing Mr. Motsweneng as permanent COO was against the Public Protector's report remedial action.
The statement again, I reiterate, I was railroaded at those meetings and could not tell the chairman that she could not do what was being done.
And you could not write afterwards to explain, to give them a legal...
What I did do was resign because I said my integrity is being compromised and I do not wish to be part of those proceedings.
Who advised you not to hand in the documents that Parliament was asking for the purposes of this ad hoc committee?
As I said earlier, the attorneys of the chairman advised him that these documents must be held back until the interdict.
So you got an opinion from the legal advisors?
I did not get an opinion. I was instructed from the chair's side that I cannot
so
release
the
documents.
That's the question I was asking
The
you.
chairperson got the instruction, yes.
Thank you very much. That's how you must answer. You must say the chair, not give me an explanation of the background of who did what. Because it sounds like you're protecting the chair.
No, I'm not
protecting you,
him.
actually.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, on the 18th, this is my last one, Chair. On the 18th of November 2015,
Yes.
at a meeting at which Mr. Franz Matlala was dismissed, were you present at the meeting?
I was present where they approved the
dismissal?
Yes.
You had 9 members there at that meeting, 2 of which were 2 executives, Mr. Jimmy Matthews
Correct.
and Mr. Hlaudi Motsweneng.
I don't know if Mr. Brunseneng was there. If you can look at
Well,
the minutes.
I have information
Because
that the COO, the acting COO,
was there.
and the acting CEO were there.
Okay, because when Mr. Jimmy Matthews was the acting CEO, if I recall correctly, there was the time when Mr. Motseneng was on leave for his
Okay.
disciplinary committee.
That is fine. So let's just assume that, that Mr. Hlaudi was not there. Mr. Jimmy Matthews was at the meeting.
Yes.
And you allowed a meeting in which the acting CEO, the acting general CEO, who was a subject, so to speak, in the hierarchy, to the person who was being dismissed, to sit in that meeting and to vote. Did you not see any conflict of interest there?
When a person is appointed as in an acting capacity, an acting executive director, they have the full powers of that position.
But in this case, the position that was being contested here was somebody who was either equal in your explanation or beneath.
Okay.
Do you not see a conflict of interest?
It was not a conflict of interest because Mr. Matthews would not have been appointed as the permanent GCO because the process to recruit a permanent GCO would be outside of him being there in his acting capacity.
But do you concede that had you seen a conflict of interest there,
It would be-
Mr. Matlala would not have been dismissed?
No, I cannot say that because Mr. Matlala's dismissal has nothing to do with the appointment of Mr. Matthews as the acting GCO. That was a separate matter.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Nkwanka.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I wish to go back to an issue, your response to the regular appointment of the COO, Mr. Hlaudi Motsweneng, without following due process. Your response to a question earlier, you said you were not given an opportunity to advise.
Correct.
Right? Now, as a person whose primary mandate is to provide advice and guidance as per your submission to us, which says accurate advice, provide accurate and reliable guidance, when do you even suppose, even after then, to provide that advice? I'll tell you why I'm asking you that question once you've answered it quickly. I'm saying, as a company secretary,
Yes.
you have, whether that advice is being sought or not, but your duty is to make sure that you provide that guidance, even if you do so after the event. To say, here are the issues, here are the blind spots, here are the limitations, and some of the risks of what you're trying to undertake. Say, if you don't do it in the meeting, you could have even done it after that, to give pointers to the board.
You can get that pointers from the chairperson that is currently in this meeting, because I have mentioned to them outside of the meeting of the process that is followed. And again, I reiterate, when you try to deal with matters at the board and you are shot down all the time when you're telling them that that is the wrong procedure and that is the wrong process, then what choice do you have? I made a decision to leave. I made a decision to resign, and I was persuaded that I should not go, and that an undertaking was given that the processes would be improved, that will not continue to happen where my integrity is compromised.
Thank you,
Mama.
Mama.
That is the reason I stayed.
The reason I'm asking you that question, then it means when you answer that question, you were not accurate. You didn't answer it the way you're doing right now. Because when you're saying advice was not sought, it means you didn't give it. Now you're saying you did give advice, but it was not accepted. And that's something completely different. Because by saying the advice was not sought and then you left it there, you're basically saying that you didn't do your job. Right? Now you're saying you did your job, but no one listened to you. The second issue is, once the memorandum of incorporation, I think this question was asked again, and I didn't hear a clear response from you. Once it was amended where the powers to appoint and discipline staff and members of the SABC management team were delegated to the GCO, CFO, and whatnot, once the negative effect of that became apparent, through obviously a number of staff members and senior executives leaving, what advice did you provide to the board about the impact of that decision and what they needed to do in order to try and correct it? Did you sit back, keep quiet, and allow things to roll?
You give me more credit than what I have been allowed to have. Nevertheless, I can only say to you that the Memorandum of Incorporation is the statutory document that was provided. My duty as the company secretary is to ensure that there's compliance with such documents. It is not my duty. As was mentioned earlier, I don't have the authority to instruct the minister on what to do.
The issue is about being able to point the board to the unintended consequences of the amendment to the clause. I'm not saying you should have told them. That is the point we're trying to make, because that goes together obviously with amendments to DEF and what ended up happening to the procurement policies and the procurement division of SABC. And that is primarily the problem that you want to point your attention to. But I want to go back to something you said on page 1, where I think it was correctly pointed out that it was not your place to comment on the input and what the parliamentarians were saying on that particular day. You were given a particular mandate. But do you realize that as Parliament, what we do, we're doing it in terms of the Constitution. We have a constitutional mandate to do what we're doing. We have a constitutional mandate to oversee the work of the institutions, including that of the executive. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
At what point then did you think that by being robust in what we're talking about, that we should be, we have a responsibility sort of to mollycoddle entities, that includes yourselves, when we deal with you on matters of accountability on state resources?
I did not expect to be mollycoddled, and I do not expect you to mollycoddle any institution. We have a chairman who is not able to see the way you and I can, and it is out of respect for him that it was requested that he be provided earlier with documents so that he could utilize the Braille system to convert it for him to be able to respond.
Now, if you were not able to provide advice and guidance to the board on many instances, which were also highlighted by my colleagues, on what basis then were you promoted? Because it then means that you did not do your job as a company secretary. On what basis were you appointed to your new role?
It was definitely not a promotion. It is a straight side appointment. There's no promotion included in that. It actually, the basis is that our governance is failing in the SABC because the processes and procedures are not implemented correctly. We have, in terms of what we do in our audit committee and our risk, not our audit, our internal audit and our risk, they have to talk to each other because we base our audits on the risk processes that are done. The same with our compliance. All of these functions do not talk to each other at this point, or previously they were not talking to each other. There's more stringent requirements coming in terms of the King 4, and the intention was that we strengthen these divisions, that they can work together more closely without compromising the integrity of any of the divisions.
Thank you for that, Mama. I sympathize with you. I understand that we cannot blame everything on you. However, if you were not effective in your previous role, I don't understand how you can be rewarded by being shifted to another position within the same entity.
I'm sorry, but I don't think it was a reward. It's more of a punishment than a reward.
Yes.
But regardless of that, you cannot say to me that I was ineffective in my job, because the work that I've done is proof enough that I was effective.
Well, from where I'm sitting, you are not, but I think that's the debate for another day. Thank you, Chairperson.
You see the one side, okay?
Very much. Ma'am, Geldenhuys, one of your primary roles as the company secretary, I would imagine, is to organize board meetings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On the instruction of the chair.
Correct.
So the chair asks you to organize a board meeting, and you're saying to this committee that the only thing you knew about it was something said COO.
Correct.
How do you expect the board members to prepare if you're saying that, let's put it to you differently. Do you think it's the proper thing to call board members to a meeting that just says COO?
I do not think that it's the proper way.
Did you allow it to happen?
Because, I again reiterate, I was instructed that you will call this meeting as an emergency meeting, as an urgent special meeting. You will send out the agenda. When I asked what is the agenda item, I was told that the one item is public protector and the second item is the matter of the COO.
Do you accept that in hindsight, it was not correct for you to send out an agenda that says COO, no documents for them to prepare? Do you accept in hindsight that you could have done it differently? Yes or no?
If I had known what was going to be the discussion.
No, I'm saying to you.
In hindsight, yes.
Yes.
Because on that basis, I
Right.
do.
You get to the meeting. A decision is taken to appoint the COO, totally against every rule in the book, and you admitted that. Don't you think it was your duty to have said to the board, what you are doing is wrong?
As I said to you, I've mentioned that, and that was disregarded.
All right. I wanted you to say that. So you advise the board does the wrong thing. They jump over the cliff. You jumped over the cliff with them. You're saying to us, you advised the board did the wrong thing, and you, till today, have not raised that with anybody else, that the board did the wrong thing at the time, until you come to this committee to admit it. You've never said to anybody, on that day, the board did the wrong thing, I advised them, and I had no power to do it. It takes a commission for you to say, I saw the board doing the wrong thing, and I was powerless to do anything about it. And you're the company secretary?
I cannot comment on what you're saying, because unless you're in that situation and you are there participating in what is happening, you can from this side make a statement like that.
No, you can't. This country is governed by laws. The law says you must do X. You can't come to me and say to me, because I was bullied by Y, I chose not to do the correct thing. You can't say I was on that side. And you broke the law, and maybe not you explicitly, but you were complicit in breaking the law. So you can't turn around and say I was bullied, I had nothing to do, and unless you're on this side, you'll never understand. It can't work that way. You either stand up and you say to everybody, it is wrong, and therefore I distance myself from it, but you can't come to Parliament and say you were browbeaten, and therefore you allowed for the law to be broken. Do you agree with me?
I agree with you.
Let's go to the next point, ma'am. You, the company secretary, one of your responsibilities is to advise the board on relevant legislation. The Companies Act, well, let's not start with the Companies Act. Let's start with the PFMA. That's relevant legislation.
Correct.
Section 50C of the PFMA
Yes.
says that the board must, on request, provide all material facts and documents to the minister and everybody and Parliament. The law says they must. And I'm accepting that you're the company secretary and that you should understand that law. The shareholders' compact, which was signed less than 8 months ago by the chairperson of the board. I'll give you the exact date in a minute. And I'm assuming that you would have had sight of this document, the shareholders' compact that governs how you do your business, signed by the chairperson, Mr. Maguve, on the 26th of April, 2016. It says 3.41, the board controls the affairs of the SABC, is accountable to Parliament for compliance by the SABC with the Broadcasting Act. And I'm expecting that you understand that it's accountable to Parliament. So you know all those things. And then the legal advisor for the board, chairperson, says to you, don't comply with Parliament. Don't give them the documents they want. Lucky Tsekiso says that. The legal advice of the board advises the board to break the law. You are the advisor to the board. You're aware that his legal advice is telling him to break the law. Hold on. And then you come here and you say to us that you were browbeaten, you were powerless, it was the board. What did you do when you saw somebody breaking the law?
The only time I can say that the law was broken, as you put it, is the time where the policies in terms of the HR recruitment was not followed. In terms of the document submission, yeah, there was a board, there was a case going on here. There was an interdict that was presented in Cape Town, and they were waiting for the outcome of the interdict. And in my meager knowledge of law, could be that you have to wait for the outcome of the case before you can.
Let me stop you, ma'am. When was the court case with Judge Desai? Do you remember the date?
I think it was the 8th. No, it was before.
It was the 3rd.
The 3rd of December.
This letter is dated the 6th.
Correct.
The court case had already been thrown out.
Yes.
You saying to us there was still a court case going on?
There were appeal.
There was no appeal. On the 6th, there was no appeal. The court case has been thrown out. The legal advice gives him wrong advice, breaks the law, and you coming to say to Parliament that, well, there was an appeal going on? I'm reminding you that you're speaking under oath.
I know, I remember.
Do you want to repeat and say that the reason why you kept quiet was because you think that there was a court case that was preventing Parliament from getting the documents? Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that there was an attempt, or if it didn't get finalized, there was going to be an appeal against the hearing of
I'm asking you. I don't want to know what was. You didn't know at that point whether the appeal was going to be successful or not. You still don't know whether that appeal is successful or not. The legal advisor advises the chairperson to break the law. At that point, You are the company secretary. You are supposed to say to the chairperson, that advice is actually not solid advice.
The one thing that I can say to you is in the discussion with the chairperson, I did say to him, Chair, we need to start giving these documents. And you will note that on the 6th of December, a number of documents were sent to the committee.
Ma'am, I'm not going to belabor this point. Safe to say that that letter of the 6th that I'm talking about came to us and said the following documents will not be provided.
Correct.
Now, I want to remind you for the last time that if you don't know your facts, it's better you keep quiet than to say something that you will regret. This letter, listen to me, this letter says, let me start where I should. It's dated the 6th, it's from Lucky Tsekiso. We have advised Teresa Gelderneys to email certain documents. We have advised her, so you're aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
It then goes on and says, the following documents will not be provided.
Correct.
No ambiguity about that. I am saying to you that that provision, that documents will not be provided to Parliament, is against the law. What did you do about it?
I continued to discuss with the chairperson, and you will note that 3 days after that letter was sent, we started sending the other documents. I started getting the rest of the documents out to you.
My final question, and then I'll allow members to carry on. Ma'am, no, 2 more questions, and I'll allow people to carry on. Part of the Broadcasting Act says that the board must establish and maintain libraries. Are you aware of that?
Establish, eh?
Must establish and maintain libraries. Are you aware of that portion in the...
I don't get the last part. Establish and maintain.
Establish and maintain libraries.
Yes.
Are you aware of that provision in the
Yes,
Act?
there's an act, yes.
You're aware of it?
Yes.
When the SABC sold the library to MultiChoice, when they sold the library to MultiChoice, did you advise them that they're breaking provisions of the public?
But they did not sell the library.
What did they do?
to the thingy. The use of the broadcasting of the archive material is what they've done. It still remains the property of the SABC, and if you recall, in the free-to-air agreement that there is, those programs are broadcasted for free in any event on the platform of...
No, they're not
MultiChoice.
broadcast for free, ma'am.
The normal...
Hold on, hold on.
Sorry,
No.
yeah.
Channel 161, that ENCO channel, or whatever it is on DSTV, is it not?
Correct.
Millions of South Africans can't afford DSTV. That's economical exclusion. Do you agree with me?
Those are our archive programs.
Yes, I'm talking about the archive.
Yes, it's our archive programs that would not be broadcast on TV 1, 2, or 3 in any event. These are what is there. These different programs being broadcast on the channels 1, 2, and 3.
Why will DSTV want material that is no use to you? What's the usage going to be to
I'm
them?
not saying
You're
that
saying we're not going to use it.
I'm not saying that we're not.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that currently that is from our archives. The current programs that are on are there. The intention is that once DTT is implemented, that platform will revert to the SABC, so it's not being sold. We are getting money for them airing it as opposed to the normal free-to-air process that happens.
All right, my final question, ma'am. You agreed, and the court agreed, and everybody agreed that there is no board that has the power to take any decisions.
At this point, yes.
You agree?
Correct.
SABC is continuing with its business. Money is being spent. People are working and probably expect salaries. On whose authority are we going to spend the next cent of SABC when there is no accounting authority? On whose authority is going to? And have you advised them that what they are doing since the board has been incorrect has the potential of exposing the SABC and everything that it does, because there is no accounting authority that can take decisions? Have you advised them accordingly?
Yes, I have.
What have they done about it?
This is the process that is being followed over here. There's nothing that this SABC can do until we have an accounting authority. What has happened, we have a bigger problem too. The acting authority of the CFO is also going to expire, so is the authority of the GCO, because we do not have a board.
So you're saying to South Africans that until such time that we have a board of correct standing, there's nothing we're going to do other than to continue to expose SABC to whatever there is?
No.
I'm not saying you're doing it. I'm trying to understand for everybody else.
Exactly.
You're saying to me, indeed, there is this real exposure. It's not of your making.
Correct, but
What is the contingency plan for all of us?
for all of us at this stage, the SABC has a delegation of authority framework within which there are certain levels that approval can be done. However, outside of us now having, when the authority of the group executive, acting group executive expires, we will have a major problem. And this is of great concern, because how are we going to operate without having our group executive, chief executive? We have a group, we have a CFO, we don't have a COO, and we will not have an acting GCO if the process is not corrected.
You never deemed that necessary to tell Parliament that, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching a situation where we're going to be in deep trouble? You, as a patriotic South African, I'm not even talking to you as a company secretary, because you are on the rock face. You didn't think it necessary to say to anybody, the current trajectory is going to lead us to a real crisis. You didn't think it was necessary?
The minister has been informed of that situation. The minister is aware of
When did you inform the minister?
The minister has been informed, and I'm sure the CFO the acting GCO has informed her, because as the protocol goes, I don't deal directly with the minister.
I'll allow for 2 questions if there's any. Right. We're going to run late. We're going to finish at past. I'm going to allow everybody 1 minute each, or 1 question each. 1 question each. Can I do it this way that, and I hope you take notes, ma'am, because otherwise we're going to have too much time. Everybody has 1 question. We will note the questions and we'll ask Company Secretary to try and respond. Can we start with you, Mr. Mokoena? Just 1 question. We move on to Kwankwa, move on to that way. Just 1 question. Please note the questions and we'll allow you time to respond. Sir.
Ma'am, you said the minister was informed of the deteriorating situation at the SABC. When you're then asked when was she informed, you then say the GCEO must have told. Was she informed or not?
Did you ever inform your principals about the state or the poor state of governance at SABC? If you asked that question, did you follow it up with clear recommendations of how to improve the situation? Thank you so much.
Chair, with me, it's just a comment for you to take home and sleep over it. I think you have betrayed what corporate governance is all about. And I must say that I'm very, very disappointed about you. And I think South Africans have witnessed somebody who is a pathetic liar. Thank you.
No. No. Can you withdraw the last statement, ma'am?
Withdraw that, Chair, but safe to say that I have found you not to be a trustable witness. Thank you.
Honourable Swarts.
I just wanted you to take a quick note about the ICASA ruling relating to the complaints about the protest. You remember that there was the ICASA ruling that the SABC may not almost censor the protest coverage. And in view of your role in compliance with legislation, are you aware that there are now criminal charges that have been laid against the SABC for non-compliance with ICASA's recommendations and resolutions in terms of Section 17H of the ICASA Act?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Matlanga.
Chair, assuming that Madam here is the owner of the National Key Point, SABC, because that's what she said, that she's responsible for risk. What I want to know, whether she's vetted and whether senior managers are also vetted.
Part of your duties in terms of the SABC Charter is the training of incoming board members. Having seen the way the term of this board has played out, do you think you've properly discharged that duty? And why should this committee not recommend that you be dismissed immediately from your position?
What will be of benefit in this incorporation or the working together of SABC and MultiChoice? Who's gonna end up benefiting?
Thank you, Chair. The meeting of the 7th of July, the irregular appointment of the COO, the minutes don't reflect anywhere that you have provided advice to the board to be cautious about the proceeding with the appointment. You say you were browbeaten, but it's not reflected in any way in your minutes that you actually took the step of giving advice to the board not to proceed.
What date was this? Which meeting, so that you...
It was the 7th of July, Chairperson.
7th of July meeting.
And I take it that Ms. Geldenhuys is responsible for keeping and maintaining the minutes based on the transcript of the meeting.
Honourable Chauke, you have the last say.
Minang Perula Mandla, Chair, I think that I don't have anything for you, ma'am, anymore. The fact is that I don't find the truth in all what you have just said. So thank you.
Honourable members, that is going to be the end of our session with Ms. Geldenhuys. Ms. Geldenhuys, there's at least 6 questions. I'm hoping you took note of them. If you could respond to them, please, ma'am.
May I first respond to the fact that it's alleged that I'm not honest? I cannot understand why that has been done. It's been laid at my feet all along that what the board has done is my fault because I'm not giving them information or giving them advice. I find that a very unfair statement and a very inaccurate statement as well. Having said that, I will proceed to answer the questions that were raised. The minister is supposed to be the one that's informed, and the GCO is the next in line to be able to tell him that. The GCO is aware that the acting positions are expiring, so are the incumbents in those positions, that they will be expiring. I have not spoken to the CFO, the acting GCO, to confirm whether or not he has already informed the minister, but he has been advised of this and that he needs to inform the minister. I have not had an opportunity to talk to him, to ask him if it has already been done. Okay, is that? The poor state of governance, I would like you to have a look at the entire SABC and note that there's been tremendous improvements in various areas in governance. The fact that there are governance failures, particularly in terms of the board, is not at the foot of myself being in that position. The work that I've done was in order to uplift and to strengthen governance throughout the organization and not only at the board level. Completely betrayed, I really find that a very harsh statement. I do not believe that I've betrayed anything in corporate governance. I believe that I've done my work with integrity, as I continue to do, and what has been done by me has been done with honesty and without taking sides. In the INCASA ruling, I am not the legal department of the SABC. Our legal department will deal with those issues, not this company secretary. Any matters relating to cases and legal proceedings go through our legal department. Vetted as manager, when I started at the SABC, my vetting was in terms of the vetting that is done by the employment agencies that we go through. That was, I know exactly what you're referring to. Any further vetting, I am open to that vetting, as was mentioned here by Ms. Nkosi, that because people's contracts do not include the vetting, there's been a kickback against vetting being done in the sense that they have to be done to get the clearance level 1 or top secret, etc. type of clearance. I've just started in this role. In the time that I've been there now, I do not mind to be vetted. I am open to be vetted. In fact, that is a requirement that I have to be vetted if I'm going to be working with the NKP Act. It is compulsory for me to be vetted, so I have nothing against being vetted at all. The rest of the management, as I mentioned, because of the contracts, employment contracts, not including the requirement for them to be vetted, it is a struggle because unions are kicking against something like that happening with the employees. New employees are supposed to be vetted, and that is the instruction from the board to the HR department that all new employees have to go through a proper vetting process. Training of the board, I've taken the board through an in-depth induction program in the year that they started. Since then, it's been pushed against all the time. Whenever an induction program is arranged, it's minuted as well in the various minutes that I've been told we leave it until the new members are being appointed. We had a scheduled meeting for 2014 where it was a 3-day breakaway where the strategy was going to take place as well as board induction, which would have been supposed to be for the full day so that the board could be properly inducted. That meeting was cancelled, and since then to now, every time I want to do an induction, there has been resistance to me to providing an induction. Who will benefit from the multi-choice? I'm sorry, that is not something that I can answer because I don't know what you mean by who will benefit. I certainly don't benefit from the multi-choice agreement. The fact that Member Killian, Honourable Killian has spoken about, we do not add every single thing in the minutes, especially that minute you will see that was very detailed. And the fact that I mentioned earlier, when I raised the concerns, right, it was not inside the meeting, during the meeting, because when you try to stop something, you get railroaded. And I reiterate, you get railroaded outside of the meeting. And I mentioned that this is one of the reasons that I did resign, because my integrity was being compromised. And then the other one is nothing, Honourable Chowki had nothing more to say. Pardon?
No, you're protected, ma'am. No, don't do that.
You can fire me if you want to.
No, you're being protected, ma'am. Don't.
No, if that.
Hold on. I'm chairing this meeting. Okay. I would like you to talk through me.
No, I'll talk
and everybody else to talk through me. We've come to the end of that session, Madam Geldener. It's just a question, you know, and really there's nothing personal. This is our duty, constitutional responsibility. You've continuously said in this meeting that I wanted to do the right thing and the board kicked against it, whether it's the training and all those type of things. You're transferring skills to the young lady next to you. How are you advising her what to do when she encounters this thing? Because you see, I can understand the power dynamics. You are an employee or you're accountable to the board. The board then chooses just to ignore you because you're Teresa Geldener, so they kick against you and so on. And we end up with the situation that we're in now because you're supposed to be advising them. And you're transferring skills to this young lady. I mean, just very briefly, so that at least Parliament has comfort that we've learned from this lesson. When the next board starts kicking against what she is supposed to do, what advice are you giving her and us so that we can proactively ensure that the SABC never sinks to the level where it sunk now? What advice are you giving her?
May I be frank? Yes. I would request that the Parliament employs or appoints directors who are more proficient in being directors, that experienced people are there, and that the monitoring, because if you look at everything else, who recommended the appointments of these directors?
Oh, that's fine. I think we must, no. Oh, I thought, no. I think we must be man enough as Parliament also to acknowledge our own mistakes where they are. We must, and I'm not taking anybody's side, but we take the point. Just before I close off, I'm looking at those officials that are sitting there. In my other life, I serve in Scopa. We don't ever want to see a delegation as big as that. We don't ever want to see a delegation as big as that coming to sit in Parliament, not saying a word at taxpayers' money. We are not asking you, we are telling you. Don't ever come anymore as 17 people to observe at taxpayers' money. Fruitless, wasteful, and the accounting authority will carry the can. So I'm saying to you as senior executive, don't do it. Don't do it. The second point I want to make. At the press conference, after you walked out on the 7th, I am informed that one amongst you said that kangaroo court about these people here. Now, if you're there, I want you to stand up and apologize that you said Parliament is a kangaroo court. If you are amongst there, if there is nobody amongst there, we will do a follow-up. I am reliably informed somebody said that kangaroo court, referring to this committee. If you are there, I suggest you stand up and apologize to Parliament. If you didn't say it, then you're fine. So you've got a chance to make amends if you refer to Parliament as a kangaroo court, or certainly as this committee as a kangaroo court, at your press conference of the 7th of December. Anybody said that, you better apologize. Yes, sir.
I mentioned kangaroo court, Chair.
In what context did you mention kangaroo court?
I said this looks more like a kangaroo court.
Who are you, sir?
Mohlolole Park.
I'm saying, in what capacity are you an employee of SABC?
I am an employee of the SABC.
Yeah. In what capacity?
Group Executive HR.
I want you to withdraw unconditionally that you even put Parliament and kangaroo court in one sentence. Unconditionally withdraw that statement.
I withdraw.
We will break for 5 minutes and we'll carry on with the chairperson thereafter. the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. I have been informed, Prof, that you have opted to take the oath. Is that correct? Will you please repeat after me, sir? I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Please raise your hand and say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much, sir. Advocate Vanara, it is just past 1:45. Can we agree that by 20 you conclude with your business and then we open it up for general discussion?
Chair, before Advocate Manara maybe speak, I'm not sure that as you open the meeting, I thought that you'll be able to deal with the processes that led to Prof to be here now, as you have dealt with the Geldenes earlier. I thought it's very important that you sort of outline those issues. I thought it was very important that you sort of outline those issues that we dealt with that led to Prof to be here today. It is not just a normal appearance in our take. I thought maybe, if not, maybe we can deal with it when we deal with questions.
I'm sorry, I should have before I allowed Advocate, I apologize, Prof, and I apologize to the committee. Maybe I should, at this point, afford you an opportunity to say something, if you so wish. Prof, you'd recall that initially we had scheduled you for around about the 14th of January. Through your office, you then came back to us and you asked to be slotted in roundabout or before the 9th of January because you were going on, or you were not going to be available post the 9th of January, 9th of December, I beg your pardon. Initially it was the 14th of December, you requested it to be brought forward to no later than the 9th. We acceded to that request. On the original schedule, you were going to appear. No, you were then going to appear on the 8th as to accommodate your request for the 9th of January. Today is the 13th of January. December, I beg your pardon. Let me start from scratch. Originally, we had scheduled you for the 14th or 13th of December. You made a request to bring it to by no later than the 9th because you were not available. Committee acceded to that and we slotted you in for the 8th. On the 8th of December, you did not appear before this committee. Today is the 13th of December. You before this committee because this committee, and by extension Parliament, had to go the extra mile of summoning you to come here. Now, I don't want to talk about whether it was right or wrong or anything. Members asked me to try and explain why we are where we're at now. So I'm hoping that members and everybody understands why it's not the 8th and where we are now. At this point, Chair, Prof. Maguve, and as I also gave opportunity to Ms. Geldenes, if she so wished, maybe I should give you a few minutes to say, if you so wish, to say anything to this committee. If not, then we will hand over to Advocate Vanara, but I'm not sure. I will give you a few minutes if you so choose, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I received 3 days to appear before this committee. If my memory serves me well, the initial date was the 7th of December. and I believe Mrs. Gelden Hayes might be having that correspondence. Then it was later moved to the 14th. That is when I indicated that from the 9th onwards I'm not available. Then it was later again moved to the 8th. On the issue of working out on the 7th, it was because my legal team requested an opportunity to address the committee in relation to my concerns. There were four main concerns, namely that I will need legal representation, that I will be given documents, and that I will be able to cross-examine witnesses as well as to get witness statements. Now, the legal team couldn't raise those pertinent issues. And then I had to walk out to consult them that in light or in view of what transpired, what do we do? Because I don't have the documents and I have to appear tomorrow, which was the 8th. That was in no way disregarding Parliament, but I felt that really my rights as a visually impaired person were not being protected by this very House.
Thank you very much, Prof. And thank you, members. That sets the scene. And maybe we should say if there was anything untoward from our side, we will apologize, but I think that we were within our rights, and I think we must also accept the points that you make, Chair. We will, in our deliberations as a committee, look at all these things together. I don't think there should be a pronouncement today on who's right or who's wrong or whatever, but at least it has been put out there in the open, and we will then deliberate on them when the time is right. And again, just to reiterate that once we've done our initial report, it will go back to you, Prof, and to the rest of the board to also input and or to strengthen. So this is by no means the end of the process, but at least it's out there and we are able to, as adults, work on all these matters. I want to advocate. It is 5 minutes past 5. Can you, at the absolute latest, by 5:30 be done, and then members will have an hour until 6:30, and we would have made up our 2 hours. So 5:30 is your absolute latest, and the members will then have an hour, and we will have still made our 6:30. Eh? We'll still have 6 o'clock, not 6:30, 6 o'clock, or 6:30 at the absolute latest. And Honorable Kwankwa, you'll be the first one, so you'll prepare yourself. When we start, you'll be the first one, sir, and we'll end with Ms. Killian. Advocate Venara, up to you.
Thank you, Chair. And, good afternoon to you, Prof.
Afternoon.
Can you, for the record, just state your full names?
I am Burayeni Obet Magube.
Oh, I beg your... We did swear, didn't we? Yes,
No, you
swearing
didn't.
in.
You did.
We did do the swearing in. Members are worried that I didn't swear in. Are you guys comfortable? We did do the swearing in. Any witnesses that we did the swearing in? Yes, we did. We did, yeah. Are you happy? Sorry about that, Prof. Maguve. Sorry about that.
Sorry, Prof, if you can just, for the record, state your names.
I am Bodaheni Obet Magube.
Thank you, sir. You brought an interdict application, which was well within your rights, to try and prevent this committee from conducting this inquiry until the issues you had raised were resolved. Is that correct?
The issues that I raised were not resolved according to me.
You brought an application in the Western Cape High Court to interdict these proceedings, is that correct?
It is.
Can you share with the committee whether those proceedings were brought in your personal capacity and that you would pay the legal fees together with the legal costs that the court has ordered you to pay from your own pocket? Or are those expenses going to be paid by the corporation?
This is precisely what confuses me. And my legal team wanted to also get clarity in this one. Whether I am here in my personal capacity or chair of the board. So until I know my status, I can't give you the correct answer on this one.
I understand, Prof, you have issues with this committee that you want to clarify. But your case at the Western Cape High Court, you instructed an attorney to brief a whole host of counsels to bring an application. When you were instructing those people, who in your mind was going to pay for those legal costs?
Until I attended the first sitting of this committee on the 7th, I believed that it is SABC that should bear the costs. But like I say, from what members of the committee were saying made me confused.
From your response, I seem to be gathering that you were acting on behalf of the SABC in your mind at the time. Do I get you correctly, Prof?
Correct.
Now, Prof, the truth is that you're the only remaining non-executive member of the SABC board. And that you yourself, whilst the chairperson, you are not an executive chairperson of the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That you on your own do not have an authority to take any legally binding decisions or resolutions on behalf of the board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, how could you conceivably think that you had the authority to instruct attorneys and to brief counsels to bring an application absent a board resolution?
The DEF that is in place gives the executive the authority to take such decisions. And I believe they took that decision.
So the executives took a decision on behalf of the board. It's not you as the chairperson of the board that took the decision.
I didn't take that decision. However, I must also indicate that the notice that I got from this committee clearly said I'm entitled to legal representation. And I believe that because the committee or members of parliament understands how these things work. Hence, the advice that I could have legal representation.
Prof, I'm just interested in knowing the person that took the decision to instruct the attorney to brief counsel to bring the application. Was that decision taken by yourself, Prof, as the chairperson of the board, or was it taken by the executives in terms of the deaf?
I wouldn't know because I wasn't there when the decision was taken. However, after receiving the notice, I engaged the SABC legal team, and they are the ones who have sought that service, and perhaps they would be the ones to give you that information as to what happens if the board is not there, yet this kind of service is needed.
Prof, on the meeting where you walked out, you have indicated that one of the reasons was that the documents that were given to you were not in Braille, some were not even given to you. Is that correct?
It's correct.
You are aware that at that meeting, the committee was to interrogate or get presentation from the Public Protector's Office, the AG's office, as well as ICASA. Is that correct?
It's correct.
These documents, the Public Protector report, would have served before the SABC board. Is that correct?
It's correct.
The AG report would have served before the board, before it would have gone to the shareholder for presentation at Parliament. Is that correct?
Correct.
The ICASA ruling dealt with serious matters that affected the SABC in respect of a policy decision that was taken by some of the executives. Is that correct?
The question again, please.
The ICASA ruling on the banning of or the decision not to show a violent service delivery protest. That decision was against the SABC and the board, is that correct?
Correct.
At some point, that document would have preoccupied your mind, either individually or collectively, is that correct?
Correct.
These documents would have come to you in a typed format, not in Braille. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And how did you engage with those documents?
I engage with those documents in Word format. However, I must also indicate that for an exercise like this, I can't be engaging them in Word format. And it's a highly impossible for me to memorize everything. That is why I need Braille documents so that I can refer to. Further, I would have preferred to get their presentations so that I can just go and extract information that is necessary for my response. because Braille documents are bulky. As such, I won't be expected to be carrying boxes and boxes of Braille paper. Just to give you an example, the delegation of authority framework is in 2 volumes. It's very big. So can you imagine the public protector's report, the AG report, and other documents? What volumes and the size of the documents I would have carried with me here.
Prof, Ms. Bessie Tugwana was appointed as the acting COO. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Was that appointment on the recommendation of the board that you were leading at the time?
It's correct.
The resolution to recommend her appointment, was that by a board that corrected?
Yes.
Who was at that meeting?
Who was in that meeting?
Yes, where the board took a decision to recommend Bessie Tugwana as the acting COO, to make that recommendation to the minister.
I think all non-executive directors and executive directors.
Okay, for you to get a quorum, you need 9 members. Let's start there. We now know that Mavuso had declared that there was no meeting where he participated on the decision or resolution to recommend Ms. Tugwana. Naidu said the same. At that time, there was 9 of you. Now, how could you then have corrected when the Broadcasting Act says you need 9 members to correct, both non-executive and executives?
On this one, the company secretary, I hope, has the minutes of who, and the attendance register of who was present or who was not. What those board members have said, I can't speak on their behalf, but I believe they were there.
Prof, let's quickly move to the meeting of the 7th of July, 2014, when your board, at the time you were not the chairperson, Ms. Chabalala was the chairperson. Were you at that meeting, that special board meeting?
I was.
Did you vote for or against, or did you abstain when a matter was put to vote to decide on how the matter was to be handled?
I think I voted for, unless if minutes say the contrary.
Okay.
Because it's a long period, we are talking about 30 months or so ago.
But your recollection says you voted for his appointment.
I'm saying I voted for, unless if the minutes say the contrary.
Okay.
It could happen that maybe I didn't vote for, but if my recollection is clear, I voted for.
Now that decision, Prof, that decision of the board had the following consequences. It ignored the remedial actions of the public protector. Is that correct?
Come again, please.
The decision of the board to employ Mr. Mtswaneng as the permanent COO ignored or went against the recommendations of the public protector. Is that correct or not?
It's correct. However, I think I need to qualify this. Though it went against the public protector's recommendation, at that time, most of us were not even aware that her recommendations were binding. It was only after the Constitutional Court ruling that they even referred to SABC, that they were binding.
It's fine, Prof. We're talking about the net effect, the consequences of the board's decision. Secondly, the board's decision to employ Mr. Mtswaneng had profound financial implications for the organization in this format. You were taken to the Western Cape High Court to challenge that decision of the board. Is that correct?
We were taken to the
Western Cape High Court, which ultimately declared that decision unlawful and irrational. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
You paid lawyers for that decision to protect and defend that decision. Is that correct?
Yes, because that matter was taken on review.
Before
the public protector's matter was taken on review.
Okay.
That is why we had to defend and protect.
Let's just be accurate, and perhaps we'll get back to that. But the review only happened recently. Let's focus around the consequences. I'm just following the consequences of your decision. You appealed the Western Cape High Court decision. You went to the Supreme Court of Appeal. Is that correct?
It is.
At great expense, because you've had to instruct an attorney to brief counsel. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at the SABC's cost. Is that correct?
Correct.
And part of the monies that makes the SABC to run is public money. Is that correct?
Part of?
Part of the budget of the SABC. It is derived from taxpayers' money.
There I will beg to differ with you if we say taxpayers' money.
So, Prof, are you disputing that the SABC receives allocation from government?
No, I'm not disputing that.
Okay, let's leave it at that then.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that. That decision of yours, the Supreme Court of Appeal did not even have the appetite to deal with it, just dismissed it outrightly. Is that correct?
It's correct.
Now, you've had to travel all this route. Let's go back to what happened at that meeting. Because there's evidence before this court that your colleagues warned you against that decision. Why did you ignore your colleagues who were raising issues of contravention of the policy? We've now heard from your company secretary that you've also ignored her. You didn't want to listen to her. Why did the pleas and the cogent reasons that were advanced by your colleagues fall on deaf ears, particularly that you voted for his appointment?
Yes, the argument put forward by the then chairperson convinced most of us myself included, that the COO was doing a sterling job. Hence, I have voted for. I was convinced that he was doing a sterling job.
Given all that I've said, that there's been huge cost for the SABC for these cases that the board has lost, why shouldn't particularly those directors, including yourself, who voted for his permanent appointment, not be personally held liable for those costs?
I would say even those who voted against are board members. And we take a decision, and if the majority says the person should be appointed, then that binds also those who voted against, because they are board members. And it's common that people in a meeting, there would be those who support and also those who oppose. But there are also instances where a unanimous decision is taken. So I wouldn't say because people voted for, they must be held accountable. It is a board decision. It doesn't exclude others from the decision that was taken.
Prof, you were not here earlier this morning, but I want to quote from what your fellow colleague said before this committee. And this was in reference to your board as a collective. That is Professor Khumalo. You know him, eh?
I do.
He's given us a statement, and page 4 of the statement, this is what he's had to say on the last bulletin. The board was inexperienced, there was inadequate training, there was indiscipline, there was familiarity, it was misdirected, there were bad corporate politics, internal power contest, poor or diminished business ethics, and possibly criminal motives, which were amongst the causes of the governance failures at the SABC. That is an indictment. Would you agree with me?
That statement to me, I don't think is correct.
The question is, Prof, if this statement were to be true, it will be an indictment to the board that you at some point led. What is your comment to that?
I'm not too sure whether he made this statement referring to my leadership. Maybe he could have clarified as to which period is he referring to. Because as far as I'm concerned, I worked with men and women with different, with expertise, with experience, who were dedicated and devoted to what they were doing. Perhaps he's referring to a period prior my chairpersonship.
If he were to refer to a period prior to your chairpersonship, would you agree with this statement?
Maybe that is what he saw. And still, I wouldn't be the right person to agree or disagree, because I'm not sure what he's referring to. Perhaps he should have given us examples as to what things is he referring to. So I don't want to lie and say I would have agreed or disagreed, because I don't have the facts at my disposal.
Prof, unfortunately, we've run out of time. But I know you had indicated to me that you have a statement, but that statement is in Braille. Do you want to hand that statement in?
Maybe I should ask a question to say, do I use my discretion to hand, or am I obliged to?
No, it's your discretion, sir.
No, if it's my discretion, I wouldn't bother handing it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Where are we starting? Kwankwa, 7 minutes, sir.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Prof. Maguve, for that input. You see, if you look at the Broadcasting Act, number 4 of 1999, from which the SABC draws its mandate, one of the sections there, I think Section 7, deals with the establishment of the corporation, and also highlights the fact that SABC, as an institution in the corporation, the state is the 100% shareholder. So it belongs to the people of South Africa. I've had this point often bandied about, even during the press conference, by some of the executives, who were saying that in light of the fact, they were sort of saying that most of the money that SABC has or derives or generates on an annual basis does not come from the taxpayer. Right? Now, if you look at the financials of the SABC, that might be true. But the impression that one got from that statement is that in view of that fact, they should not, in the true sense of the word, be accounting to Parliament. What I don't understand, and the question is that, if the state broadcaster is a national asset, an institution of the state and the people of South Africa, if you use that institution to generate revenue, whether you derive that revenue from the commercial aspect of it or from the taxpayers directly, it means that the revenue in its entirety belongs to the people of South Africa. And it is therefore the revenue that is due to the taxpayers of the country. Now, why have you guided the senior executive, or do you share the sentiment that since the revenue, that some of it, a major aspect of it, a major portion of it comes from the commercial aspect, then they should not be accounting per se to the people of South Africa? The executive in mind even said that he was correcting the people of South Africa, that the money does not come from the taxpayers per se, so they are not wasting taxpayers' money. That's the first question.
I don't recall the executives saying that the SABC money could be wasted, as it is not state's money. All I know is that 85% of the money that is being generated is generated commercially, and 13% would be your license fees, and 2% would be grants. So I'm not aware that the executives are squandering this money based on this belief.
Thank you, Prof. They were correcting what they viewed as a misconception, a misunderstanding around how the SABC is funded, therefore implying that there's no need for them to be scrutinized on that, if you listen to that soundbite. But anyway, I think you've answered the question. Prof, the other very important issue here is that you interdicted this process. If you look at the presentation that was made by Professor Kumalo this morning, I want to preface that question with that. He talks about the failure to observe the differentiation of functions and the management of boundaries between the board and the executives, because the board has to oversee and supervise the organization and so on, right? Which is something that is public knowledge. But wouldn't you say then, in the absence of a resolution that passed your use of the public broadcasters' money for illegal fees, that you've already blurred the lines between the executive, because you have said it yourself that it is the executive that approved the resources that you're using currently for illegal fees?
I don't think that I understand your question.
Prof, a decision, for instance, if a decision were to be taken, say under normal circumstances where the board is fully operational and fully functional, if there were any legal costs that were to be paid for by the entity for a board member, that would have to be done via resolution by the board, isn't it? Now, in this case, it is the executive that actually took a decision, in your absence, because you're not even part of it, because you're a board member, in your absence to fund the legal cost of this entire process, your process. Now I'm saying, is that not an indication already that the lines have been blurred between the executive and the so-called board that exists of one person right now?
My answer will be the same as the earlier one, that I believe the legal division of SABC have given them legal advice as to how to deal with this matter. I hope they have arrived at that decision with the legal advice given to them.
Thank you, Prof. You said in your response earlier that when you were endorsing as a board the decision to appoint the COO rather, it was taken even though there was a public protector's report. It was taken because at some point you wanted to take the matter on judicial review. That's a very damning indictment where there's a recommendation, a clear public protector's report recommending that. You completely ignore it and hope that you will return to the matter at a later stage when it has been taken on judicial review. In your view, is that proper leadership and proper governance of an important institution?
I have said at that time, the majority of people didn't know that the recommendations by the public protector were binding. So we sought legal advice, and we were indeed advised to take it on review. So I still say that is what happened.
The very same, I put it to you, Prof, that the very same judgment on which people based that decision actually said, even though it implied, it actually stated explicitly that they could not be binding. I can't remember the judgment's name, the details of the judgment, but it also said that the recommendations of the public protector cannot just be ignored. They needed to be taken on judicial review. So there's no way that you could have been following or basing your decision on that. But a separate point altogether, Prof, has to do with the ICASA decision, where SABC, for instance, has failed to comply with the recommendations of ICASA around the issue it has to do with material that shows violence and so on. There was a presentation by ICASA a couple of weeks ago here in front of this committee which says, to date and despite numerous written demands to the SABC to comply with the order, the licensee has failed to demonstrate compliance with the order and has not provided the board's resolution to this effect in line with the decision. Why has that not happened?
I'm hearing this for the first time, that we have not complied. And this was never brought to my attention.
Are you hearing it for the first time? If you have complied, what have you done, sir?
Pardon?
If you have complied, you're saying you're hearing it for the first time.
What I know is that we were instructed to withdraw the statement that we made on violent visuals. And as far as I'm concerned, we did withdraw. But that we are not complying, I don't know, because I don't even see those violent visuals.
Prof,
I rely on radio, and that is why I'm saying this was never brought to my attention.
Was it a statement or a board resolution? I think there's a difference.
it was a statement.
Thanks, Conker. Honorable Conker, you'll have a second bite, and members can follow up on that one. Honorable Mokwena.
Thank you, Chair. Let me greet you, Professor Maguve, and let me express our gratitude for your gracing us with your presence. You've already said that you understand the role of the board and of the SABC as a body that accounts to Parliament. Am I correct in my interpretation?
You are correct.
Thank you very much. I then need to understand what legislative piece of work did you rely on when you decided that you could not attend this ad hoc committee and that you would do everything in your power, including taking legal means to stop processes of Parliament from happening?
I relied on the supreme law of this country, which is our constitution.
You are aware that you are also bound by the Broadcasting Act?
Yes, I'm aware.
Thank you, sir. You then went and called a press conference after your dramatic walkout of Parliament. Called a press conference in which you said that you would not attend Parliament to the extent that this Parliament had to issue summons to get you to come and account. On what legislative piece did you rely on in calling such a press conference and making such a remark?
I'm not sure whether individuals have to rely on pieces of legislation when they have to call press conferences. This is for the first time that I'm hearing about it.
Okay.
So I relied on the fact that as citizens of this country have the right to freedom of speech.
That is fine. You then, as we now heard from your company secretary, you were advised that it is correct for yourself now, not in your personal capacity, but in the capacity of the so-called chairperson of the board, or just a member of the SABC, to hand in the documents that Parliament required. You did not listen to that legal opinion. In fact, you then relied on an external opinion to advise you that those documents you could not hand in. On what legislative piece did you rely on when you made such a decision?
Maybe I should correct the Honorable to say the letter that I have received, which invited me to appear before this committee, didn't address me as the so-called chairperson. And I think if it addressed me like that, I wouldn't have availed myself. It addressed me as the chairperson.
That is fine.
So if I have to respond as a so-called chairperson, then it will be difficult for me to do so.
That is fine.
Because then you are complicating what I've raised before. Whether I am here as the chairperson, the so-called chairperson, or in my personal capacity.
That is fine. Let me then ask you a different question. As a chairperson of the SABC, you were advised by your legal representative, the company secretary, to say that you should hand in documents that were required by Parliament. You ignored that advice and went outside of the SABC to seek legal advice. What legislative piece did you rely on?
That one, perhaps if my legal team was here, would be the one to respond to, because they deal with law. But
No, sir, I'm asking you, in your
No,
personal...
no, no.
You are the one who went to them to ask for opinion. What legislative piece did you rely on to
no,
go...
when you ask for opinion,
Yes.
it's not a matter of relying on a legislative, on legislation. Because if you already know law, what would be the use of seeking legal advice?
Okay.
So
That
I
is
sought legal advice on the basis that I'm not a law expert.
That is fine. What is your relationship with Mr. Motsoeneng outside of the formal relationship that you have at the SABC?
None.
Do you not have, did you not exchange monies, business transactions, nothing?
No.
Thank you very much. Now, you say that you did not know, or the majority of the people did not know, that the public protector's remedial actions were binding. Now, you, when you became the chairperson of the SABC, did you not seek legal advice? We know, for instance, that because your company secretary just told us now that she knew that the remedial actions were binding, but she could not say it in a meeting before. Now she knows. Did you not go to her to get advice on the appointment of the COO?
I didn't, because at that time I was the deputy, so it would have been the responsibility of the chair to lead us in that direction.
No, sir, I'm asking you when you became the chair.
No, but already when I became the chairperson, he was appointed. Remember the meeting that is being referred to took place on the 7th of August 2014, and I only became the chairperson on the 19th of June 2015.
The DA took you to court, took the SABC to court for that appointment. At that point, did you not seek legal advice, at least from your company secretary, as to the legality of that appointment?
The company secretary would attest to the fact that if there was someone in the board who sought advice from her, it's me. We also did that through a presentation by our legal division. So I also made sure that legal advice was sought.
So you're saying to us that the company secretary was lying to this parliament when she said that she was aware that the remedial actions of the public protector were binding?
I didn't hear her saying that, so I don't want to commit myself to what I haven't heard.
That is fine. You took the public protector's report on review. Now, which board meeting made a decision to take the public protector's report on review? And who was at the meeting? If you
I can't remember, but I know that there are, or there is evidence that members of the board voted on this one. I can't remember whether it was on a round-robin basis or what, but I know that a decision was taken.
So you are saying to us that as far as you can recollect, it was a legal decision made properly by a board of the SABC?
I believe so.
Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Mr. Mahlangu. Honorable.
Thank you. Chair, thank you. Prof, just for me to know, who are the shareholders of SABC?
Who are the shareholders of SABC? As far as I know, the Minister of the Department of Communication represents the shareholder of SABC, and I believe she is representing Parliament.
No. She definitely can't represent Parliament because she represents the executive. But anyway, no, the reason why I'm asking the question.
Thanks for that correction.
The reason why I'm asking the question is because earlier on when the lead investigator asked the question as to, with regards to the public purse, you said, no. SAP monies actually don't belong to the public. Now, I just wanted to know, who does the SAP monies belong to?
I said 85% is being raised from commercial deals, 13 from TV licenses, and 2 from government grants.
You're not answering the question?
That is the information that I have.
You're not answering the question. Who does it belong to? Having been raised, who does it belong to?
Since this is a state-owned enterprise, the money belongs to the state.
Who is the state? How does the state come about?
Who is the state? I said it comes about being represented by Parliament, and you said no.
No, you account to Parliament, including the government, the minister, the president accounts to Parliament. All of you, in terms of the Constitution, you account to Parliament, including for every cent that you spend at SABC, because that is a public purse. Now, the failure of you as chair to respond to this question adequately raises very important questions about the amount of losses that SABC has incurred. And now I understand that because only 13% come from the state, the rest you can do as you wish. I mean, only 3% you said come from this, from what did you say? It's you said 3% is what you get as a as what?
I said 2%.
Yes.
Is what we get as government grants.
So
and I even said we account to Parliament, and I said the minister represents the shareholder, which is Parliament, and you said no. But that is what I initially said.
Okay, no, I still miss the point. The minister represents government, you account to the Parliament together with the minister. Let's leave that argument and let's go to the next matter. We had several journalists here the other day. All of them were complaining that they have been let down by Parliament, by the minister, and by yourself, most of which have been fired, some of whom were suspended unlawfully. What is your take on the matter?
I want to say SABC employs over 4,000 staff members. It is hard to know on a daily basis who has been hired, who has been fired. But suffice to say, the journalists report to their managers, and this is not a board strategic matter. So it would be the managers and their seniors who would know what is taking place. But this was never brought to the board.
Is that so?
Yes.
I can't believe this.
No, it was never brought to the board.
So you don't know that senior journalists have been fired?
I don't know.
Okay.
Who are you referring to? Because if we say senior journalist, journalist or journalists have been fired, I don't even know who is senior, who is junior there.
There is a group called SABC 8. Do you know anything about them?
I heard about it over the radio, yes. But I don't know whether they are senior or they are junior. But this matter was never brought to the board that I'm leading, or that I was leading.
So it never concerns you that there was such a thing, an outcry?
It never concerns me.
Yes.
No, you see, it would concern me if I have facts from both sides. So as it is now, like I say, it was never brought to me. So I wouldn't even have known the merits or the demerits of the of this matter for them to have been fired or suspended. But like I say, this is an operational matter. It is not a board matter. If it was a board matter, I would have known about it, and definitely we could have discussed it in one of the board meetings.
The firing of board members? Do you know anything about that?
Pardon?
Firing of board members?
No, that one I know about it. I do.
And who's responsible for that?
The board was responsible for that. And we can produce evidence of what transpired and led to their expulsion. For instance, Ms. Kalidas would board the plane saying she's coming to a meeting and never appear. Or she would come to a meeting, stay for an hour, say she has an early flight, she goes, only to find that she never took the flight back home. And we do have that evidence. Mr. Lubisi was listed in 3 companies that were doing business with SABC as their auditor. This was never declared. And I don't recall him saying he's not their auditor. The evidence is there. I can go on and on and on and give you lots of things. Mr. Mavuso, for instance.
Okay, leave them because we have...
In one sentence.
Okay.
He never declared that his daughter was doing an internship at SABC. Just a simple thing like that.
Last question.
Okay. You are aware that SABC is a national key point?
I am.
And do you know what is expected of people in the national key point? You know that they have to be vetted.
I didn't hear you clearly.
I'm saying people who are responsible, senior managers in the national key point are supposed to be vetted.
Yes.
You know that?
I know.
Are they vetted?
Maybe
doesn't
that
concern the board.
No, maybe that you can ask the HR because that's the responsibility of the HR to do so. I don't know.
You know the importance of being responsible for the national key point?
I do.
So it's the board is not interested in that matter?
No, I've never said the board is not interested, and I even suggested, not officially, company secretary can bail me out on this one, that even as board members, it's imperative that we are vetted.
Thank you very much. Can I just put one question? And you don't have to answer it now, Prof. I'm not sure if I understood you correctly when you answered Mr. Mahlangu by saying that it's the HR's responsibility to make sure that senior members are vetted. Let me remind you, sir, the accounting authority of the SABC is the board. And it is the board that is in charge of the day-to-day running of the affairs. So I'm not saying you say that, but if you referred, or if you responded to Mr. Mahlangu by saying it's an HR responsibility, and therefore we must go and ask HR, well, Parliament is going to ask the executive, or it's going to ask the accounting authority. Ours is not about asking HR, and we expect the accounting authority to have on its fingertips everything that happens in that institution. Honorable Swartz.
Professor, you indicated that you're unaware of the SABC 8, or it's an operational issue. But is it not correct that they are involved in a constitutional court case relating to editorial policy, and that the board must have had knowledge of a matter serving before the constitutional court?
All I know is that the editorial policy is there, and it was served before the board.
But so you are unaware, as the board chairman, that there is a matter to be heard before the Constitutional Court involving the SABC?
About?
About editorial policy, brought by the SABC 8 journalists.
No, what I've said is that I was not aware that, remember the question was saying, was I not concerned if I heard that they are mistreated and so on and so forth. And I said, this was not brought to the board. As such, I was not aware that they were mistreated, fired, and so on and so forth.
I'm going to have to interrupt you if you don't mind, Professor, because my time is very limited. So are you aware of the Constitutional Court case that has been brought by the SABC 8?
Yeah, I'm aware of that one.
Are you aware of the intimidation, the evidence that has been brought before us? In fact, one of the journalists was allegedly shot at. Are you aware of that?
I had it over the news.
Is it not a matter of great concern to you?
It is.
Have you done anything about it?
Other than that, we don't even know who the perpetrators are.
No, sorry, Professor. It's incumbent upon you to follow up and at least ask questions from your directors and executives as to what is going on this issue. But let's leave it at that. My time is limited. I want to raise the issue of procurement, the changes in procurement policy. My daughter, Shushu, you know him?
I do.
Former group executive, head of procurement. He gave evidence this morning that is very disturbing about changes in procurement policies. As procurement leadership, he detected payments being effected without official commitment, payment without fulfillment, irregular contractual obligations, potential leadership abuse, deliberately excluding procurement custodian, that is his team and his GMs, the GM of operations, the GM of strategic sourcing. They were all suspended. Are you aware of that? Were you aware of that?
No.
But you were a board member. Surely you should have been aware of that.
No, if it was brought to my attention, I would have been
I'm sorry,
aware.
Prof. This was in November 2015.
Yes,
what was your position? Were you chairman then?
Yeah, I was.
But then how can you not know about this?
No.
This is totally unacceptable.
Can I respond, please?
Yes.
He's talking about things that were never brought to our attention as the board. Secondly, there is a committee called Finance, Investment and Procurement Committee. Even that committee never tabled something like that before the board. And it would have been through this committee that we knew that something like that was happening.
Okay, Professor. the CEO and the CFO announced the board's decision to effectively change the procurement reporting lines from CEO to the CFO. That is a board decision. You would have chaired that board decision. So how can you not know about this?
I can't recall that one.
But the board's decision was announced, effectively placing procurement in the hands of Mr. Motswaneng and the CFO. That led, according to Mr. Shushu, to 100 million rands being processed without proper process. Surely that is a matter of great concern to you.
Yeah, it's a matter of great concern, but like I said, I was not aware of that. I'm hearing this for the first time.
Are you aware of the controversy surrounding the studio, the World Cup rugby studio, and the costs incurred in that?
I'm not aware. I'm not aware of the controversy.
What are you aware of, Professor Maguve?
Pardon?
What were you aware of? You understand our dilemma here. You, as chairperson of the board, do not seem to be aware of major issues of irregular expenditure relating to what is alleged 100 million rand that must have been approved by the board that you were chairing.
Let me respond by saying, if that was approved by the board, surely we have that resolution. But like I say, there are things that you are saying to me now, and that I wasn't aware of. And I'm telling the honest truth.
Chairperson, could I just put it to you that were you similarly browbeaten by other members, such as the COO, as the company secretary has alleged? Do you understand what I mean by browbeaten by other people to comply?
No, because with me, if you realize, Honorable Swart, I'm a straightforward person. If I don't like something, I say it there and there. And I believe that we also have records where I might have raised my concerns in meetings.
Thank you, Prof. Could I just ask you then, the multi-choice contract that was entered into by the interim board and that Mr. Motswaneng, I presume with the board approval, entered into, resulting in the exclusive usage of the SABC archives and a substantial bonus to Mr. Motswaneng of between 11 million and 33 million. We're not sure. Were you aware of that?
I wouldn't be the right person to comment about things that happened prior my appointment.
But the payment of the bonus was at a time when you were either a member of the board or the chairman of the board.
I was dealing with the first part of your question.
I'm sorry, I've got limited time, so my apologies for interrupting you. Please continue.
Yeah. The bonus that was paid, I'm aware of it, though the amount that is being said, I don't know whether it is what you are saying. I don't have the figures, but all I know is that this was served at the Governance and Nominations Committee after receiving a motivation from the GCEO. And the committee fully cooperated and a resolution was taken.
You mean the board or the committee?
No, the DEF also gives the Governance and Nominations Committee to take certain decisions.
Does that committee report to the board then?
Yeah, it does.
And then you then would confirm that decision?
Yeah.
So you were aware of that?
I was.
Okay, thank you, Prof. I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Prof, just for the record, Mr. Swart's question to you about the multi-choice deal. Could you just repeat your answer when he asked you, were you aware of it? What was your response?
The question, please.
So Swartz asked you about the multi-choice deal that was concluded. I think he said during the interim period or something like that, and were you aware of it? And I want, if you don't mind, to repeat your response to Mr. Swartz.
I said, when the deal was concluded, I was not yet appointed to serve on the board.
When were you appointed to serve on the board, sir?
I was appointed to serve on the board on the 25th of September 2013.
I have before me a certified, a true extract of the minutes of the 29th of January 2015, signed by Teresa Geldenhuys. And it says, the channel distribution agreement with MultiChoice Africa to launch the entertainment channel with effect from the 1st of March 2015 be and is hereby approved at a cost of 264 million rand. And it goes on. Approval be and is hereby given to mandate the GE Television and the head of legal to sign documents. And this thing is dated the 29th of January 2015. Mr. Swartz, is this the same deal that we're talking about? Now, if that is the same deal we're talking about, you, the chairperson of the board, this is a true certification of minutes signed by Mrs. Geldenhuys. How do you tell the people of South Africa and Parliament that you know nothing about it because it happened before your time?
The Honorable Mr. Swart referred to an interim committee. That is what I was responding to.
The interim board entered negotiations with MultiChoice. It was finalized by the final board, as I understand it.
It's fine. Let's put it to you differently. I'm sorry then, Professor. Let's put it to you differently. What do you know, and we're not talking about the rands and cents at this point, just in terms of the approval process, what role did the board play in this process? As I'm saying to you, I have a document that is purportedly an extract of the minutes of the 29th of January 2015. It gives approval for an agreement between MultiChoice and SABC, I would imagine, to enter into agreement. It further approval be and hereby given to mandate the GE Television and the head of legal to sign the documents. The question that I'm asking you, are you aware of this? Was it signed by GE Legal and was it signed by GE Television? What do you know about this board approval of the 29th of January 2015? What was it referring to? I'm not interested in the rands and cents. I'm just looking at the process because we must make sure, sir, that the board approval, let's be upfront with this matter. Was the board approval after the contract was signed, or was the board approval before the contract was signed so that it gave approval? Because it says here we give approval to the GE Television and the GE head. Now, just from a board point of view, do you go to a board meeting, approve, give authority to somebody to do it, or did somebody do it and the board approved retrospectively? Just if you could tell us what you understand of this. We'll get into the detail at an appropriate time. How do you understand this deal? Or what is this minute saying to me of the 29th of January 2015? What are you saying to us? What happened there and what were you trying to fix up?
Honestly speaking, I can't remember. So I don't want even want to attempt to give you a response which would not be the truth.
Who is next? It was Khosa. Let me just say this to you, Prof. I really sympathize with you. I really sympathize with you because this that I have says an extract of the board meeting signed by the company secretary who was here before us. You have no understanding about it. We're talking about 260 million rand. Ms. Khosa.
Ya che, kuyasinda kuyehlela sisho njalo thina qhamuka lapha KwaZulu-Natal. Prof, maybe let me start on a very positive note and congratulate you, sir, and salute you for having defied all odds. I can see that you have at least 2 cum laudes next to your name, and I think that should be commended. But Prof, I'm just trying to understand the person who is leading our South African Broadcasting Corporation. How can such an accomplished man accept and be comfortable with having somebody without a metric to be the chief operations officer? Did you get my question, sir?
I want to say that the person in question, as I've said earlier, we were convinced he has leadership qualities, and that is what we believed.
Do you still believe that?
Unless if I can be proven otherwise, because from where I am, I think he does get things right, and I believe anyone, even if you are good at something, you might as well have challenges.
Okay, at least we've established that you and I don't belong to the same world. But anyway, let me just proceed. Prof, do you ever own up when you have erred? Yes or no?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Do you think there is something wrong at SABC? Or you think there is nothing wrong at that institution?
I do think there's something wrong with SABC.
Okay, what are those things, sir?
First and foremost, what I think is wrong with SABC, I don't think that most of the people who are there are loyal to SABC itself. To give an example, you would discuss things and 1 minute later, you get calls to verify a leak or leaks. Further, the other thing that I think is not done correct, and I even joked to say, if I was, I had powers, I would definitely chase everyone and and employ new people, because I think people do as they please there.
Okay, Chair, sir. As a chair of the board, let's just do a very quick self-assessment test. In a score of 1 being poor and 10 being excellent, as a chair of the board, how would you rate your understanding of good corporate governance? Anywhere between 1 to 10.
I'll give myself 8.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, Chair, what the other thing I just need to establish from you, sir, the litigations at SABC, did they ever worry you at some stage that, you have the exodus of skills at senior management level? And the fact that the board had, or SABC alternatively, had to settle and pay these people, what do you call them, handshakes? Did that ever bother you, sir, as a chair of the board? Or is it part of those you were happy because you want to get rid of everybody so that you can start all over again?
No, it bothered me. And the lady sitting next to me knows that I also had conversations with her along those lines.
So you are therefore retracting your earlier assertion that if you had the way, you would actually restart that organization because the staff there are disloyal, people do as they please, and so forth?
No, I'm not retracting it, because what I'm saying is that, yes, I get bothered if something in relation to employees leaving our employ in numbers. It does bother me. And I've said, we shouldn't confuse it with what I've said in relation to having to sack everybody. Because you see, sometimes for you to clean that place, you need new people.
So you would bring Motsonenga, for instance, as the group CEO, because you need to be convinced otherwise.
Pardon?
You would bring Hlaudi Motsonenga as the group CEO in your ideal world so that you can correct everything that is wrong at SABC, because he seems to be ranking very high in your own assessment.
What I'm saying is that everybody is entitled to apply for any position. If that person meets the requirements, then he can be employed.
Okay, thank you. The next thing, Prof, I just want you, there's something that really bothers me. Maybe I won't have time to go to the multi-choice contract because I heard you that you are saying you don't know most of the things you don't know. And I am worried about being led by somebody who doesn't know. And that worries me. And maybe as members of parliament, we'll have to decide on that. Do you understand Chapter 2, Section 16 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which deals with specifically freedom of expression and freedom of the press and other media?
I do.
So in your
Thank
view,
you.
Thank you.
Honorable
I rest my
Noliwe.
case. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Prof, when the AG came to see us, they indicated that you signed the AG's report. And they further allude to the fact that despite their recommendations, SABC does as they please, citing that even in the report you signed, the supply chain management refused to give them some documents. Can you shed light on that allegation?
I won't be able to shed light on that allegation because this is not the information that I had. And maybe it strengthens my view that I need documents in Braille. I might have read it in Word, but maybe forgotten, but I can't remember that one.
Can you share with us the information you have about the issues I've just mentioned? Because you said it's not the information you have.
What should I say, Honorable?
You said what I was saying the AG is alleging is not the information you have.
Yes.
Can you share with us the information you have about the two areas? One, that supply chain refused to give them some documents. Number two, despite recommendations, SABC continues with business as usual.
I'm not too sure whether there is a board member who was aware of this supply chain management problem. Like I'm saying, I'm hearing it for the first time. I might have, when engaging the document, I might have not picked that one up. And the second part of your question was about?
Despite recommendations, though nothing is implemented to rectify what was condemned.
I would say the board was in the process of rectifying that. And if you would recall, this current board is only left with one qualification. So I believe that we have got processes in place to rectify that one.
When Mr. Kumalo spoke to us, he spoke of ill discipline among board members, management, and failure by the board to call the executives to order. If this is true, Prof, why did you allow it to be like that? You are heading that ship at SABC. Why let things go as it is alluded here?
I am on record calling people to order. For instance, Ms. Hilden Hayes gave an example that there was a problem between her and Ms. Mhlakaza. And I placed that on record that I cannot allow a board member to ill-treat the company secretary. That is just an example. But there are many instances where I called members to order. And I believe if this committee wants evidence, it can be provided.
We'll gladly accept it. Then Mr. Kumalo also in his statement is saying the congested pipeline of issues, too many of the issues land on the board's table and board meetings do not allow significant time to cover everything in one session. I want to tie that with what was presented by Ms. Geldenis. She has given us a table here of meetings that never occurred. For instance, if I take the first example given there, there was a board meeting on the 27th of February 2014 that did not correlate, but proposals from that meeting were ratified in July 2014. What happened in between? Because you have decisions that have no status that were ratified in July. What then happened during that gap?
That one I cannot respond to. I was not the chairperson, so I don't want to lie to this committee.
Can you rehash, Prof, when did you become a chairperson?
19th of June, 2015. That was when I became chairperson and not acting chairperson.
One other thing I want to check from you, Prof. You said when you were responding to Ms. Koza's question, I would chase everyone and start from scratch. Is that a reason that from the non-executive you are left alone? Is it because you are comfortable to be left alone there?
I'm not comfortable, Honorable. The reason why I'm left alone is that, first and foremost, it's not that I wanted to be, as media refers to it, what do they say? One man standing. I didn't want to become that. But I'm standing because I believe that I was using all my abilities and knowledge to steer the SABC to the right direction, but also to say I didn't appoint myself. If the appointing authority, which is Parliament, says go, and they give me that letter, I will. But as I'm here before this committee, I don't have that letter yet.
Can you educate the South Africans what constitutes a board, Prof?
What constitutes a board?
Yes, Prof.
Is where the board has board members. And this one, I believe it has got board members, but maybe what lacks is the right number for the board to correct.
No, thank you, that's up. Before you start, Ms. Van Dam, Prof, you know, even if you take the worst case scenario that we say executive and non-executive board members, let's take that broad one. You know, in your executive board members, you've got an acting COO. You've got an acting CEO. You've got an acting CFO. And you are alone as the non-executive. So even if we took the worst case scenario, all those people who we would ordinarily declare as executive element of, all of them are acting. And you say to the chair, to Loliwe, that a board is made up of members. I'm suggesting to you that all those that are acting really are, we can't regard them as members. They are acting, and I'm just saying that we must understand the gravity that we're facing within South Africa, with the SABC. We have one individual, everybody else acting. So I don't want you to answer it. When we get to the closing stage, Prof, I think we must, as adults, decide how we take this process forward, because we cannot continue to put our head in the sand and pretend all is well at the SABC. Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. You know, Prof, I was one of the people you went to court about to remove from this committee because you thought I'd be biased against you and I'd been mean to you, or whatever it was. I came here today with an open mind. I wanted to hear you defend yourself and assure us that you've done your very best. But you have not done that, with all due respect, sir. Every question, I'm not aware, I wasn't there, I don't know, or you change your position and you mislead this committee. What on earth have you been doing as the chairperson of the SABC board? And why on earth should we keep you on that board if you do not know any of the major issues facing the SABC? Why must the public continue to pay you a salary for that job?
Yeah, I will respond to what I've done. Because I said, the last part of your question, I said, Parliament is the appointing authority, if I'm not mistaken, or would recommend to the appointing authority to terminate my services. That is what I've said. But what I've done, and I will say this with pride, under my leadership, the number of qualifications that we received from the Auditor General were drastically reduced. To me, we had an SABC that was stable financially, and we also, on a piloting basis, introduced new channels so that when we migrate to DTT, we are sentient of the challenges and other things. For us, it's a learning curve. So it's a lot that we have achieved under my leadership, but I cannot respond to the issue of why you cannot dismiss me, that I don't have an answer to. And I've also given answers to various things. Unless if, Honorable Van Dam, you expected me to lie, I didn't do so. And if I say some of the things I can't remember, I cannot remember. I was listening to other witnesses giving evidence here. There are things that they forgot.
Sir, you didn't say I forgot. You said I am not aware. You were asked
No,
about the
there are
multi-choice
things that
deal.
I said I
Please
didn't
don't
know.
interrupt me. The multi-choice deal, you said you're not aware. SABC 8, I was not aware. What were the other ones? AG report, when Honorable Loliwe asked you about the specific section about it, I was not aware. And quite frankly, the two things you mentioned as successes, the audit outcomes, the SABC's audit outcomes have regressed over the last couple of years. Digital migration, that process has stalled. The SABC missed an international deadline, so quite frankly, those are not successes. But moving on. You said you would not lie to this committee. I followed quite closely the process with your interdict. And I read all the documents because I was listed as a respondent. Your advocate in the Western Cape High Court was very clear that it was in your personal capacity. In fact, the SABC only joined the case much later on. They submitted a responding affidavit. At the initial hearing, the SABC said they weren't even sure whether they were going to join the case. So why would you mislead this committee and say that you didn't know whether or not it was in your personal capacity when your very advocate, which I'm assuming received the brief from you, said you were there in your personal capacity?
I'm not misleading this House because when I was invited as the chairperson. So to me, if I take a matter to court.
I'm not talking about how you're invited in this committee. You said you were not sure whether in that case you were appearing in your personal capacity or as the chairperson. Your advocate said very clearly, and the SABC's advocate, in fact, that it was in your personal capacity. The SABC's advocate said they did not have a mandate from the board to appear on behalf of the SABC. Please, sir, don't try and mislead me.
I have said, and I will say it again, issues that I don't know, I will say I don't know. If that is what they said, that I'm acting in my personal capacity, I'm hearing it for the first time. They are here. You can, especially the SABC legal team, you can ask them why they believe that I'm doing it in my personal capacity. Or
Okay.
even maybe the advocates thereafter, after this exercise, I think you can, as well as the committee, engage them why they gave that response.
Yeah, it's quite clear that, Chairperson, you don't know very much, including about matters where you're being represented in court. Are you aware of a car being purchased by the SABC for your use, an Audi?
I am aware.
On what basis would the SABC purchase you a car?
It is not my car. It is not registered under my name. It is the SABC car.
But for your use?
What happened is that there were instances where we were using shuttles to take me from point A to point B. And there are really instances where after the meeting adjourned, say at 3 o'clock, because of the availability or not thereof of the shuttle services, I would go home around 7, 8 o'clock.
Okay, I got it. What kind of car was it? An Audi A8, I believe. That's top of the range, top drawer, fancy car.
You are asking a wrong person.
You don't know? Okay, no
No,
problem.
no.
Don't
All
know.
I'm trying to say is that I wouldn't tell you whether it's top of the range or not, because I don't have that ability to
Okay,
compare.
who signed off the purchase of that car for you?
The executive, I believe, have signed.
Not the
but
board.
this was also brought before the board.
All right, thanks.
And I think it is minuted.
All right, thank you. I've got so many more questions. All right, and I'm trying to decide which one I want to ask. Were you aware, have you, in your capacity as board chair or in any other way, ever met with any representatives of the Gupta family or any of their businesses, the New Age, ANN7, any of their businesses? Have you ever met with them?
I've never met with them. I have, however, received invitations to their breakfast shows, and I've never attended.
And did you ever approve any contracts with the Guptas? Was the contract, for example, with the TNA breakfast briefings? Did you approve that deal?
As the board?
Yebo.
Me?
Yes.
As the board?
I don't have the powers to approve.
Okay.
It
As a
is
board
the board
member,
that approves.
It's fine. Thanks. You'll get a second bite. Thanks. Just so that we don't lose, because we're transcribing. Prof, when Ms. Van Dam asked you or made the statement that you appeared in court in your personal capacity, did you say that we must engage with the legal team because you understood it differently?
Yeah, that is what I'm saying, that the
No, it's
legal
fine.
team that
It's
represented me
fine.
must be engaged.
It's fine. You know, I don't know what to say, Prof. Not to you. Honestly, not to you, Prof. Because what you're saying to me is so worrying, because I'm not sure if you are aware that the court has ordered you to pay out of your personal pocket, because your legal team went to court and said you're doing this in your personal capacity. That's what your legal team said. You're doing it in your personal capacity, and the court ordered that you pay it out of your pocket. You come here and it's not an aspersion on you, sir. You come here and you say we need to talk to your legal team. I don't know who's misleading you, Prof. And I don't know if we don't arrest this thing now, how much personal problems you're going to be in, because it seems that this SABC team, if the prof is being correct, this SABC team are actually sabotaging the professor. He's not aware that this is in his personal capacity. The lawyers representing him haven't said that to him. Senior leadership of the SABC, as the prof says, talk to the senior leadership of the SABC, it's almost a week later. You've not corrected that with the professor. You've not corrected it with the professor that actually, professor, this is out of your own pocket. Prof, I'm not sure if you are aware you're going for an appeal. And the basis of that appeal would be probably out of your own pocket. If you fail in the appeal, and I'm not prejudging, if you fail in the appeal, it would mean that there are 2 cases out of your own pocket. And the prof says here he's not sure because the legal team of the SABC must clarify it. It's an indictment on the SABC. Honestly, Prof, I'm not taking your side, but if what you're saying to us is correct, we have a problem with the SABC legal team if what the professor is saying is correct. That he's not aware that these things are being done in his personal capacity. Chauke.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Ndaba Maguve.
Ndawndo.
Utuyitani?
Nariwana Bachoke, Honorable.
Awunakakhathi. The problems of a SABC, you'll agree with me, Prof, that they've been there before even you became a board member or the chairperson of the board. Prof, do you agree with me?
Yes.
Now that you agree with me that there are problems, you are now sitting in front of those problems, Prof. The board that you were appointed with has collapsed. Do you agree with me, Prof?
I do.
Do you agree with me, Prof, that there's no longer accounting authority of the SABC?
I do.
Do you agree with me, Prof, that Section 15AB gives Parliament to remedy the situation?
I do.
Now, having listened to, as we have just confirmed, that we have been listening to witnesses as they appear before this committee, there's a witness that spoke of fraud, corruption, mismanagement at the public broadcaster. Are you aware of that, Prof?
I'm not aware, because this matter was never brought to the board. So I'm hearing it for the first time.
The reason that it was not brought to the board, Prof, is because there's no board.
But then the question would be, when did the things that the witness is alluding to start? Obviously, I believe that they have started a long time ago, because the board that you are referring to, which you are saying is not existing, we are talking about things that happened 2 or 3 weeks ago. So maybe if we know the period this individual is referring to, I might be able to give you the right answer.
When last did the board correct, Prof?
To me, when last? I know that before the 5th of October, the board was correcting.
When last did it cease to correct?
I said the 5th of October, okay. Honorable.
Have you taken this issue with the principal, meaning that the shareholder,
Yes.
that now that as a chair, formally, that now as the chair of the board, you want to bring the attention to the shareholder that the accounting authority has now ceased to exist.
Yes, I did call her, Honorable.
And what did you say about yourself in that situation?
No, but obviously, I told her about the situation. At that time when I called, we were still, I think, 7 members. It was after the departure of the 2 board members, Mr. Mavuso and Mr. Naidu. I did call her.
In your view, Prof, what is it that must be done to resolve the defect currently? Of the board, in particular the accounting authority?
I wouldn't dictate to Parliament as to what it should do. Obviously, I believe that you know what to do.
Okay. Now, thank you very much, Prof. The problems of the board that has now ceased to exist, the executive, which is all members that are acting currently, is limping because of the outcome of the court of yours on the Mutsuning case. The issue of the journalist, which is your staff, which appeared here, I think you have listened to them, you have heard their cries. What is your view on that, Prof?
Honestly speaking, I didn't listen to them.
So you don't know anything about that?
No, because I was as well preparing myself. So that would have distracted me.
As a loyal citizen, highly qualified, well-respected person in this country, what is your view on this standoff? Not only the standoff that has happened with regard to you having to call a press conference and an official employee of the broadcaster, an employee, calling a parliament a kangaroo court. What is your view, Prof? Because it will not happen. Let me just make it very clear that if an intention is to undermine parliament to an extent that these problems that we have spoken about, Prof, that started even before you come into the picture, have now gone as far as to the official, to the ordinary staff of SABC. I just want to make it very clear, Prof, it will never happen again. Not in our time, not at the time when some of us are deployed here, that we are undermined by an official that laughs after that. He laughs after that and then says that I've apologized there on what? It is not going to happen, Prof. This freedom that we enjoy today, we fought for. It did not come over a plate. And no one is going to destroy this freedom, Prof. I want to make it very clear, Prof. No one is going to take away this freedom from South Africans. So my point, Prof, is that with respect, and I'm worried that what I see, Prof, is that there are people who are taking advantage of your presence as a standalone board member now and do wrong things. Will you agree with me on that point, Prof?
I will agree with you, Honorable. But I must also say, if you listened to my press briefings, I've always conducted myself professionally. So I believe what you have said is true, and I had thought that the person apologized, but I haven't seen him laughing. You are now making me aware of that.
Well, my response, Chair, is that we are a republic. We are not the banana republic. The standoff will have to come to an end. Obviously, Chair will deal with our recommendations moving forward. But thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chauke and Honorable Killian.
Thank you, Chairperson. Prof, through the Chairperson, can you recall the process through which you were appointed as a board member of the SABC? On the basis of which law was your appointment done? And can you remember the detail of the individuals and how they need to subscribe to, committed to the objects and principles in the charter of the corporation and all of that. Can you remember that process? Can you just tell us in terms of which law was that conducted?
The Broadcasting Act.
Prof, can you then explain to us if the appointment was done in terms of the Broadcasting Act, and the Broadcasting Act also makes provision for the removal of the board as an entire entity or any board member, on what basis did you allow a process to unfold under your chairmanship in March last year to remove 3 very capable members of the board? On what basis did you allow that to happen? What did you do to obtain legal advice to ensure that you were doing it in an appropriate manner?
Yeah, we sought legal advice, and they were removed based on both the Broadcasting Act and the Companies Act, but legal advice was sought. And we also had evidence, unless if this committee wants to tell me that I should have allowed people to commit fraud and not to declare their interest and so on and so forth, which the very same acts, I believe, advise board members to.
I want to put it to you, Prof, that you have been misled. And unfortunately, there is a imminent court case. One of the board members has taken the matter to court, and obviously those members who have voted in favor of an irregular removal, and it was not done on the basis of the Broadcasting Act. The Broadcasting Act is very clear. This is an inquiry into the suitability, the effectiveness of a board in terms of the Broadcasting Act. And only the same accounting authority, Parliament, can appoint through, obviously, the appointing authority. We present a list of names, and Parliament will recommend to the appointing authority should members be found to be not abiding by the tenes of the Broadcasting Act. So just as far as that is concerned. Chair, the second point that I want to ask the Honourable, the Prof. We have heard a lot about the Memorandum of Incorporation. And we were informed that it was, in fact, compiled, the amendments were compiled by the shareholder. What did the board do? Because the board is, in terms of the Companies Act, responsible for the article, and the Broadcasting Act, responsible for the Articles of Association and Memorandum of Incorporation. Clearly, if we go through the Memorandum of Incorporation, anybody can see that that Memorandum of Incorporation is illegal and flies in the face of the Broadcasting Act, specifically as far as the hiring and firing of senior management is concerned. That, Honourable Prof, is the reason why you're not aware of what is happening in the organization with the purging. So, on what basis, what did you do when the Memorandum of Incorporation was presented to the board?
I know that it was extensively discussed. Members of the board made inputs and then approved.
Prof, that was not the information that we've received through these proceedings, but we will leave it at that. Then I would like to get to the Public Protector report. You were indicating that you were participating in the meeting of the 7th of July, and the minutes also reflect your participation. Now, a heated discussion took place at that stage because it was after the release of the Public Protector report, and members of the board expressed their concern. You've already indicated that you supported the decision for the appointment of the COO. So, subsequently, it was ostensibly, there was a decision to review the Public Protector. After it was there was partial implementation because the DC was appointed to investigate Mr. Motswaneng. Can you please tell us at which meeting did the board decide to have a review of the Public Protector report?
I wouldn't have the exact date, but all I know is that as the board, we took a decision to review. And when I checked, almost all the members agreed that this report should be taken on review.
You see, what is important for us is to know at what stage, but I suppose during the process it will come out. When did the board agree on a disciplinary, and when did the board decide to almost rescind its decision to have partial implementation and to appoint and to ask to go for a review? Because the timing and the chronological order of that is going to be very important in the course of things to come. So can you just recall more or less, was the one before the other? Can you please tell us?
If I'm not mistaken, the review came before, let me think. All I know is that the disciplinary took place last year in December. As to the exact date in which this decision was taken, I'm not sure, but I inquired from the company secretary as to whether this was served at the board level, and it was served, and people voted in favor of the review.
Yes. Chair, can the professor please tell us the appointment of Lucky Tsikiso to take Parliament on an interdict application to court? Who took that decision? Where was it taken? What entity? Was it taken at but there was no board. So when did you hear about it? Did you request that? Are they on the suppliers list? What is the position of this company of lawyers?
Before I respond to that one, I must say the notice that I received to me was ambiguous, in the sense that if I am told that I'm entitled to legal representation, and it never says, I believe it says, and the SABC or the board will carry the costs. I think that is what it said. But now, I'm getting confused if at times I'm told that I'm doing this in my personal capacity, whilst the committee knew that there was no board. But having said that, I also alluded to the fact that the DEF gave the executive certain powers, and I even remember saying that perhaps the legal team engaged the executive to authorize that, but I don't have that information. I'm just thinking.
Thanks. Ms. Killian. Prof, I've got just two questions. Are you aware, Prof, that sometime in 2014, and I'm saying this following what was raised by my colleagues around your statement of reskilling or finding new employees. Are you aware that there was a skills audit done by Price Waterhouse around about 2014?
Yes.
And are you aware that that skills audit was subsequently presented to the portfolio committee and discussed at the portfolio committee in 2014?
Yes.
Prof, are you aware that this company, Lucky Tsekiso, wrote to us on the 6th of December and said to us, the following documents will not be provided on the basis of its privilege, and its disclosure may negatively impact on the commercial interests of the SABC. And one of those documents that it says will impact on the commercial interests of the SABC is the skills audit. Are you in agreement with that?
In agreement with?
The fact that if that skills audit report of Price Waterhouse was given to this ad hoc committee, it would negatively impact on the commercial interests of the SABC. Are you aware that that was what Lucky Tsekiso said to this portfolio committee? And if you were aware of it, do you agree with them?
I think we have retracted that by sending the document to the committee. That means that we eventually realized that it did not fall in that category that you are referring to.
Prof, this ad hoc committee has not received any retraction letter to that effect. Let's say that first. So as we sit here, this legal firm that wrote this letter to Parliament continues to hold in terms of official letter that we have here. Cindy wants to show me something, but I'm saying in terms of what we have here, we have not received that letter. That it's for commercial interests. And if that is the case, somebody must send it to us on a letterhead that you are retracting. That's the first point, Prof. The second point, somebody must tell this company called Lucky Tsekiso that you can't on the 6th say to us, you're not going to give us that document. Parliament then goes through the process of issuing a summons at cost. At cost, delivers the summons for this document. And today somebody says to this committee, we've retracted it. At cost. Who's going to pay the cost of that document that we have, the court case that we are, not the court case, the summons that we had to go through? The fact that we don't have the document to prepare adequately for the minister tomorrow. And today somebody comes and says to us, sorry, on the 6th we said we're not going to give it to you. Subsequently we've retracted. And you expect Parliament to do ineffective oversight when we meet with the minister tomorrow. It can't be acceptable that Parliament is treated in this fashion. It can't be. And let me put it on record, this organization called Lucky Tsekiso cannot get away with this kind of thing, Chauke. Cannot get away with this kind of thing at the expense of taxpayers' money, at the expense of this committee sitting here until 8 o'clock last night, until this time, and just retract something as serious as denying Parliament documents. It can't. So I don't know who is, Prof, talking to these people, because they say in this letter, we have received instructions. I don't know who they're talking about when they say we have received instructions. Can I advise those people that are instructing Lucky Tsekiso to relay the attitude of this committee to how they've treated Parliament from day one until today, this organization called Lucky Tsekiso. Because, Prof, quite frankly, it is not acceptable that we work on the basis of that. On the 6th, I don't have a document. Today you come to the committee and you say, but Chair, subsequently we withdrawn it. And I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying it can't be the way we operate in Parliament. It can't be the way that this institution is treated. It can't be. And I'm appealing to this committee that says something has to be done, honorable members. Something has to be done. That Parliament can be taken for a ride like this. That the professor can sit here thinking that he's acting in some capacity as a member of the board, and we know, and Judge Desai indicated that he's here in his personal capacity. There's an appeal that is probably somewhere in the pipeline, Professor. Probably you're under the impression that this thing is going to be covered by somebody. And at the end of the day, you could sit with two major legal bills, Professor. You could sit with two major bills. You're sitting under the impression that it's being done, because I can tell you, and I don't know if anybody can confirm, but this was in the professor's personal capacity. Personal capacity, Prof. I really appeal to you to talk to somebody to try and assist you in this regard, because I don't want a situation where you sit with a major bill under the impression that it's being paid for by the SABC or any other entity, and at the end of the day it's going to be paid for by Professor Maguve in his personal capacity. I do think something needs to happen, honorable members. Professor Maguve, thank you very much for availing yourself. As we have said to all other members that have appeared before this committee, your session might be over today. This committee is scheduled to work until the 28th of February. If between today and the 28th of February there's anything that you want to bring to our attention, Prof, please feel free to do so. Our door will always be open between today and the 28th. If there's anything that you suddenly realize you want to sort out or you want to bring to our attention to assist Parliament in its work, please do so between now and the 28th. However, Professor, if we don't see you until the new year, may you have a Merry Christmas and may you have a prosperous New Year, sir. Meeting is adjourned. We will meet tomorrow at 9:30 in this venue. Thank you very much. And members, please go to where you were at lunchtime. Thank you very much. Meeting is adjourned.